Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends July the 14th. We are Vertu.
Good morning and a very warm welcome. Great to be back at North Marine Road, Scarborough for the first of 10 days of cricket on the ground again this season. And of course this brings the visit of the champions Surrey and the revisit of Scarborough of one of our old favourites, Matthew Fisher. And some interesting team news as well. All of that to come in a moment. But first of all, to say that alongside is Mark Church as ever. Surrey's greatest follower around the grounds. On the wireless, DT will be part of our commentary team. David Townsend again for the full 4 days. And we have Kevin Howells and all of that with 5 Sports Extra on hand. So we are on 5 Sports Extra 2 throughout the contest here. We're on Sports Extra for most of the morning session and obviously the BBC Sport website and app. So welcome from Scarborough and good morning, Churchy.
Good morning, Mr. Doidge. Good morning, everybody. Lovely to be back here. I woke up this morning, blue sky, sun beating down, gorgeous morning. Some clouds have rolled in now, so a bit cloudier, but lovely to be back. I always enjoy coming to Scarborough. 2 things: it's a proper cricket ground, traditional cricket ground, and it's always a good game as well between Surrey and Yorkshire here. And I'm expecting exactly the same. I think it'll be very interesting. The fact we're using the Kookaburra as well, I'm sure that will have a say in what happens in proceedings. But yeah, lovely to be back, and as I say, it's a super place to watch cricket over 4 days.
So first things first, as Churchy says, Kookaburra ball. It is the final round, I think. No, it's not. It's the third round of 4 with the Kookaburra. Next week will be the same here against Sussex as well. Groundsman John Dodds tells me he's left 5 millimetres of grass out there, and it does look a pretty white strip compared to what we've seen in the year or two gone by at Scarbados. Hoping to get a full 4 days out of this one. Yorkshire won the toss and decided that they would bat first, which could be tricky because looking at the ground from the commentary box here, and I was down here around about 24 hours ago as well, the outfield looks fairly dark and heavy, which tells you there's been some moisture, and John Dodds himself said that there's been quite a lot of rain over the last 4 or 5 days in the build-up to this game. So I think the most difficult part with bat in hand could be this opening session, as is often the case here, as umpires Nigel Long and Russell Warren walk out onto the field of play. James Whittaker's the match referee, and the teams, well, Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean will open the batting for Yorkshire. James Wharton, Will Luxton, Johnny Bairstow skippering and keeping wicket with an asterisk next to his name, which I'll give you more on in a moment. Matthew Revis, Jordan Thompson, Will Sutherland, Don Bess, Ben Code and Jack White make up the starting 11 as we welcome listeners from 5 Sports Extra. And then for Surrey, Rory Burns, of course, skippering, Dom Sibley, Ryan Patel, Will Jacks, Dan Lawrence, Josh Blake keeping wicket, Jamie Overton, Jordan Clark, Psyche Shaw, Matthew Fisher as mentioned, and Dan Worrell. It's a very strong Surrey side as we fully expected. The asterisk against Johnny Bairstow's name being that his partner is due to give birth any time now. So there was some doubt as to whether he would be available to play in this match. Well, the happy event hasn't yet occurred, and so I think I was as surprised as most when he was there making the toss this morning. I've checked with umpire Russell Warren on what the rulings are if he has to leave the match, because bearing in mind for other events such as being involved in an England squad, Sam Cook would have been able to play over at York for Essex against Yorkshire a few weeks ago if he'd have been released halfway through the match by England. But this, a berth, it's your own choice if you want to go to it or not. Rules is rules, that's what they're saying. So if Johnny does leave the match, he can be replaced by a substitute fielder who would not be able to bat. That fielder can be anybody, so the obvious choice will be Harry Duke to keep wicket, and that's, I think, the way things will go if Johnny has to leave the match. So we've cleared all that one up before we start, and we're going to see the first ball in a moment from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Surprise, surprise, Dan Worrell to bowl it, Churchy.
Yep, indeed. He's got 3 slips in there and a gully, and a backward point, a wideish mid-off. The captain, Rory Burns, the mid-on. Psyche Shaw, who I am looking forward to having a watch of him bowling. A bit later on today, left arm spinner of course, and then there'll be a long leg. So here we are, first ball of the day. Adam Lyth on strike to Worrell, and Lyth drives. He's not completely in control of that, but it'll be a boundary I think off the first ball, just past Dan Lawrence at backward point. And a very nice start for Adam Lyth, who loves batting here because he knows this place so well. And I was saying that I don't think I've ever not seen him score runs here at Scarborough, and I think the key thing is he knows all the angles, he knows this place so well, and that's a very nice start. And Yorkshire winning the toss, batting first this morning. Sun's come out now, 4 without loss after that first delivery from Dan Worrell, who comes over the wicket once again to Lyth, letting that one go, and there's nice bounce and carry into the gloves of Josh Blake, moving away to his right hand side.
Yeah, he obviously he's got a good record here. He doesn't always score runs because that's cricket, but I think what he does have, Churchy, you've been here for enough games now, is that ability to maybe just read the bounce and the pace of the pitch generally a little bit more readily than one or two others who take a bit of time to get into that.
But his family are sort of ensconced in Scarborough cricket, aren't they? As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and driving is Lyth. That's a lovely shot. Slightly over pitch from Dan Worrell, just seeing what's there. And Lyth just leant on that, and that has whistled off through the covers, off towards the benches, away to our left-hand side. Second boundary of the day, and Yorkshire 8 without loss.
Yeah, and I think that's a 4 on any ground, isn't it? It doesn't matter about Scarborough. It's just up there in the slot and just push through it. Don't get it too hard, which is what he did.
Adam Lyth. Nice start for him this morning. Couple of boundaries as Worrell's into and goes back of a length, left alone by Lyth.
And that is the difference, isn't it? That maybe bounces just ever so slightly differently to most pitches, and he knows he can leave those on length. If you remember the game that Surrey won here, whenever that was, a couple of years back, Jamie Overton, the first innings, he struggled to find that Scarborough length, but then second innings, he was different gravy, wasn't he?
Yeah, he took 6 for bowling from that Trafalgar Square end. As in over the wicket comes... Oh, Worrell, shout for LBW outside the line, I would have thought, Adam Lyth.
Maybe.
Just getting that to come back, and height might have been an issue on here as well.
I think probably the latter as much as anything.
Thank you, DT, for that. Dave Townsend's... I haven't really seen any of that because Dave Townsend put his hand in front of my face to show that it was too high. Yes. As Lyth goes for a little bit of a wander and settles himself down over his bat once more as Worrell comes over the wicket to Lyth, and Lyth lets this one go outside his off stump and into the gloves of Blake. End of the first over this morning then. Yorkshire winning the toss, having a bat, couple of boundaries for Adam Lyth, and Yorkshire are 8 without loss. Yeah, I'd have been interested to know what Surrey would have done had they won the toss this morning. I think they probably would have had a bat as well. I think. Of course, the last time they played, they got 800 and something. And Dom Sibley got 300, but yeah, not a lot happened in that game with the ball anyway.
One or two good-natured boos, as Matthew Fisher has announced. From the Peace-Home Park end, this is the end where he probably bowled as good a spell as I've ever seen him bowl for Yorkshire in red ball cricket. In a win against Somerset inside a couple of days a few years ago, and he's in, right arm over the wicket first up. To Finlay Bean, who gets an easy leave first of all. Cordon-wise, well, there are 3 men within, first and second slip, and yeah, he's gone into third. To Matthew Fisher, it looks like Rory Burns, I think, at third.
I think it's Will Jacks
is it?
at
Okay.
third. Burns, as always, is under his white floppy sun hat.
My apologies.
Stood up there at mid-off, I think.
Who are first and second?
I think that's Big Jamie Overton at first, and it's normally Sibley at second.
In comes Fisher, hoping that he can create a chance maybe that can go to one of their hands, but not. on that occasion wide of off stump. You can get in touch on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, which is our latest email address. You know my Twitter handle. You're welcome to message me on that, or at bbcwys if you prefer. Fisher. Beautiful sunny Scarborough morning. Is getting Finley Bean to play for the first time. That's pushed out square on the offside, and there is no run. So George Hill hasn't made it into the team today. He's had a little issue with a bruised heel over the last few weeks, and having spoken to Anthony McGrath yesterday morning, it looked like he might be playing today, so I'm guessing maybe it's just a let's make absolutely sure before he's right. I'm not sure. I haven't got a definitive on that this morning. So Fisher's bowling again to Bean, who just lifts that slightly off his legs. Fielded by Kishore, mid-wicket, and there is no run. The other thing to mention, Adam Lyth has missed the last few T20 matches just to make sure he was right for this. He's just carried a little bit of a calf strain at the back end of that win against Essex at York. Well, as you know, Churchy and DT, I mean, I wouldn't know because I'm so young, but it takes a little bit more to shake these things off as you get older. Good delivery from Fisher here, which I think strikes the Finley Bean thigh pad. He's not doubled over, so it can't have been the box. And that's dropped out into the offside.
Well, he's getting a little bit of movement. Matthew Fisher. So a little bit back in towards the two left-handers. As I say, with Sai Kishore, anybody who's thinking who is Sai Kishore, you will have seen him play in the IPL. He's got a lot of hair and wears a headband. So he's quite a recognisable figure, and he's very tall. Very tall.
Fisher in. Kishore's going to come into play here. That's a lovely shot by Finley Bean, just turned off his legs, and Kishore trying to chase it down, probably will reel it in. Yep, does so. He'll get back for a comfortable 3. So Bean off the mark, and this, of course, the scene of that record first-class partnership on the ground between Lyth and Bean in the match against Gloucestershire here last year. 307, I think I'm right in saying. Which was a bit of a surprise. I mean, great to break a record and all that, but when you think about all the great players, because they've all played here, that nobody in a previous first-class match had opened and made more than 285, I think it was previously, something like that. Percy Holmes, but Sutcliffe or somebody, I can't remember exactly now. Not got the record in front of me, but they beat a couple of big names.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that is a surprise. As Bean comes on to strike for the first time here to Dan Worrell. 3 slips again in there. Overton, Jack Sibley. Lawrence is at backward point. They've got a leg slip in. It's more of a leg gully, really. Ryan Patel. As over the wicket comes Worrell then, and that's left alone by Bean outside his off stump. Taken by Josh Blake away to his left-hand side. So yeah, from a Surrey perspective coming here, Sam Curran's been rested for this game, but I'm pretty sure he'll be available for Durham next week. Nathan Smith's gone back to New Zealand, but he will be back because New Zealand are international action at the moment. As Bean settles himself down over his bat once more. Over the wicket goes Worrell, and this one's left alone again outside the off stump by Bean, and again there's nice bounce and carry into the gloves of Blake away to his left-hand side.
Yeah, because there are a few. Smith played obviously in the win against Yorkshire at the Oval. Tom Laws, of course.
Well, he's gone off to play for the FCCC 11 alongside Ollie Sykes down at Beckenham. So I didn't know anything about this, but yes.
Jaffa
anyway.
Chauhan, I think, involved in that as well. I think Will Luxton was yesterday.
But he's come back, quite rightly. As forward goes the left-handed Bean and plays this one solidly. Back up the pitch, and Worrell does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. So yes, they're off performing for the FCCC 11 against Pakistan A down at Beckenham. Messrs Laws and Sykes. And Nathan Smith's gone back to New Zealand. And Ben Folkes, well, he's got a bit of a back problem at the moment. Having come back, had to for the T20, one T20 game. As in over the wicket comes Worrell. And Bean is forward. Plays this one off the stumps down into the leg side. Kishore is round to do the fielding. And there is no run because Laurie Evans hurt his finger keeping wicket. He had to go off. Dan Lawrence came on and did the rest of that game. Then Ben Folkes came in for the next T20 game. Unfortunately, his back went and Dan Lawrence ended up having to keep in that game as well. So no Ben Folkes, but of course Josh Blake had the gloves in the last game, the draw against Durham. So he's got the gloves again for this one as Josh Blake. As Worrell, over the wicket he goes. Bean lets this one go that just comes back a touch. But again, with the bounce and carry, you're happy just to let that go if you're Bean. Kishore's getting warmed up already. Wouldn't surprise me. They want him to have a ball that's hard. Sorry, Kishore.
And with the talk, Churchy, of these Kookaburra balls getting softer even more quickly than the ones that they play with in Test cricket, if that's to be believed, then with moisture around, that's only going to kind of, exacerbate that, isn't it, really?
Worrell in once again. And left alone once more by Bean outside his off stump. So maiden over from down Worrell. 3 gone here on Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and app. Opening day here at Scarborough. Yorkshire winning the toss and are 11 without loss. Although the Dukes balls are having a struggle at the moment. They really are. Well, did England change it 5 times in the last test? And I saw a very interesting interview with the head of Dukes balls, and he said there's only one tanner now. There's only one tanner who can do the balls. But it just sounds like it's a bad batch. And he said it sort of goes back to COVID as well. That, they weren't making them, and there's only one sort of qualified tanner to do the cricket balls.
All right. Matthew Fisher just making an adjustment to his gully. Probably backward point. It was walking in as Lyth leaves the first ball of the over. So just back to the teams again. I think I can spot a few 4 or 5 changes, is it, from the side that beat Yorkshire at the Oval. So Curtis Patterson, who made his debut in that match, not here. Jason Roy, of course, played in that match, not present either. You mentioned Ben Folkes, Tom Laws and Nathan Smith we've already mentioned. So it just shows you the strength in depth that the champions have when they can still, you look at the side on paper here and you just think, yeah, very strong side again. As that one is thrown up wide of off stump. Matthew Fisher should be able to settle into a Scarborough length more quickly than his teammates, you would think. He's bowled here plenty of times now.
The one addition that I've not seen before is this huge painting of Johnny Bairstow.
Have we not?
No, that wasn't here the last time I was here.
Maybe it was just last season it was up for then, but it's been up for, it feels like, quite a long time. Yeah, they sacked the painter as in comes Fisher. It's short of length and run out to point by Adam Lyth. There is no run. The other thing to mention, by the way, I said I'd spoken to groundsman John Dodds. He said, forecast-wise, his words were, it looks like we might get away with it today.
Oh, good. Excellent.
He said it's likely to be cloudy for much of the day, but it looks like we might get away without
just showing that
serious rain.
That painted Johnny Bairstow. Yeah. And it's for a holiday apartments, which has got a hot tub. Very nice.
Kind of might scare off people though, when you think, oh, good delivery from Matthew Fisher this time. Best ball of the day so far. Not so far away from top of off stump, and Adam Lyth was forced to just offer a little push at that. Those who can see it, let's see it again. Yeah, just a bit of nip away. And there's no question, Adam probably say I was playing deliberately inside the line of that. We can argue the point. Certainly looked interested in it. 11 without loss. He's on 8, and the other 3 to Finlay Bean. It's an okay crowd in first day as Fisher's in again. Oh, Lyth does have a play at this one wide of off stump. Stretching for that one really as well. Curious that he went after it at this stage, but he did.
He's just been tempted by that, hasn't he? Fisher just pushed it a bit wider to him. Went after it, and you could see he was annoyed with himself, Adam Lyth, for having a drive at that one. What I would say is, I know what the painting is of. It's of Johnny Bairstow's 100 against New Zealand, because that was his celebration for England with his 100. So it's a very good from this distance, but it's a bit scary.
It is, isn't it? That's wide of off stump, well wide of off stump, in fact. A bit of extra bounce and carry notice, but no danger to the batter. End of the fourth, and it's 11 without loss.
Yeah, interesting over that from Matt Fisher. Just getting one to go away enough and beat the outside edge of Adam Lyth's bat, and then pushing one a bit wider that he went after. Everybody in their sunglasses and hats today. I'm not sure whether you need the sunglasses at the moment. Did this morning, it was glorious early this morning. And I had a little stroll by the seafront, and the sun was beating down this morning. And here is Worrell then, coming in over the wicket to Finley Bean, and Bean's letting this one go outside his off stump. And Bean just starts scuffing some turf away, but still lots of spectators making their way in. Got the benches to sit on and all the stands. It's a fantastic place to watch cricket. It really is, Scarborough. I always say this, I remember coming here with my dad on a holiday. And we didn't come to Scarborough on holiday, but one of our days out was to come here and watch some Championship cricket and sit on the benches. As over the wicket goes Worrell, and that's left alone by Bean. Just beginning to hone in. Now is down Worrell. 11 without loss, Yorkshire, winning the toss and batting first this morning. And I strolled past here last night, probably about 6 o'clock, and there were a few spectators in last night, having a sit on the benches and a look at the ground. Lovely it was. Worrell's going to switch to around the wicket now to Bean. So we've seen him coming over the wicket to the left-hander. He's now going to switch to around the wicket to Finley Bean. Bean with 3 to his name as Worrell. Around the wicket he goes. Oh, now that one, back of a length, just bounces at Bean. Played it well. Came back at him on the angle. Just pushes it out towards cover point, and there's no run. The big marquee away to our right-hand side, where I think that's where the great and good go, isn't it? That big marquee away to our right.
That's
Yeah, that's where the great and good go.
The refined.
Yes. Dave Townsend. Is he allowed?
He's the resigned. He's not allowed in there.
I'm not sure he's allowed in there, but lots of shirts, ties, and jackets there at the big marquee. As around the wicket again goes Worrell. Forward comes Bean, pushes this one up the ground. Across comes Rory Burns, the captain, to do the fielding. And then there's... we'll get on to that later. It's
definitely not for morning session, I don't think, that church. It's got to be afternoon.
Yeah, it might be when we come off air. There's a sort of terracing as well, isn't there? Away to the right of the marquee for people to sit and watch. As Bean settles himself down over his bat once more. Around the wicket goes Worrell. That's a good length from down Worrell. Just has been not fully forward, and that squirts away into the offside and is picked up by Rory Burns. The tea room as well, down there in the distance. So, as I say, it's a wonderful place to come and watch cricket. The old pavilion as well, away to our left-hand side. Wherever you sit in the ground, you've got a terrific view of the action, and you feel pretty close to it as well as Worrell in. And that hits Bean on the thigh guard as he gets across his stumps and rolls down into the leg side. So 3 maidens now from Surrey. And Yorkshire 11 without loss. 3 to Finley Bean, 8 to Adam Lyth. Lots of catering as well around the ground. And then, of course, there's the shop selling hats and replica shirts. And I think wherever you stay in Scarborough, the lovely thing is you can walk to the ground. So you can always get back to wherever you're staying with a walk. Might pop in a local hostelry on the way, perhaps.
Yep, Fisher in and bowling, and that's turned down to final leg by Lythe, and they get a single. Yes, on the local hostelry point, there is only one local hostelry in Scarborough, according to our learned colleague behind you, and that is the North Riding across the road. But other hostelries are available.
Oh, they are. There's a lot of them. You should change it up a bit, Dave Townsend. Try somewhere. Go do something different, Dave Townsend. Live a bit.
Well, without losses, Fisher bowls, edged and dropped. It's gone down by third slip. It was one of those. It was travelling and should have been caught, but it was one of those, if anything, where you don't know whether to go fingers pointy up, hands cupped. And it was Dom Sibley who's put it down.
It's an awkward height, but he'll feel he should have caught it. Finley Bean's gone hard at it. Again, it's good bowling from Fisher. It's that tempting length and line, and he's gone hard at it. I thought he had it, actually, but it's sort of hands up.
Here comes Fisher again, and this time played to mid-on by Finley Bean. Comfortably, fuller delivery, no run.
Yeah, chest high with his hands cupped upward. I thought he had it, and then it's just popped out, knocked him over as well. But it's a good bit of bowling from Fisher. Cracking length. Bean tempted, driving fully at it, and down it goes. So it's a life for Bean on 3.
Fisher making his way in again then. Well, this one wide of off stump, and again it's on the rise as it goes by. Russell Warren and Nigel Long are the two umpires that I mentioned. It's Russ Warren who's got his back to us at this Peasholm Park, and he's just had a walk down after Matthew Fisher had delivered that ball. Having a look at the bowlers follow through. Those Yorkshire supporters listening or viewing might remember at Trent Bridge a few weeks ago, Russ was one of the two officials there alongside, well, Yorkshire's umpire has become this year, Steve O'Shaughnessy, who seems to follow the county around wherever. Unusual that he's absent here. That's down the leg side from Fisher and missed by Bean, no run. But I asked Russ, say those who watched or listened to that broadcast might remember Dylan Pennington was penalised 5 runs for trying to throw the stumps down, to throw the wicket down at the striker's end off his own bowling, and there was a bit of a brouhaha about it. So I just said to Russ, what was going on with all that? Can you explain? And he said it's just the intent of picking the ball up and throwing it when the batter is not attempting to take a run. As Finley Bean drives pleasantly to Rory Burns at mid-off to complete that over with another dot, 12 without loss. So any time we get those incidents, folks, it's just the intent of picking the ball up. If a batter is not attempting to take a run, then it's really a case of why do you need to bother? Now, Russ was saying, not all umpires agree with it, but that they're bound by the letter of the law. I
don't think any of them do.
We don't make the laws, but we've just got to uphold them.
I don't think any of them do.
So this particular throw, they called the Furore, Churchy, was because he threw it, but it missed whoever the Yorkshire batter was by a yard at the striker's end, and he said it's not to do with how close it gets to him. It's more about the intent.
My only thing with that is they're under the pump from the ECB as well to get it right. They've been told. Let them use a bit of common sense. They all know cricket. Really and truly, it's an absolute nonsense. But they're under the pump to do the right thing. As Worrell is in, that's what Bob bangs it in. First one he's really banged in at Lythe, and he's kept it down. Adam Lythe wasn't in the perfect position to play that. Got him hopping a touch.
Yeah, he played it pretty well, didn't he? It's a good first attempt at a short ball, and that might have a few people in trouble. It's climbed on him, hasn't it? That?
Yeah, he has. It did make life awkward for Lythe. Kept it down. It wasn't that short, but it did get big on Adam Lythe. Although there's always pace and bounce here at Scarborough, especially down the hill. As in over the wicket goes Worrell, that's well left by Adam Lythe. Gets his bat and gloves high in the air. I remember watching Matt Pillans in I think it was a one-day game here, bowling the speed of light down that hill. So yes, and then of course we had Shannon Gabriel, didn't we? When was that? 2022, and he bowled quick, but he kept bowling no balls. I seem to remember.
I think he's still bowling that over now that he started in 2022.
I felt for him really, but he bowled very quick. As over the wicket once again goes Worrell. This is turned off his hip by Adam Lythe. Down towards Matt Fisher at long leg, and they will pick up a single. Lythe moves on to 10, 13 without loss. That was a terrific game of cricket. And I remember it was Aaron Hardy and Ben Foakes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Played really calmly to get Surrey over the line. And then Aaron Hardy, of course, that was his one game, and I think Surrey always thought we want him back, and then he got picked by Australia in all the one-day stuff. So mighty talented cricketer. But yeah, that was a good game. 2019, of course, Yorkshire beating Surrey here. Surrey winning in 2018, I remember. As around the wicket goes Worrell, and this is cracked off the back foot by Beam, but very well fielded by Dan Lawrence, diving away to his left-hand side.
Yeah, the 2019 Yorkshire win, that was the one 10 balls from the end of the final
really
day,
dramatic end as well,
where
wasn't
Bats
it?
got a bit in a pickle against the Dwan. Ollie Fair delivered in, and Adam Lythe took the catch.
That's right, and it was another one that sort of went right down to the wire. So they're always good games here. They're always good games at Scarborough. As Worrell, around the wicket he goes, and forward goes Bean, plays this one solidly. Out into the offside, Rory Burns in his white floppy sun hat. Comes round to his right to do the fielding. I think the captain's probably happy to be back playing cricket because he's not been playing the T20s, and then of course all the domestic stuff comes into play. To put in a new bathroom and do some tiling and things like that. I don't know, but I think probably getting a bit of a break now. As around the wicket again goes Worrell, and Bean now plays that off his hip with a leg gully, and it was uppish, and you heard the cry of catch it. Ryan Patel's in that leg gully position, and it's gone away for 4, but it was in the air a long time, and you probably heard the cry of catch it. But Bean picks up a boundary, he moves on to 7, and Yorkshire at the end of the over 17 without loss.
Yeah, there was a match in particular at the start of last season down at Sussex where Finlay Bean was targeted, Ollie Robinson bowling down the incline towards the con box, and they set that fielder, and he hit the first one straight to it, and he was dropped, and he hit another one there and was dropped again as Fisher is in, and Lythe pushes that into the covers, no run. And almost in a fit of pique after he'd seen 2 chances go down having set the trap, Ollie Robinson just took the man out as if to say, well, if you're not going to catch it, I'll put you somewhere else then.
Yeah.
He did, and so, he'll play the shot, Will Finlay. He's obviously, it's to him, isn't it, really, to try and get control and get over the top of it, and doesn't always do that, but it does bring him runs as well when he plays it. So it's one of those strength and weakness type areas. 17 without loss, Matthew Fisher bowling to Adam Lythe, who's wide of off stump and leaving.
Yeah, and the other thing is it obviously gets round the game very, very quickly if there is a weakness there with all the live streaming and clips and all that good stuff. If there is a weakness, other sides find out about it very, very quickly. But as you say, it brings him a lot of runs as well. And fair enough, that one's flown away for 4, so no harm done. It was in the air a long time.
Yep. Pushing off again up the incline from the P-zone park end. That's a bit tighter towards off stump and more like the sort of areas Matthew Fisher wants to be hitting. But again, Adam Lythe, knowing this place so well, knows he can leave that fairly comfortably on length. It's probably 3-4 inches maybe over the top, where some players who don't know it that well might be tempted to put the wood in the way.
Yeah, it's a terrific leave. It really is. from Adam Live. I'm boring, but I enjoy watching top-class players leave cricket balls alone. His judgment is just perfection there, letting that one go.
Showing again, that's an easier leave, wide of off stump. We might have even recognised that was a leave, Churchy. And again, a dot, so still 17 without loss. There are probably about, half full, just about, is the west stand away to our right. The back of the covers and all the ground equipment. There is a lining of spectators in the deck chairs down there. The posh coffee tents in action again this year, and the ice cream down there. Tea room balcony looks to be fairly well populated. Fisher makes his way in again, and that's driven firmly by Live this time through the covers for a boundary. Lovely shot.
Yeah, and this time foot right to the pitch of the ball from Adam Live, driving that one handsomely away for 4 more. The other thing I was delighted to see was that the posters are still up of a small child being carried away by a seagull, saying "Do not feed the seagull." It's one of the more terrifying posters I've ever seen. They're still around the place.
I did once get terrified by a seagull on the main beach in Scarborough a few years ago. You know, we're sitting down there with a bit of lunch, and it's not a great experience when they swoop down and have a pop at it, I've got to say.
This poster's absolutely terrifying.
Fisher in again. Yorker attempt, and a good one at that, and dug out by Adam Live to complete that over at 21 without loss. We're going to have a change in the box because DT is making his way in for the first time today, and Churchy gets a breather, and a chance for me to just update you with what's going on early elsewhere. So half an hour into day 1 of 4, the Division 1 scores: Nottinghamshire 11-4-1 after half a dozen overs against Hampshire, who won the toss down at Southampton and put Notts in. There's a delay to the start of play at Taunton. That's the match between Durham and Somerset. Worcestershire, the Bears against the Pears match taking place at Edgbaston, and it's the Pears who won the toss and decided to bat 22 without loss after 7. As Dan Worrell down the incline.
Yeah, Worrell comes in bowls down the leg side, so he's working away on Finley Bean's hit, trying to get that catch to leg going. Carry on, Doidgy.
At Hove, Sussex-Essex. Essex won the toss and decided to bowl. Sussex 23 without loss in the 7th. In Division 2, well, you can hear the top of the table clash between Derbyshire and Leicestershire at Derby on Sports Extra 3. We hope you don't leave us, but that is available. And Leicestershire 25 for 2 after 6 overs there, having decided to bat first on winning the toss.
Next delivery just short of a length, turned into the onside by Bean, no run.
Other scores from Div 2, Lancashire against Gloucestershire is taking place at Cheltenham, and the Lankeys won the toss and are 23 without loss, batting first there. Middlesex 7 without loss, a bit of a grind early on for your boys DT against Northamptonshire. That's at Merchant Taylor's, 7 overs in. Northants put Middlesex into bat. Kent 26 without loss in the 8th against Glamorgan, who put them in to bat.
Worrell bowls, and that's through outside the off stump. Bean playing at that one, feeling for it a little bit, just on the line outside off stump, and through to keep it no run.
And you have us here on the BBC Sport website or app, or Sports Extra 2, and also listeners 5 to 5 Sports Extra with us at the moment, and you leave us at 12:45 for the women's one-day international. Commentary on this game will continue here on Sports Extra 2.
Well done, got through those well. Dan Worrell running down the hill towards us, bowls, and Bean covers up, pushes that into the offside. No run. Chance for me to say good morning to everybody, and lovely to be back here at Scarborough. Annual event for me, well, whenever I can get here. It's there's just something almost life-affirming about coming to Scarborough every year. It's well, I suppose it, especially when the sun's shining, and it's threatening to at the moment. Worrell round the wicket to the left-handed Bean. 3 slips go down, and he looks to There's a sort of swat at that one that's around head height. And again, no contact through to the keeper. So steady old start. Not a lot of wickets around the country again, Doidgy. You reading that list out? Another round of games that's been played with the different ball. Seems very strange to me. Worrell bowls and not a lot of movement on offer there. Pushed into the offside by Bean. That's the end of the over. Tidy. 21 for no wicket. 7 to Bean. 14 to Lythe. Not a lot of movement. We were yesterday when we popped in here to check the equipment, talking about how much rain there's been around in the last week or so, and it could be sweating a little bit out there. And I know the venerable Dodds was thinking, not quite sure how it was going to play. Something of a little gamble by Yorkshire to bat first, I think, this morning after winning the toss, but so far it's paying off.
Yeah, 36 minutes into the match as Lythe just pushes his hands gently at one, which is misfielded in the covers, and they've got through for a single. Richard Robinson, Yorkshire head groundsman at Headingley, and Gaz Milnthorpe just wandered by here for the day by the looks of things. Richard sporting a nice peach zip-up top. 22 without loss then. Bean on strike is on 7. Lythe's moved on to 15. And number 15 for Surrey, Matthew Fisher bowling at Bean, who leaves one wide of off stump for Josh Blake to take. So for those of you maybe couldn't get to join us from the start, just run through the two teams again while I can between deliveries. For Yorkshire, Adam Lythe, Finlay Bean, James Wharton, Will Luxton. Johnny Bairstow is playing against all odds, really. It felt like he wasn't going to be playing this. Matthew Revis, Jordan Thompson, Will Sutherland, Don Bess, Ben Code and Jack White. As Fisher makes his way in again. Turned through mid-wicket this time by Bean. It's being chased down from mid-on by Jordan Clark, who is going to get there to reel it in from the corner down by the foot of the pavilion, and they get 3. Surrey lining up Rory Burns skippering, Dom Sibley, Ryan Patel, Will Jacks, Dan Lawrence, Josh Blake keeping wicket, Jamie Overton, Jordan Clark, Saiki Shaw, Matthew Fisher and Dan Worrell. So strong looking lineup. Fisher then bowling again, wide of off stump, and Lythe once more leaving. And just to mention for those who missed it, so that the Willie Won't He Johnny Bairstow saga was really about the fact that his partner is expecting to give birth any day now, and so once you decide you are playing, it could have been a situation where they tossed up, Johnny was named on the sheet, they might not have even started the match, and he could have got a phone call to say it's time,
she's gone into labour.
Yeah, and he would have, as Lythe drives this time cleanly fielded at cover and there's no run, he would have had to go if he wanted to go, and therefore they couldn't have a sort of like-for-like full substitute. He just gives up his place in the side for however long he's away. If that's all 4 days, which you would expect, then that'll be the case. And so they're allowed a substitute just as they would be for an injury, but he won't be able to bat, so they could play Harry Duke as a substitute wicketkeeper if needs be, and he's here, but he wouldn't be able to bat. As Lythe drops this ball short of length into the mid-wicket region, and they stroll through for a single. So that's the news with regard to Johnny, and then the other news with regard to Imam Ul Haq, who of course was signed on the back of the fact that Ruturaj Gaikwad pulled out of his spell here for personal reasons. I think the club only found out about that late on Thursday. Then they had what a mad 24-hour period trying to find a replacement. They signed Imam Al-Haq, and he was here yesterday. I was here at the ground. He was practicing, so he is here. But because of visa reasons, he's unable to actually play in the match now.
New over from Worrell Bowles and Blythe forward, pushing that one firmly up to Burns at mid-off. Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, I'm not sure a flight from presumably from Pakistan, or a long distance flight anyway. One day a bit of practice here and then straight into a game. Is that enough preparation? He's not playing it now, but Worrell Bowles, and that's pushed backward a point, no run. When you've got somebody like Will Luxton, who's been here all summer, he's acclimatised, he won't have that little bit of jet lag sort of fog around in his head. Whether that wouldn't have been the best for this game anyway, and then to give him out the week to just get himself into kilter. Can you be in kilter? I suppose you can be out of kilter, you can be in kilter. Just get himself sorted, get himself settled, and then turn up next week against Sussex, which is presumably what will happen now. So Worrell changing his field around for Lythe. Got a man back now. Does this mean he's going to try a little bit of short stuff? Comes into Lythe, Bowles, and Lythe's a bit too canny for that. Good length ball on off stump, pushed into the offside. Any kidology going on there. That was it didn't happen. And I wonder whether Johnny Bairstow's situation had a very small impact on deciding to bat first, that he would actually be okay today. Worrell Bowles, and that's short and over the head, would have been a quarter one day wide. It's actually been called a wide. So there we go. That one's the short ball to Lythe, because you would presume that Bairstow will get to bat today if we have 4 days. 4 days play.
Nigel Long doesn't like it short. Sorry, get me caught.
Oh dear, he's all weak, folks. And he does Truman impersonations. Worrell Bowles, and Lythe has got a thickish edge. He's found the gap between third slip and gully. That one's way down to the pavilion. Pops up and where the members sit in front of the dressing rooms down there, and it's 4 runs.
Things that our listeners never see. On the back of that horrendous attempt at humour, our colleague Kevin Howells offered me some tablets. They said cyanide on.
Worrell again. Slightly angled approach, Bowles, and Lythe, who's so good at that at Scarborough, picks the length early. If it's short, he's going to let it pass. Certainly in the first hour or so. That's why he's scored so many runs here. He just picks that ball, leaves it on length. That might have been what, about fourth stump line or something.
There's a gent in front. He's only half a dozen rows in front here, who's tucking into the very nice currant tea cake, currant bun type thing with icing on the top. It's all squidgy and squashy as he's trying to eat it.
Worrell Bowles, and up on his toes, Lythe plays that down into the gully. No, that's one of the joys, and they go back in the day, Deutsche, when you went to all those famous games of cricket that you've seen and all those great moments. Certainly when you were a kid, your mum's done you some sandwiches probably, and you've eaten them before sort of 11 or something.
Yeah.
So they're supposed to be for your lunch.
Yeah, I think I had an ice bun in my hand when Sobers got to 365. When Hutton got to 364, I think it was a vanilla slice. Yeah.
Sobers 365, I think, was 1955, if I remember right. Just been talking about that recently with, of course, Mulder getting all those runs against Zimbabwe.
Jamie Overton in and right arm round the wicket for the first time in the match, bowling to Finlay Bean. That one is just dropped at Finlay's feet, and there is no run. As I mentioned, you can get in touch. Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It's no good me suggesting you can and then not looking for some correspondence, so let's have a look at that. So Jamie turns at the end of his run then. As I mentioned, took a while to get used to the length here. The last time the teams met in a 4-day match on the ground, that was a better delivery than some of those he put up in the Yorkshire first innings in that match. Finlay Bean defended. If you remember, he was kind of playing the pantomime baddie during that game, and I can particularly remember him bowling from the other end, the Trafalgar Square end, and lingering in his follow-through, so much so that it was almost Steve Kirby-esque, for those who remember Steve, almost shaking hands with the Yorkshire batters when he got to the other end of his follow-through. Nicely played here by Finlay Bean. That'll be shot of the morning from him, just short of length, but he climbs with that bit of extra bounce from Scarborough and that bit of extra height from Overton, and he's always cut and pulled well, Finlay Bean. It was a lovely cut shot for 4.
Yeah, he played well, didn't he? He got on top of it and timed it nicely, found the gap. So, score moving along. 5 for no wicket.
In comes Overton again. It's wide of off stump and an easy leave this time for Finlay. And
he was a character, Steve Kirby, wasn't he?
He was. Yeah, I remember well that 2001 championship winning match here when he was doing that bit of a snarl. But more games besides. Standing on the top side there, up by the entrance point. Overton comes in again. Oh, good delivery this time, and that's a good start from Jamie Overton, getting one of those right. First over, Bean playing inside the line, but it was on the rise as it went past him.
Was it my imagination, or didn't he get fined and suspended for rubbing the ball on the concrete when he'd gone to chase it at one point? Steve Kirby.
Can't remember that.
Both of them are looking confused.
Overton in, that's Fuller, and just pushed out into the covers, no run.
To be fair though, Howes always looks confused, doesn't he? But no, that one's confused you as well.
Eric in Knights.
Remember that? I don't think it happened, did it? Was it?
Eric in Knightswood up in Glasgow. Good morning to you. It says good morning from a Glasgow born and bred cricket and Surrey lover. Unusually, fearing it's a Southampton weather v Scarborough weather issue during the next few days. Happy to take draws in both matches. Notts, Hampshire, of course, down at Southampton. So he's happy to take draws in both matches and stay top of the table. Thanks, Eric, as Jordan Clark comes on for the first time today from the Trafalgar Square end. And good morning to you, Dom McMullen, as well, who's tuned in on the stream. Good to hear from you.
Our good friend Lily's here as well. She was a bit late in. I was surprised they had to wait till Lily arrived before they started. I think she missed the first 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah, it is good to see Lily, and she's been messaging us to say that she's had a difficult time recently and the loss of her dad. So good to see that you're back at a place where you enjoy life, Lily. And I hope you're okay.
Jordan Clark starts his spell then with the ball down the leg side. Here we go. 2005 it was. Gloucestershire seamer Steve Kirby escaped with a suspended sentence after being found guilty of ball tampering. It was an unusual case. Clark Bowles, that's on the leg stump, played to mid-wicket and no run. It was the same month that Surrey were docked 8 points for one of their players tampering with the ball as well. I'm sure Surrey fans listening will remember that. But as Kirby's, he sort of followed the ball in here we go, a 6 hit by David Hemp, so presumably Glamorgan. But he was spotted from the home dressing room. Oh, I love stories like this. Clark Bowles, and that's driven nicely through past mid-wicket. Chase out there is going to be a couple of runs. So that moves Lythe on to 22. So the home dressing room drew attention to the ball. The umpires, John Hampshire and Nigel Cowley. He couldn't determine whether the damage was caused deliberately or by it bouncing on the concrete, but I think we know what the home side saw.
Gareth Batty just having a wander. We should try and get bats up for a little spell, I think, Churchy, during the 4 days. He'll come up.
Clark Bowles there, and that's turned down to mid-wicket. No run to be had. How did we get on to Steve Kirby? Looks like his brother sitting out there with the tam o' shanty on and the ginger hair out the back. Family stand, no alcohol allowed in there.
Yeah, Ock either no, as far as alcohol's concerned. Ock either no, as far as alcohol's concerned.
Oh, okay. Clark Bowles and Lythe. Covers up.
That's 2-0 today.
I think we'll be looking for a suspended sentence for you shortly, Dodgy, from one of those rafters up there somewhere.
Kev's just offered me something stronger than cyanide this time. He'll be bringing red and yellow cards himself soon, I think, to his broadcast with us. One more and you're off, Deutsch.
Here's Clark bowling, and that's pushed firmly into the offside. No run to be had there, so not a lot of joy for any of these 4 bowlers used yet. You always reckon, don't you, Scarborough win the toss and bat, but there must have been just that little bit of probably actually more than a little bit of doubt there this morning after the rain that's been around, a little bit of moisture. But what were you saying? How it's been cut fairly short? Was it 5 millimetres?
Not a lot of difference, is there? Yes, 5 millimetres, according to the groundsman.
Well, 5, yeah. Which is half a centimetre, isn't it, in old money? Or in new money, rather. I don't know. Jamie Overton.
It runs past Russ Warren, over the wicket this time to Finlay Bean. He's changed the angle of attack, and Bean gets that one around the thigh pad and drops into the leg side, no run. If you are of a Division 2 Leicestershire-Derbyshire persuasion, you can hear ball-by-ball commentary from that match taking place at Derby with doubtless Fletch and Richard Ray and maybe others besides on Sports Extra 3. Throughout that match, I'm getting a thumbs up. 41 for 2 at the moment. Leicestershire down there, having won the toss, as Finlay Bean plays a ball short of length out into the covers, and there is no run. There's many things I love about coming here, DT, but that, it's great to come here the day before to set up, and there's that feeling of anticipation about what might occur over the next 4 days. The practice session going on, few people around, and I love being here on the morning when you get here early, and then you see the build-up of the spectators over that period of an hour, 90 minutes before the start of play. Short ball, Overton cut by Bean down towards the marquee boundary, 1 run.
Yeah, well, strangely enough, we've always had our regular 3 spectators who always sat in front of the box for years, haven't they? And they're not there today. Not quite sure what that's about. Well, that's
Probably they got sick of your sense of humour and decided to go sit somewhere else around the ground. Overton turns, making his way in from this Peasholm Park end of the ground then. Surrey in search of a first wicket. They'll not get it from this delivery. Slanted across Lythe and just played with an open face down to the sweeper. Take the easy singles while you can, I guess, and just continue to build. 39 without loss.
The temperature's just dropped a little bit, hasn't it, in the last 5 or 10 minutes, which often means might be getting a bit of rain. There's a mucky grey cloud up there. But it doesn't, daft thing to say, I know, but it doesn't feel as though it's about to rain.
Oh, now then, one or two spectators backing up your theory about the temperature, because cardigans are beginning to go on as that slanted across. Finlay Bean well wide of his off stump, and Bean leaves. Of course, Finlay, he had his, well, I suppose you'd say, struggles in the first half of the season in terms of putting scores on the board. And then, what about that? 224 from 489 balls at the crease at Trent Bridge a couple of matches ago. You're always going to struggle to back up a 224, I guess. But what a great knock that was, as Overton's in and bounces Bean, who ducks underneath it quite comfortably. And again, there's no run. Finlay with 31 against Essex in the first innings.
A bit of rustling going on in the crowd, isn't there? Is it cardigans or coats? Or
yeah.
I think Churchy was indicating that maybe it's just sort of
an odd spot.
Mizzling, is that sort of local word for that? Callie used to use mizzle a lot, didn't he?
He did.
Back in the day. First mention of the great man this morning, I think, or did you, Churchy?
No.
Start with new over. That's driven wide of short extra cover by Lythe, who scampers through for a run. Our former colleague Dave Callaghan, who, believe it or not, it's been gone 7 years now. And where the time goes, I don't know. But during Scarborough, first match at Scarborough, we always have the Callie Memorial Fish and Chip Night. It's on the third night, third day this year, or third evening. Next ball is turned up to mid-on by Bean from Clark bowling around the wicket. What do you reckon? Are we going to get a bit more of this, or is it just going to blow over?
Well, I think anything rain-wise that comes sounds like it's going to be less effective in bringing an end to play than the forecast yesterday was for today, which looked like it might be 3-4 o'clock. There might be nothing else played after that point.
Clark bowls again, and that ball's hit in the air. He mistimed that up towards mid-off, and there was a bit of excitement for a minute. It was never going to carry to the Surrey skipper up there, and he took a bobble and went past him. It did him, and they got a single, which the shot really did not deserve a single, did it?
That was definitely a deflection off the wall, wasn't it, in a football match?
Or hitting a divot or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler.
He's a funny one, isn't he? Clark bowls. That's dug out by Lythe. Yorker length, but outside off somewhere.
Jordan Clark, he's a Herculean figure, isn't he, to look at him. He's a fine physical specimen, fine cricketer as well. Saw him with presumably his other half and a couple of kids, I think. Well, it might have been one, I can't remember, Jordan. But yesterday, walking around the town, bit of family time. Often you'll get opposing teams bringing families along.
That's in the air, hooked away, and misfield down there by Matthew Fisher, and that's gone for 4. Fisher coming in interested in the chance. It was a short ball. Lythe's hooked it in the air. There's excitement, and if we look at the bowler, on the replay there, you can see the disappointment that hasn't quite got to Fisher. He's did quite well to attempt to stop it afterwards, but it's just dribbled over the line. He's got a boundary.
We'll do the swap now while we can. I'll just take you through to the end of this over while Churchy gets back in situ. He didn't really deserve that, didn't Jordan Clark? It wasn't a delivery that deserved a boundary off it, but that's twice in the space of an over where the ball has diverted around, and we've also seen it bobbling around in the distance down by the pavilion as well. Churchy coming back in, and we'll pick things up here for Jamie Overton. Churchy, he's always astounded that I like to stay on the same side for any commentary I do anywhere. He doesn't agree with that, I can tell, but it's just my preferred, rather than carting the laptop around everywhere when I leave.
As Overton's in, and this one's pushed back up the pitch by Bean from back of a length. No, I'm sorry, I thought you weren't allowing me on with David Townsend, which is probably a very wise decision, to be fair, because I've had enough of him already. We haven't even been on air together yet, with these stories of his new shorts and forgetting his trousers, which is a frightening thing for anybody to think about. As in over the wicket goes Overton, shot from Bean, just driven straight down the ground for 4. It's a lovely shot from Finley. Bean's just leant on that, and it has raced down to the boundary rope for 4. Good bit of batting from Finley Bean. Yeah, lovely shot.
He played that one. He got up on his toes and played through the offside. I think those two are the shots of the morning. 1 or 2 umbrellas up. It's just sort of
a bit of a sprinkling.
It's a bit of a sprinkling.
Yes. As Overton over the wicket, he comes to the left-handed Bean. Bean's in behind this one. Plays it solidly back up the pitch. Interesting. Jamie Overton did his damage in the game here in 2022 from the other end, from the Trafalgar Road end, but I just wonder if they're getting him into the game here, because he did overstep the mark a few times coming down the slope, so they've got him sort of coming up the slope from his home park end of the ground. 2 slips and a gully now for Bean. Was dropped on 3 off Matt Fisher. He's driving again, and that's 4 more. Overton seeing if there's anything there, but he's just leant on that again. And away for 4 it goes, and the 50 is up for Yorkshire, so it's a good start this from the home side in the first hour this morning. And that again is a lovely shot. There's everything right about that shot.
Gorgeous shot, wasn't it? We nominated the other 2 for the best 2 shots of the morning. I think that one's on the podium as well.
It is.
If not, at the very top of the podium.
Yeah, lovely shot again from Bean. It's on to 24 now, as Overton is into him, and Bean's in behind this one. Plays it out into the offside. Dan Lawrence comes in to do the fielding. I'll be interested to see when Rory Burns gives Sai Kishore a go. He's out there at the moment at deep backward square. Thought he'll get a go before lunch. Wondered if he might get a go in the first hour of play this morning, but we haven't seen anything of him yet. He stood in front of the benches away to our left. Around the wicket now goes Overton to Bean, and tries to get it up on his toes, but Bean's just pushing that one away out towards Matt Fisher. And it's the end of the over. So Yorkshire winning the toss, batting first. Looks a good decision this morning. 54 without loss they are. 25 to Finley Bean and 28 to Adam Lythe.
Yeah, it was a bit of debate as to what should have been done back first, or what would you have done if you'd have been out there in your Surrey sweater with calling heads or tails?
I would have had a bat.
You'd have had a bat.
I'd have had a bat this morning. Yeah, I'd have had a bat this morning.
Jordan Clark round the wicket, bowling to Bean, who's pushing that one up to mid-on. He's in the old pros trick that he's done a couple of times this morning. Bean have taken a single or a 3 off the last ball of the over, and don't score any runs at the non-strikers.
You don't. But sometimes it's good to be at the wrong end. Just a little message here for those listening to us on 5 Sports Extra. You will be leaving us at 12:45 for the Women's One Day International, but commentary of this game will continue on Sports Extra 2.
Clark bowls, and that's pushed back past the bowler, but lead up behind him.
And also on Sports Extra 3, it's Derbyshire against Leicestershire.
Wow, that's the...
Our colleague Dave Fletcher will be delighted because his theory is Sports Extra 3 is the best one because it's the highest number. So he'll be absolutely over the moon that he's on Sports Extra 3 again.
I doubt if Fletcher's been over the moon in the last 3 decades.
Oh, he seemed pleased about that little joke.
Clark bowls, and well, that's well left by Bean, because I don't think that was going over the top, so he wasn't leaving it on length. And it's through to the keeper and it's safe. So a good start.
I've had a terrible time with my glasses, Dave Townsend.
Well,
I sat on one pair yesterday, broke those, then couldn't find the other pair, so bought this pair at the garage. They're actually very good, reading glasses.
Yeah, well, they're just basically magnifying glasses, aren't they?
So I can actually see things now, which is good.
Clark bowls. And Bean is he's struck on the pad. There's a strangled appeal for LBW. The batsman goes through for a run. It goes past second slip. No signal from the umpire. So, no signal from the umpire there. I don't think we got one, did we?
No, well, it definitely went off the pad.
Was there a little bit of batting?
No, it may have been inside edge onto pad, which is why it didn't carry.
In which case, it got quite close to carrying, didn't it? Anyway, Deutsch is hovering behind. I don't know what he's just trying to unnerve me or something. Clark bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, 28 championship wickets this season for Jordan Clark. It's been excellent again. He really has for Surrey. Started nicely this morning. It's a chair removal. That's what's happening here, Dave Townsend. There we are. So chair's been removed now. Cameron Steele down there doing a bit of 12th manning in his green bib.
Clark bowls through to the keeper. No run again. Lythe leaving that. I've seen that shot so many times over the years. End of the over, 55 for no wicket, and it looks as though Mr. Howells is indicating something to you there.
Yes, he wants scores updates, quite rightly. So in Division 1, Nottinghamshire 20 for 1 against Hampshire, but it's raining, unfortunately, there. Just a point between Surrey and Nottinghamshire, Dave Townsend. It's all it's building up to a dramatic end to the season as Jamie Overton continues. Around the wicket he comes. Bean's letting this one go outside his off stump. Somerset and Durham. Somerset bowling first. Durham 33 for 2. 33 for 2 for Somerset. Now, Sussex and Essex. Essex bowling first. Have Sussex 50 for 3. Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire 40 for 2. Into Division 2, Derbyshire and Leicestershire, which is on Sports Extra 3. It's on Sports Extra 3. As Overton, around the wicket he comes. Bean's letting this go. That does climb and carry. It's well taken by Josh Blake. That knocked him backwards. Good pace from Jamie Overton. Leicestershire 65 for 2 against Derbyshire.
Well, that's a bit of a recovery.
65 for 2.
They lost too early on, haven't they?
Yes, but they're now 65 for 2.
So a bit of a recovery.
A recovery, yes. I didn't know that they'd lost too early. Oh, there's the gentleman that always comes to Scarborough wearing his sort of Scottish hat with ginger hair attached to it. As in over the wicket comes Overton, punched by Bean off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. He'll pick up a single. Glamorgan and Kent are 64 for 2.
Is that not his real hair though?
No, that comes with the hat.
Okay.
And Gloucestershire and Lancashire. Gloucestershire bowling first. Lancashire 51 for 1. And Middlesex and Northamptonshire Yorkshire, the mighty Middlesex, are 58 without loss.
So just Middlesex and Yorkshire, the two teams yet to lose a wicket this
Yes,
morning.
indeed they are. As over the wicket once again comes Overton and just turned round a touch, just straightened on Adam Lyth. Now, I was going on about the FCCC 11, but it's actually the PCC Select 11, which is the Professional County Club Select 11. Not a team I've ever heard of. I don't know if anybody else has, but they are playing today. I thought it was Pakistan A, but it says here Pakistan Shaheens. Anyway, the PCC Select 11 are 4 for 1. Sounds like the parish council, doesn't it? As in over the wicket once again goes Overton, left alone by Lyth, outside his off stump, and into the gloves of Josh Blake it goes, moving away to his left hand side. We're still covered with darkish cloud. We did have a little sprinkle of rain, but thankfully it was only a sprinkle, nothing permanent.
I think that's what we're going to get today. But looking at the radar, it's going to be just those little, nothing too serious.
It was glorious this morning, early this morning. Oh, blue skies, sun. A lot of dog walkers on the beach this morning. A lot of dog walkers.
And then you ran into me.
Well, I didn't run into you. That would be something. I know you're doing your new exercise regime, but if I ever ran into you, that would be, oh dear. As they're just getting Syke ashore, a little square at deep backward square in front of the benches, and they've moved Jordan Clark into a short mid-wicket. So Adam Lyth is keeping an eagle eye on all of this. Now they're moving Gully 2 paces to his right. So let's see what happens after all of that. Jamie Overton. Over the wicket he goes to Lyth. Lyth lets this one go. That does come back a touch, but again Lyth's letting it go on length. End of the over. 56 without loss then Yorkshire. 26 to Finley Bean and 28 to Adam Lyth.
Going along nicely. He thought I think he thought that ball was closer than it was, didn't he? The big man, Mr. Overton. So just looking at your overseas,
My oversized?
your overseas signing.
Yes.
So I was nearly getting too confused there. I wonder when the last time that Syke Shaw's actually played on a ground similar to this, whether he's sort of almost used to stadiums these days. Clark bowls round the wicket through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think it will be his first time, definitely, because all his first class cricket's taken place in India.
Yeah, but I mean, not all the Indian grounds are stadiums these days. A lot of them are, of course. But I'm sure he would have. It would be a few years since since he last played on somewhere as charming as Scarborough, North Marine.
I'm sure he's loving it at the moment.
Here's Clark bowling and Bean up on his toes, and how's that for timing? Kishore comes in and does the fielding from extra cover.
Yeah, just to explain, with the Gujarat Titans, obviously Vikram Solanki is the director of cricket there, went from Surrey to Gujarat, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, yes, if you let me finish my sentence, you'll see why it's obviously, David. So it happened with Sai Sudarshan as well. So if and when Surrey are looking, I think it's a phone call to Mr. Solanki, who then sort of says, well, I think it would do you good to go and get a bit of championship.
Next delivery from Bean is pushed up to mid-off. What's the situation with your young spinners at Surrey these days?
Well, there's Will Jacks, and there's Cameron Steele, Amar Verdi. Well,
Verdi
released, and I don't think anybody's picked him up, which is a real shame, actually.
I think he can bowl.
He can bowl. He sort of just lost his way, really, sadly.
It does happen.
It does.
Delivery through to the keeper, no run, because he was he sort of touted as being
he was a big part of the 2018 championship winning side,
touted as being sort of England spinner for years to come, wasn't he?
And then as I say, lost his way a touch. I think what also
he still can't be that old, can he?
No, I would have thought he's late 20s. And the other thing, of course, was then Gareth Batty sort of said to Will Jacks, you'll be batting 6 or 7 and bowling off spin.
So Clark bowling, driven slightly streakily. Gully had been square, he'd have been interested in that one. He's not. The ball runs away very quickly down to the old Scarborough Pavilion, and that's another boundary.
Thank you very much to Kevin Howes. He's just let me know that Amar Verdi's now 27. 27.
So there's no age really for a spinner.
Look, I don't know, but I just wonder if he slightly fell out of love with it all as well. And he sort of get that back. So he's a hugely talented bowler. That's the thing. You never know, he may turn up somewhere else at some point.
Next final ball of the over is pushed back to Clark. No run there. Bean has gone past his partner. He's on 30, Lyth 28, 60 for naught. Yeah, it's possible, but you know, we often talk about batsmen, young batsmen having a great season, and then word goes round, well, he might be a bit weak off his hip or whatever, and the difficult second season, a bit like the difficult second album.
Yes, it is. That's very true.
And I just wonder whether the same thing sort of happened with Vertu. People have worked out that they hadn't early on.
Yeah, I think as well, COVID didn't help him and lots of cricketers really at that point of his career as well. But it is a shame because he's a hugely talented bowler. He really is.
Well, surely he could have got out in his mum's back garden like you did.
Well,
I mean, your game must have come on.
Leaps and bounds. Leaps and bounds. Matt Fisher's back into the attack from the P-Zone Park end, replacing Jamie Overton. So Fisher it was that had Finley Bean dropped on 3 by Vikram Solanki, by Dominic Sibley at third slip.
I maybe shouldn't say this because I never say anything nice about you, Churches, you know, but I really got into the old back garden cricket.
Oh,
yeah.
Bless you.
Yes. I was a big fan of the garden bench.
Yes, yeah, mini garden bench.
Took a couple of good catches.
Yeah. They got very competitive. As Fisher, around the wicket he comes. Oh, driving is live. He's been tempted by that one.
Ooh.
That beats the edge.
A couple of times he has. He's beaten live out there.
Yeah, he did in his first spell as well. Just pushed it a bit wider, and Lyth just could not resist and threw his hands at this one. Front foot hasn't really gone anywhere. He's just thrown his hands at that one as Adam Lyth. It was oohs and ahs all round Scarborough. Settling himself down once again is Lyth. 60 without loss, Yorkshire. Around the wicket goes Fisher, and forward goes Lyth, playing this one out into the offside, and they'll pick up a single. I often describe that as watching a grown man having a midlife crisis live on social media.
What
the back garden cricket? Yes.
Well, I don't know. I was very impressed. Because I sort of sat COVID out in Thailand.
I know you did.
You know, and it was a bit. We were sort of
it reminded you of home.
Restricted a little bit, you know, as to for entertainment.
Around the wicket goes Fisher, and this one's turned beautifully by Finley Bean off the stumps and over the boundary rope and away for 4. And Finley Bean moves on to 34, 65. Without loss. So I through that tricky few months, I got you through it, did I?
You did. That thing you do with the gloves, is that an Alex Stewart thing where you sort of cuff the...
Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking about the other instrument. Yes, there were a few impressions in there. As this one's left alone outside the off stump by Bean, taken by Blake away to his right-hand side. I thought of you this morning on my walk, actually. I told you this. I saw the statue of the swimming bell down on the seafront, which was, I didn't realise that Scarborough in the 1600s was the first seaside resort really in this country. Everybody came for their holidays. I didn't realise that. Turning.
Well, in the north, perhaps it must have been down south.
It said on the sign, as this is a short ball by Fisher, played by Finley Bean on his toes, back down the ground. There's no run into the over, 65 without loss. And the reason I thought of you was the swimming bell was, well, when ladies wanted to go swimming, they obviously wanted to not change in front of everybody, so they used to have these wooden huts on wheels with tracks going down to the sea, and then they could get changed and wheel down into the sea, and then they could go down a little step ladder into the sea.
Into the water.
And I thought that would be lovely for you if you wanted to go swimming. Could wheel you down there and put you in the sea.
Kind of a new over from Jordan Clark. I'm not quite sure how we've got onto the swimming bells of Scarborough.
Well, it was something that I saw this morning. A bit of history for people where we're playing cricket.
They do have one of those what sort of ski lift type.
Oh yes, they do, because so you can get up to that's down by the fun fair, isn't it?
But that's less to do with sort of wishing to remain sort of discreet.
Yes, no, that's to get a good view of Scarborough.
Yeah, well, no, that one is actually so you can get down to the beach. That one, have you seen that one? Maybe.
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about.
Lies defends into the onside.
But also, you get a good view of Scarborough from when you go up.
Oh, okay.
Because you're higher up.
Great town.
Oh, it's a fantastic place. It really is. And as I say, the beach looked wonderful this morning. Really did. It's all been combed as well. The beach, all the sand was being combed.
Donkeys on the beach as well.
Do they still do that? Do they? Fantastic.
Well, they did. I said that they did 2 or 3 years ago when I was here. Next delivery from Clark, that bounces a little bit, and again, Lythe's just happy to leave that and through to Blake, no run. Couple of slips, Gully, 3 saving 1 on the offside. Just do the field mid on and mid wicket and long leg. There's bound to be somebody out there.
Lots of miniature golf as well. Lots of miniature golf.
Yeah, but the traditional seaside things like the. Did you ever go on a donkey when you were younger?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was definitely part of the holiday. Yeah.
Clark bowls to Lythe. That shows in the full maker's name there. Pushes that firmly up to Burns at mid-off.
Yeah, the donkey rides were definitely part of your holiday, weren't they, when you were younger?
Yeah, the old donkey used to plod along, didn't he?
What else did we used to do? You used to dig a big hole and put Dad in it and then spend the rest of the afternoon covering him up. He loved that. He thought that was great fun.
That's what he told you.
Yeah, exactly.
Clark. And Lythe leaves that one alone. And Candy Floss was always a big disappointment to me. It was, you often got a sort of thing that looked like a good feed, and it just
disappeared very quickly. Yeah. But no, honestly, it was lovely this morning. People going out.
Amusement arcades.
Yes, well, there's a lot of those.
When it was raining.
Yes.
You put your penny in. And they do that game now. Tipping Point.
That is exactly what that is. Yeah.
On TV, Auntie Nancy likes that.
Good.
Next delivery is driven on the up, fielded there by Kishore at extra cover, and there's no run to be had there. But that always used to be good entertainment. Your dad would leave you with 10 shillings, thinking that when he came back he'd get at least 8 shillings back, and you'd spent it all. And
I used to get given
about it for the rest of the week.
It was a bag of 2p's for me. So, but the only machine I could go on.
See, I'm pre-decimal.
Yes, I know you are. Yeah, it was a bag of 2p's to go in the machine. Around the wicket then goes Fisher. He's on the hip of Finley Bean. He turns this one down towards long leg. Up comes Dan Worrell to do the fielding. And they will pick up another single. So Bean and Lythe doing a good job here. Bean 35, Lythe 29.
It's funny how things change from the generations as well, isn't it? When I was taking my lad on holiday when he was about that sort of 10 or 11, all that stuff had moved on.
As forward goes Adam Lythe, plays defensively into the offside, will pick up a single, one more to the total.
He wanted to go on one of those paragliding things where the speedboat goes up. And,
yes. Oh no, I would never do. Oh, I would never do that. Never ever do that. I'm always amazed with that.
It's a bit more high powered than a donkey, isn't it?
But it is, and you tend to end up higher up as well, don't you? It depends, I suppose, how tall the donkey is. But around the wicket once again goes Fisher. Just slipped a touch there as he hit the crease. Just lost his footing a touch, so hasn't let go of the ball. But yeah, it's just a great place to come, and it's a lovely ground, this. It really is. Proper cricket ground here at Scarborough. I know a lot of the Surrey spectators sort of put themselves in very early because they love coming up here, make a holiday of it. Around the wicket again goes Fisher, and that's on leg stump and just picked up and flicked away. It wasn't too far away from Kishore. He's a tall man there at square leg, but it's whistled off to the boundary rope. A couple of young gentlemen jump out from the bench to retrieve the ball, but it wasn't too far away from Sai Kishore, but it was over the top of him and just straying onto leg stump a touch there. Matt Fisher nicely popped away by Finley Bean. He's on to 39 now. 71 without loss, Yorkshire. Fisher in once again to Bean, and Bean turns into the leg side, and Jordan Clark tumbles away to his left to do the fielding. So we're into the 22nd over. And with this Kookaburra, what we've seen, Dave Townsend, is about now, batting should get, not that it's not been plain sailing, but it should get a bit easier because that ball tends to soften up now. So we'll see what happens here, but that's what we've seen with the old Kookaburra. We've seen lots of runs being scored. Fisher in once more. Bean is forward playing this one politely up the ground. Round goes Jordan Clark to do the fielding.
We don't really like the Kookaburra, do we?
No, I think it's a nonsense, and I've said that all along.
What I don't understand is the amount of money that there is in the English game. We don't just buy the Kookaburra company and make the balls properly.
Well, there is that as well, I suppose. That was not what I'd thought of, but it hasn't been mentioned by Rob Key. But I suppose that is a theory.
Well,
yeah, I suppose that would work. Because around the wicket once again goes Fisher, clipped away by Bean off his hip again. Nicely played. Off goes Dan Worrell in hot pursuit. Oh, he's done very well there, Dan Worrell. Dives and also managed to avoid two small boys who I think thought they were going to get the ball themselves. So he's done everything right there as Dan Worrell. And Bean picks up a couple more. He moves on to 41 and 73 without loss.
Typical Surrey, disappointing the kids again.
Well, he did very well actually to avoid them, because I think those three.
Oh, there you go.
There they go. Those three young lads who thought, here comes the ball, and then here comes Big Dan Worrell. But he's managed to dive and land in between all three of them there. So he's done very, very well. And Sai Kishore with the throw. But yes, I think Yorkshire will be delighted with this. I suppose the concern for Surrey is, Mr. Doidge was saying, these two hold the record partnership for the first wicket here for Yorkshire.
Clark bowls to Lythe, and that's pushed into the offside, and no run to be had there. We'll have a change at the end of this over. I think that'll work out fine, because it'll be your commentary, and we can do a seamless changeover, and unlike the sort of rather confused changeover we had at 12 o'clock. Jamie Overton assist. Back into first slip as Clark bowls, and Lythe clips that nicely away down the hill, and long legs around to do the fielding and keeps them down to 2 runs.
I think Rory Burns must be thinking now about a little bit of Syker short before lunch, just to see what happens, really, as much as anything.
Nothing much is happening, is it? That's the problem. We've seen Lythe played a couple outside off stump. We've seen Bean dropped at third slip. Clark bowls. Lythe leaves that alone. But other than that, it's been pretty straightforward.
It has, and that's why I say it looks a good decision from Johnny Bairstow to bat first. Pretty sure Surrey would have done as well. Because if you get through that initial 45 minutes with this Kookaburra, then it's going to go soft.
Well, it's not. I say, it's not just the Kookaburra here. That is Scarborough. Bat through the first hour and you're away. Traditionally, this next ball is played up to mid-on, and perhaps no other batter knows that better than Adam Lythe, who's scored just loads and loads of runs here. And also had a golden duck. Which is a major surprise first.
That is a major surprise.
So next ball is pushed back to the bowler. It's one of the games against Middlesex here. If first ball of the match, and if I gave you a guess as
Tim O'Merta
and how
LBW.
Oh no,
nicked off.
Yeah,
it's going to be one of the two.
Court Simpson bowled Murder. I mean, that's more famous than Court Marsh bowled Lily.
Yeah, it is. Tim O'Merta.
Right, I'm going to move out.
Right, what? Literally? Here is Jordan Clark around the wicket to Adam Lythe, who lets this one go. Outside is off stump, and into the gloves it goes of Josh Blake. What I did say to Jonathan Doidge, who's coming back in, that Adam Lythe sat at the start of this game on 827 first-class runs this season, and Dom Sibley sits on 976. Who would be the first to it? And I did say I wouldn't put it past Lythe at all here. He's got a start on 32. But there's not a huge amount happening out there at the moment for the Surrey bowlers. So, as I say, I think at some stage, Rory Burns will start thinking about Syker short. I'm just looking forward to watching him bowl, to be honest with you. I've seen him in IPL, but I've seen him with the red ballers yet.
Matthew Fisher, Peace Home Park end, right arm over the wicket. Finlay Bean just gets towards the inside of the bat on that one and drags it back down the pitch to Fisher, and there is no run. It is my duty to say the following words in my best radio voice. For those listening to us on 5 Sports Extra, you will leave us at 12:45 for the Women's One Day International Cricket. Commentary of this game will continue on Sports Extra 2. Also on Sports Extra 3, it's Derbyshire versus Leicestershire.
Very nicely done.
Thank you. Fisher turns again. Makes his way away from us, wide of off stump. This one doesn't bounce as much as it would normally do. And Finlay, happy to watch that one go by. The Adam Lythe thing and Scarborough, Churchy's mentioned it a few times already this morning. He's got a good record here. He's kind of home club because he played a lot of his cricket in his younger days here. He just brings a smile to your face watching him play, and how he goes about his business as a general comment, really. Talking of levers of the ball, as Bean doesn't leave this one, it's short and wide, has a slash at it, and it's quickly run away down to the third man boundary over the top of the cordon. There's an element of risk about that shot, but he felt it was a risk worth taking. and he benefited to the tune of 4. So 45 now to Finlay, 79 without loss. But I would say that thing of, a good lever of the ball is probably one of the aspects of Adam's game that has improved with time as well. And he's some really cracking knocks this season where he's left it a lot and just waited for them to bowl at him. This one's wide of Finlay Beans off stump, and he leaves again.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a good leave. There really is. It's raining in a lot of places in Division 1. They've already taken lunch down in Southampton with Notts 20 for 1. Raining Somerset Durham with Durham 33 for 3. And raining down at Hove, Sussex 69 for 4 against Essex. So there is a bit of rain about. Oh dear.
They're lucky to avoid any more than an odd spot here so far today, as Fisher is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Bean. There's an extra cover. There's no run. The Brollies were up for a little while just down beneath our commentary position, which is at the Peasholm Park end of the ground, if you know it, here at Scarborough. But pleased to say that although there are still 1 or 2 waterproof tops being donned, and quite a few sun hats which are doubling maybe as just a bit of protection from the rain, the Brollies have gone down, so that immediate threat may be over. It is a bit grey and gloomy though down to the west side of play, and that tends to be where the precipitation comes from, as Bean turns one to Jordan Clark, and there is no run. 79 without loss.
Sorry, Jonathan. In the game between Warwickshire and Worcestershire are 47 for 2. And into Division 2, Derbyshire and Leicestershire 92 for 2. That game on Sports Extra 3, of course. Glamorgan and Kent are 81 for 2. Lancashire are 69 for 1 against Gloucestershire, and Middlesex off to a solid start against Northamptonshire, 69 without loss. And the PCC Select 11 31 for 2. Tom Law's batted 3 but is already out for 4. Will Smead is 25 not out. It's a 1-day game down at Beckenham. So that's the other score, and as you just heard, at 12:45 you'll be leaving us on Sports Extra. We'll continue on Sports Extra 2 for the Women's 1-Day International. As in over the wicket then comes Dan Worrell, back into the attack from the Trafalgar Road end of the ground. Driving is Lythe, doesn't really time this first one, and Rory Burns does the fielding. Moving round to his right hand side, Lythe 32, Bean 45. Supposing that the posh marquee lunch will be served fairly soon. We're moving towards lunch on this first day. As over the wicket once again goes Worrell, inside edge from Lythe. I think he was in 2 minds whether to drive or defend there, and sort of did a bit of both, and it came off the inside edge of his bat, rolled away to Dom Sibley. Yeah, the temperature's dropped a touch as well, hasn't it, from this morning?
Which is, I'm not too disappointed with, I've got to say, because it does get pretty hot in this box first thing, doesn't it, if the sun's shining?
Yeah. Dave Townsend's only got 1 pair of trousers that he's brought with him. Worrell, over the wicket he comes. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Adam Lythe. Although I must admit I did the same thing myself. Wantage Road a few years ago, and you very kindly went out and bought me a pair of trousers, didn't you? Because I'd only packed 1 pair, and he went to the shops and he came back and they fitted him perfectly. They were a bit big for me.
That was your life in there.
So funny enough, Dave Townsend went home with those trousers he purchased after a couple of days. But unfortunately, he's only packed 1 pair of trousers for the trip. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, driven by Lythe up towards mid-off. And there's no run. The terrifying thing about that is he's with you again next week, isn't he? Dave Townsend, is he?
Oh, we've not told him yet.
Oh, well, maybe you're not. So you'll be all right now. You can put those ones in the wash. Yeah, well, there we are. He may have to go and purchase another pair. there are plenty of shops in Scarborough where he'll find a pair in his size. Settling himself down once more is the left-handed Lithe. In over the wicket goes Worrell. Lithe just turns this one down towards long leg. And we'll get a single as Fisher comes up to do the fielding. There are some menacing-looking clouds above us at the moment. And obviously no floodlights here at Scarborough. So the scoreboard's actually shining quite brightly there in the distance. So other than rain, I suppose later into the day we get light could come into this as well. But yeah, there are some very, very dark clouds above us at the moment. As Finley Bean just checking the field now. 2 slips gully, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Around the wicket goes Worrell to Bean. Bean's looking to crack this off the back foot, was through it a little bit early. And it rolls away into the offside and there's no run.
The lady who just walked around the concourse and waved up to us, Anne Duffield, one of the Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association members, I believe. And I was talking to her at an event that I did at Skipton Cricket Club with Anthony McGrath just before the season started. And I didn't know what her first name. I said, "You always talk to me, and I never know what name to address you by. What's your name?" But she said, "It's Anne with an E, and I'll know if you say it without." And I thought that was a great little line.
Yeah, that's very good.
Matthew Fisher to bowl to Adam Lithe, who gets everything behind that straight blade and defends, no run. It's also, I'd like to make mention of this, for Jeff Fisher, father of Ian, formerly of this parish, of course, as a player, and on the Yorkshire staff as well in the past. Jeff's wife Linda's 2 sons play at Thornton Cricket Club in Bradford, and they're in the last 8 of the National Village competition on Sunday.
Ooh, that's exciting.
At Thornton, yeah, which is fairly high up on the hill out of Bradford. As you go towards the Halifax area, I guess, as Fisher bowls, and Lithe tucks this one off the hip, backward of square leg for a single. So if they win, they play the semi-final the week after at Thornton with a prize final at Lords in September. So that's big stuff. So that's a 1 o'clock start, quarter-final of the Village Cup on 27th of July. As it says on this little graphic, head up to Hilltop to support the boys, where a barbecue and pop-up bar will be available throughout the day. So there you go, Jeff. And best of luck to Thornton in that, as well as Fisher's bowled a good delivery. It slanted across Finley Bean from over the wicket, and Finley, who's pretty well set now, you'd say, after an hour and 40 minutes of play on 45, did have a little bit of a flick at that.
Yeah, it's a lovely delivery, that, from Matt Fisher. No, good luck, because that is a wonderful competition. It really is. I think any village side that wins that thoroughly deserves to, because it's a tough comp, that. There's a lot of villages involved.
Yeah, good luck to the Thornton boys. Played a few games up there a long time ago now, as that is pushed into the offside. Ball just short of length. And Finley, plays it and then plays sort of... the inference from his body language was, I might have actually left that over the top of my stumps. Maybe you wouldn't, just to make sure. If peripheral movement, there's the bar and the shops in operation. You can see a few various items of sports and cricket clothing out just beneath the office away to the left. Fish and chip vans here as well. Fisher in. Oh, now then, that was a flash, as you can gauge from my colleague. Finley Bean has a go at putting his hands through one with an off drive and misses. Good delivery, Matthew Fisher.
Yeah, he's just pushed it a little bit wider again, and it's bounced on Finley Bean. But he'd have been annoyed with himself if he got a nick on that. Saw it with Adam Lithe a couple of times as well. Way out of his crease here, Bean.
Fisher in again, Bean this time with a positive defensive push to complete the over. Pete Fox has messaged in to say good to hear the first reference of Cali. And there you go, there's a second one. We are, of course, in Cali 2 here. Cali 1 and 2, named after the man himself. I think that was my first trip here on trial at the end of the 2018 season when the names were given to the boxes and we had a presentation. And of course, we always remember Callie anyway, but certainly when we come back here, Martin Stiles says, Martin, by the way, if I can direct you in future to Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, because that's the old email address and it will be closed soon, I'm told. I'll come back with your email in a moment.
Worrell, continuing from the Trafalgar Road end of the ground, that hits the thigh guard of Adam Lythe, rolls away into the leg side. They'll get a leg bye, and that'll be one more to the total.
So, Martin says, day off today so I can listen uninterrupted by work. The county match at Scarborough is as much a part of the summer as Royal Ascot or Glastonbury. Why don't the BBC give it maximum TV coverage like that? Yeah, well, that's a good point, actually, and if you put it in that context. Hoping there's minimum weather interruption for you and that the fish and chips are up to standard. Thanks, Martin. Good to hear from you. That's BBC, it's Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Worrell into Bean, and Bean lets this one go. Outside his off stump. Worrell has a little look there at Finley Bean. Bean then wanders down to do a bit of gardening. Adam Lythe wanders down for a chat. But yes, it's a great place to come, Scarborough. It really is. And as I say, this morning with the sun out, sat on the beach. Oh, he could have been in the Algarve or overseas. It was absolutely gorgeous. As Worrell, over the wicket he comes, forward goes Bean, plays this one out into the offside. Lots of people having their early morning runs, because you can run along the beach, can't you, and you go all the way round, and there's some lovely walks as well. Cricket here, it's a really good place to come. Judas Priest are playing soon as well. They're at the Open Air Theatre. I think everybody will be, whether you're at that or not, I think you'll be able to hear it in Scarborough. As over the wicket once again goes, Worrell, that beats the edge. That's nicely bowled. Bean's played at that. Just a good line, good length from Dan Worrell. Lots of oohs and ahs. Now it's raining. So there's umbrellas going up very quickly away to our left, and people scurrying for cover. I did think there might be a bit of the wet stuff around with this very dark cloud above us, and our friend with the sort of Scottish hat and the ginger hair, he's just using that for protection.
He was off like Alan Wells, wasn't he, really?
He has shot off down those steps, and I wonder if we might come off here and have an early lunch.
Yeah, Nigel Long.
I think we are, because that's our first proper shower. Although I think it's eased up now, but they've made that decision. I suppose that decision is, Jamie Overton saying it's stopped, but I suppose they're thinking at least we can get the covers on now, have lunch early, and then if it were to rain heavier, then we've got the covers on. So I think this is a precaution. Although Jamie Overton still stood there asking the question, it's not raining. So Jamie Overton still stood there. I think he's sort of saying, why are we coming off? But we're off because Messrs Bean and Lythe are already back in the pavilion, and we've got spectators coming onto the outfield to play their own games of cricket now. 82 without loss, but I suppose they can get the covers on now, and if there was to be anything heavier, then at least those covers are on already.
Yeah, these are conversations that we never get to have, Churchy, but there are some umpires who seem more twitchy when it gets like this than others, and I think Nigel Long, it'd be interesting to have a chat with him at one stage, because he does seem to, if you're covering a game when he's umpiring, it does seem to get itchier feet than some, shall we say.
Yeah, the only fear here for the umpires is that's it for the rain. Because if there isn't any more rain, then we're losing cricket now when we should be out there, which I can sort of understand Jamie Overton's point as well. But if it does rain now, but if there are lots of people in the outfield playing cricket and the covers come on and it doesn't rain again, then because really we should be out there playing cricket now. because it was a quick shower, and now it's not raining. So at the moment, it's one of those wonderful moments where I like to use the phrase, cricket doesn't do itself any favours, that if you just walked into the ground now, you would see a tractor, some covers, 2 gentlemen in white coats, 3 bits of wood sticking up in the air, and a lot of people standing around.
And saying, why are we not playing?
Yeah.
I thought there was some cricket on today. Well, there was.
But the covers are coming on now, so this will be an early lunch. Well, it doesn't if it's not raining, because you could be out there now, play it. They could have turned around and gone straight back out there. So I get it. If it doesn't rain, again, I don't understand this. If it does pour down, the umpires are geniuses, because they've got the covers out there now. But what time is it now? It's only, well, they came off at what, about 47 minutes? So that's 13 minutes that they should be out there playing cricket at the moment, but we're not. So all we've got is the covers and everybody going off to get their lunch.
Yep, so why don't we do the same? Okay, we'll be back whenever there is further play here. We'll take it that lunch is being taken early, and we're probably going to be back for more like 1:30 than 1:40. I don't think that's yet been announced or confirmed, but we'll leave the effects mic on, folks, so you should hear Howard Ferguson's announcement to that effect in a few moments' time, I would imagine. Bye for now, back soon.
Confirm that an early lunch is now being taken. We will restart, weather permitting, at 1:28. So lunch being taken now, and hopefully we start at 1:20.
Hopefully you caught that, folks, but I just thought I'd put the microphone back on again to say that lunch has been taken early and play will resume at 1:28, specifically 1:28, provided, of course, there's no more rain between now and then, so we'll see you then.
Is that it for the day? Is that it? Is that it for the day? I don't think so, no. No, I'm not.
Welcome back, and we interrupt a delicious cake fest here in the commentary box for some cricket to break out. You're on, David. You were not listening earlier. David Townsend and myself for the first half hour. Mark Church and Kevin Howells for the second half hour. And in comes Dan Worrell for the first ball of the afternoon. Wide of off stump, and Finlay Bean leaves.
He does love a bowl, doesn't he, Dan Worrell? When he was at Gloucestershire, he used to get through the overs there, and it's nice to see somebody who actually he clearly loves bowling, which might sound a bit daft, but some will get through the 6 overs and run away down to long leg and try not to catch the skipper's eye again.
Worrell in again, wide of Bean's off stump, and another leave. Shall we do the formalities then? Welcome back. BBC 5 Sports Extra 2, BBC Sport website and app, the Yorkshire live stream as well. David Townsend, myself, Jonathan Doidge, Mark Church and Kevin Howells also with us for the week. And Yorkshire made it to 82 without loss prior to, well, going off for rain. It was kind of rain in inverted commas really at the time. It was more of the threat of rain and a few blobs.
Well, there was one little squall, wasn't it, that sort of sent them off, and it lasted about a minute and a half.
Matthew Fisher is going to continue at the P-Zone Park end then, and that's left by Lythe, wide off stump, no run. So Lythe 34, Bean 45, and then it did rain a little bit. And Churchy, who said at the time he didn't particularly agree with the decision to go off, then subsequently had a change of heart after it did start to rain a few minutes later and said, oh, go on then, okay, we'll let the umpires off with that one.
Very magnanimous of him. One thing you can say about Church, and lots of things are said about him, but he is a fair man.
Here's Fisher, and Lythe pushes forward. It's aerial for a moment, and Rory Burns round from mid-off to field. We should say hello as well to Otis Gibson, who I think is, well, he certainly was with us before the lunch break. Not sure if you're still around, Otis, but sunning himself in Barbados. What a life, eh?
What about sunning himself? There's a 5-hour difference, isn't there? It's only going to be 8:30 there. Is the sun up? It'll be hot.
The sun's up at 6:30.
Well, you know what I mean. Is it sort of...
Churchill, no, even Churchy is the sun seeker of the BBC commentary teams around the country as Lythe defends into the offside now. And Churchy, come on, give us a definitive. In Barbados, will you get sunshine at 8:30 in the morning? Yes, there you go. That's enough for me.
Yeah, but would he be sunning himself at 8:30, or would he be having a bit of breakfast? He'd be having a bit of breakfast, wouldn't he?
Maybe a bit of time on the beach later, maybe a round of golf, something like that. No run added since that lunch break then, where we were well fed, and I'm still trying to finish mine as Fisher's over the wicket and bowling to Lythe, who with a straight blade just drops that to the leg side, and there is no run. Jordan Clark picks up the ball. Mentioned that I'd seen him yesterday. At 2 sleeves of tattoos, which make that sweatband on his left wrist stand out all the more prominently. Proper unit. I said this when we were down at the Oval. He could play centre in a rugby league team from up Cumbria way as well. Probably did play a bit of that when he was younger, I would imagine. Oh, good delivery from Fisher across the face of Lythe, who's very definitely having a drive at that and misses. Now, I don't want to be the harbinger of doom and gloom here, but Oliver's mount, which is just over the top of the houses on the periphery, down the far southwest corner of the ground, that is looking a bit blurred at the moment, which generally is not ideal for cricket here. If it does hit, it suggests either it's just very low cloud or there is some rain in the air as Fisher bowls again, and Lythe leaves once more. So still no addition. 82 without loss. 34 to Adam Lythe and 45 to Finlay Bean, and another very good opening partnership between this pair, DT.
Yes, they've played and missed at a couple this morning, haven't they? And Bean should really have been caught at third slip. difficult chance to Sibley, but he got his hands to it and should probably have held on. But it's they're into calmer waters at the moment. Dan Worrell bowling to Bean, who gets up on his toes and angles that one away down to the right of gully, past second slip, down to the Scarborough Pavilion for 4 runs. He moves on to 49. As Doidge was saying earlier, he was having a bit of a scratchy season until he made that fantastic double century. He's having any doubts about himself, and a big score like that one certainly send him away. Worrell to Bean, and turns that into the onside, won't get his 50 there. At mid-on.
Kate Holsworth not doing herself a lot of favours in terms of getting a nice lunch when she arrives to do some scoring for us both tomorrow and the day after, because I mentioned lunch and she says egg or indiscriminate processed meat sandwich in white bread, bag of crisps, sausage roll and bottle of water.
No.
We should be grateful for what we're given, shouldn't we, DT?
Well, no, not necessarily. Here's Worrell. Bowls to Bean. Bean defends. No run.
Been a citizen of the Netherlands. She probably fancies, I don't know, an Edam sandwich or something like that.
Yeah. They do like their cheese over there, don't they? I got stuck with some bloke on a plane once, Doidge. And everybody else appeared to have gone to sleep, and he was just nattering a Dutchman. He's telling me there's over 400 types of cheeses in Holland. Next delivery pushed into the offside. Didn't get me off to sleep as it probably should have done. I said, oh, that's interesting. Which got him going for another 15 minutes or so. So there you go.
It's a bit like listening to you talk about various ales, isn't it? I've learned now not to show any interest whatsoever if I want to keep, the next 15 minutes of my life as something that I'll enjoy.
Here's angled run bowls and just pushed into the offside and no run. Well, I have a theory. Ale or craft beer is about the only thing that's in life that's improved in the last 5 years. Not too many other things, are there? County Championship struggling on at the moment. Some very good cricket being played, but and people talking about they're going to reduce it to 12 games and the rest of it. And everywhere you look, here's Worrell. And that's through to the keeper, no run. But you can go into a decent pub and get a wonderfully crafted pint of ale. But she's looking at me as if I don't know what I'm talking about. 86 for Nord. 34 to Lythe. He's rather fallen behind. He hit 2 boundaries in the first over. Those of you on the stream could see a gentleman enjoying a bit of a late lunch there. That looks good as well. That's some sort of, is that a bacon or ham sandwich?
Here's Fisher, wide of off stump, and Lythe leads. Matthew Fisher is his record in county championship this season. Played in 7 matches, batted 8 times for an average of 14.14 with a highest of 40. But more importantly, bowling wise, 18 wickets at 37.55. Best of 4 for 47. He's had some success here when he's played here down the years. This latest delivery is unsuccessful, wide of off stump and again left. Looking on a bit now, Fish as well. He'll be 28 come the 9th of November. Seems to, well, he has been around a long time, hasn't he, with his teenage debut.
18 or so, wasn't he?
No, 15, I think, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, but I mean, when he really
when he really played his debut. It was just a pretend debut, was it, the original DT?
When he became established, don't you?
Here he is, wide of off stump, lovely shot. Shot of the day for me so far. It did invite Adam Lyth because it was half volley length, but I think the key with this man is that you rarely see him properly flash at the ball. He's just waited for that, timed it superbly, and then a little bit of a flourish after the ball's gone.
Okay, that was a good shot, but the wickets are tumbling. Craig Overton is
So that takes Adam on to 38.
already, and they've only 5 overs.
Matthew Fisher trying to find a way to prize his old teammate out here, not with this delivery, which is again wide of off stump and left. Finlay Bean watching on from the other end. Well, he's played 38 now, first class matches since that debut when he got a 40 odd at Old Trafford 3 seasons ago. That highest of 224 recently will have helped his current average of 36, just over 36 and a half. Fisher though to Lyth here, drives again. Another delightful shot. That is just that's just red ball cricket from a batting point of view in a microcosm, isn't it? Just get the opportunity and stroke it away.
To me, that's a finer shot, because to be hitting sort of square of the wicket through cover is a lot easier to do than to hit it to extra covers, past extra covers left arm. That was glorious.
Through the offside with a dot followed and a better delivery from Matthew Fisher to accompany it. 42 then to Adam Lyth, 94 without loss. The Yorkshire score, having won the toss and decided to bat first today. Johnny Bairstow is playing, for those maybe joining us more recently. Couldn't make the morning session. And again, to reiterate, if you have missed that news, well, Johnny's partner due to give birth any time now. But he's tossed up as captain. He's named on the team sheet. He is playing. If he does leave because of the birth, then he can be replaced by a substitute, just like an injured player would be.
This next or start of a new over for Worrell, there's through to the keeper, no one.
But he can't be replaced by somebody who can bat. So
well,
it's not
like
not
a
like
concussion.
not like a concussion. It's just like any other injury on the field where you can have a 12th man out there to field for you, but you can't bat or bowl.
Yeah,
so that does qualify Harry Duke as one of the players on the ground for Yorkshire as a wicketkeeper to be able to go on and keep in place of Johnny, but he would go down on the records as sub.
Worrell bowls, and it's pushed into the offside by Bean, still looking for that single for his 50. Where's his head going to be, Johnny? Whether is he going to be focused on? Is he going to be focused on this game with you? You're the father of and myself. I mean, those days just leading up to the birth, they're not easy for a bloke, are they? Here comes Worrell bowling and defended into the onside, and no run.
I didn't play on the day of number one son's birth, because at the point you go in, you're not quite sure whether at what point the birth's going to happen.
You don't.
So it did happen at 8:04 a.m, but I'd not been named on the team sheet, and so didn't play. But I played the day after, which was the day that Jonah Lomu trampled all over England in an international rugby match, I seem to remember.
Was that 30 years ago, dear me? Worrell bowls, and to the keeper, no run. Your lad James has just turned 30, hasn't he?
He has.
Yeah, I was stuck out at Uxbridge when I got the news. I was working back in the day cricket called similar to this, the telephone information.
What news about James's birth?
And nothing to do with James's birth. Daniel James's birth, yes, as it turned out. And I had to make my way back into central London, and there was a rail and tube strike or something on, so it took me a while to get there. Well, short delivery through to the keeper, no run. But
that would have been in the 80s. I wonder what you looked like in the 80s, DT.
Just in the 80s.
Yeah,
only just in the
very late
89. Yeah, no, it's...
Number 2 son wasn't a problem. He was born on Halloween, so there weren't many cricket matches taking place in England on that date, I don't think.
No, I had. And do you know what? The next day, there's not a good omen for Danny's first day on Earth. Middlesex had to follow on against Essex. Here's Worrell. Drive, and there's his 50. It's through the offside, out towards the bleachers. Lovely. Just slightly overpitched by Worrell, and Bean holds his bat up, and you can hear the applause, and that also brings up the Yorkshire 100. Bean on 253. The scoreboard ticks over that far end. Moved yet. Everyone's applauded the 50.
Yeah, just wait for Howard's announcement. It'll be Finley Bean got to his 50 in 101 balls, and that was his 10th 4. And that's a 6th first-class half-century to go with 6 first-class hundreds for Finley Bean, as Matthew Fisher is in quickly and bowling to Adam Lyth, leaving outside off stump, and he's 2,357 runs to his name, I think I make it at the moment, Finley Bean. So it's obviously been a very promising start to his career. He's had that first bad trot earlier in the season. He's come out the other side of it. He's still, and while we talk about Adam Lyth on this ground, Finley obviously got very happy memories to have shared in that stand with Adam against Gloucestershire here of 307. Lovely shot this time by the master, who got a little bit of width to work with and has played that one away backward off point. A lot of applause for Adam, because I think everyone seems to think he's got his 50 there, but he hasn't. That was straight on the board. He was 42 and has moved on to 46. It's just prompted a little bit of a chat among the Surrey rank and file to what we're going to do next. Adam Lyth has got to start on his favourite ground, home turf. 102 was also a reason for that applause, because they put on another century partnership, the pair of them. Cracking opening pair the county have found for themselves in recent times, but Lyth survives his first really false shot, probably the first real false shot of the day, with a thick inside edge that could have cannoned onto his stumps. Runs away down backward of square leg for a single, taking him to 47, 103 without loss.
Don't know what happened there. Did it just come back at him? And haven't seen a replay yet on the...
yeah, maybe. He didn't really use his feet, did he? And he's got the angled bat, which wouldn't have helped. Bean back on strike, just the one slip in place now, plus a gully. And that slip standing wide-ish, given there's only one. Fisher wide of Bean's off stump, and that one left. One of those days today, you've got to kind of be prepared for all 4 seasons almost in a day.
Gentleman there with his coat on and his glasses, looking intently at one of the many spectators here. It's not a big crowd today.
It's Fisher again. Bean pushes slightly uppishly, too short extra cover. Does bounce short of the fielder, who flips the ball from hand to hand with an almost air of resignation that on another day that might have carried to me. But not this time. New Fisher. I think his best spells here have been from this end, the Peaceholm Park end of the ground. And he's in Bowling again, offered Finlay Bean a bit of room though, and he's capitalised there with a lovely square drive right over the top of that, along the carpet all the way down to the west stand side of the ground, taking his score on to 57 at the end of that over. 107 without loss. 102 deliveries confirmed as Finlay Bean's half century.
Interesting that Saikisha has just come off the field. I don't know whether that's possibly to put a pair of bowling boots on, because we'll surely see the spinner shortly, you would think. Maybe it's just a comfort break, as they say. But, might be just putting his bowling boots on. Worrell runs towards us, and Bean has Lythe has gone. He's edged that one to first slip and taken by Jamie Overton. And well, there's my tea. Churchy as Lythe disappointed to make his way off. Didn't quite get to that half century. Gone for 47 in the slot. Well bowled from Worrell, and just a straightforward nick there, and comfortable first slip catch. You don't see too many more regulation catches than that. Bounced just a little bit, I think. But, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, and taken comfortably.
Yeah, I reckon he'll be disappointed with that, Adam. Having got himself in, knowing this ground as he does, he's not really committed to anything. He's not played a leave. He's not committed to a shot. Really, he's just a little nibble at it, and that was enough. Comfortable catch taken by Jamie Overton. So, but another really good opening partnership for Yorkshire. 107 between this pair on this ground.
Yeah, so the breakthrough finally. Sorry. Leave now, and Yorkshire will have to just be a little bit wary this next little 15-20 minutes or so. Don't want one to become two, as they say.
88 balls, 8 fours, by the way, for that 47, Adam Lythe.
So in comes Worrell again, and got in a bit of a mess there. Got to say, not one of the best deliveries to first up, but taking that one off the pad away down to fine leg. It is Wharton who's come in, is it?
It is.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with your eyesight.
Got his feet in a bit of a tangle there with that first delivery. It was an attempted Yorker from Dan Worrell. He now bowls to Bean, and Bean plays an awful shot and is caught at wide mid-on. Exactly what they didn't want to do. He went to play the hook, or the mistimed it, and he's lobbed a chance out there to mid-on. And Surrey, having started this over with the openers settled, both have gone in the space of 3 balls, and exactly the point. He just started to play the shot, thought better of it, and all of a sudden took his eye off the ball.
Yeah, it's a good short ball, isn't it? Because it's produced a wicket, so he's got it in the right area to take a wicket. But he's got caught in two minds between, do I leave this, do I play it? And ended up playing a tennis shot, didn't it? Jordan Clark just lobbed it to him. So disappointing.
Jordan Clark's caught the ball and looked at his teammates as if to say, what on earth has happened there? How a game can change. One brings two is the old saying. All of a sudden, Yorkshire being on top, the game swung right back, and what Yorkshire didn't want was to lose the second wicket after the first one. You're obviously going to lose a wicket at some point, but what you want to do then is the next 15-20 minutes or so make sure you don't lose another one. Otherwise, you then bowling side are on a bit of a roll. They got their tails up, and not before you know it, you're 120 for 4 from being 108 for no wicket. Bowls to Luxton, and that's pushed straight to short extra, no run. And yes, Sai Kishore, who we don't know whether he went off for a comfort break or to change his boots. I think his boots. So he's going to have a little twirl. He's got 2 new batsmen in there now. He's gone off the field with the openers out there, and he's come back and, hold on, what's happened here? We got 2 right-handers in. Worrell, Buxton bowls, and that's a gorgeous shot. Just sort of comes forward, walks into that, hits it past mid-wicket, and it's away for 4 runs.
It was a risky shot, DT, as well. It was in the air and a good catchable height. Not sure from this angle how close it was to mid-wicket. It doesn't matter now, but just be careful, especially after you've just lost 2 in quick succession.
Nice. Yeah, there was an element of risk there. I'll give you that one, Dodgy, but Worrell again bowls, and the end of a very good over from the Australian, getting a suitable round of applause, a grudging round of applause that was. So that was an excellent over from Surrey's point of view. 112 for 2.
Yep, so Worrell with 2 wickets in the over, so Yorkshire back out after lunch, were 82 without loss, made it to 107 without loss before the wicket of Adam Lyth in that previous over, caught by Jamie Overton at first slip off the bowling of Dan Worrell for 47, a shot that I'm sure he wishes now that he wouldn't have taken on, or rather a bit of a nothing shot really. It's the sort of ball he's left on a few occasions already today and many times here, but he had a little push at it and that was enough, got a nick. He was gone as Fisher bowls here to Wharton, one that comes back at the right-hander up the hill. Good delivery, James Wharton with a good leave, and then Finlay Bean just 2 balls later getting in a real pickle to a short ball from Worrell, and played a shot that it was almost tennis-like really, like you might see when the ball's thrown up in the air by a server at Wimbledon. The bat was in an upright position with the toe at the highest point, and he's kind of tried to pull out of the shot but then middled it, and that lobbed to Jordan Clark at mid-on for an easy catch. He's gone for 57. Fisher bowls there to Wharton, who leaves. So the game changing very quickly from 107 without loss to 108 for 2 in the space of just 3 deliveries in the previous over. We have had a slight interruption for rain. We didn't lose any time as it turned out, because when they went off at 12:47 I made it, they decided to take an early lunch and resumed at 1:28. So both wickets 2 for 32 for Worrell so far. In Wharton, high elbow, right in behind that, no run. Will Luxton got off the mark with that boundary in the previous over. He's on 4, Wharton on 1.
I'm just going to let Churchy slip in here.
And Fisher turns at the end of his run. His dad Chris earlier on walking around the periphery. He's here by the looks of things for the day with none other than former Yorkshire batter Simon Kellett.
Bit of crocheting going on in the ground as well at this time of the afternoon.
Have you done a bit of cross stitch yourself, Churchy, while you've been off?
Knitting.
Fisher to Wharton again. Oh, nice shot off his legs this time. Jordan Clark giving chase. Will probably just about reel this in. Oh yeah, he did very well, in fact, down by the coffee tent, because that was almost bobbling onto the rope as he flicked it back, and he saved his bowler a run. 115 for 2 then, 4 apiece for the two batters.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Surrey now. Got rid of both openers, who I think both will be disappointed with the way they went after batting really well, but it's just opened the door for Surrey.
Burns, hands on hips. He's at mid-off in the white floppy as Fisher comes in, and Burns going to come into play here, nicely stroked by Will Luxton to his left. That will complete that over at 116 for 2. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Churchy, and in a moment, Kev.
So, 2 fresh batters out there in the middle. Sai Kishore did go off and get his bowling boots on, but I don't think he's going to take Dan Worrell off at the moment. Rory Burns, because Worrell, with both wickets in the over, 2 in 3 balls, live first, caught by Overton at first slip for 47, then Bean getting in a tangle to the short ball and lobbing a catch up to Jordan Clark at mid-on. The other thing for Shaikh Shaw here is he now has 2 right-handers out there. He's not into the attack yet, but of course it was the left-handed opening pair, 2 right-handers out there now. Luxton on strike to Dan Worrell. Comes over the wicket to Luxton, who's forward, pushing this one away into the offside. Round goes Don Sibley to do the fielding, and a very good afternoon to Mr. Kevin Howes.
What do you say that? Have you seen what's going on at Taunton?
Well, I heard you saying that Craig Overton had picked 5 wickets up very
5,
quickly.
That's so last year.
6.
That's 6.
Yeah. 6 now, is
6
it?
now.
So it's obviously doing a bit at Taunton.
76 for 7. Sadly, he's not on for all 10 because Gregory has got one of them. Spoiling the fun.
Worrell, over the wicket he comes. Luxton's driving. It was a little uppish, but it's away past Rory Burns, and off goes Jordan Clark again, tearing from mid-on, but that's over the boundary rope and away for 4. So first boundary for Will Luxton, and he will move on to 9, and Yorkshire move on to 120 for 2.
So, a lot was said about this Kookaburra, but what we need to bear in mind is, although the time is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there's been a lot of rain delays. So actually, the wickets, and there have been quite a few fallen around the country, have come still in the first 20-25 overs. So let's see how that plays out later, maybe.
As Worrell comes over the wicket to Luxton, and Luxton's on the back foot this time, playing this one down into the offside. Sibley comes round to do the fielding. Well, it must be doing a bit at Taunton.
Sideways.
Yes.
Of which Durham have not been playing it well, according to our people out in the field.
Ah, yes.
We have people out in the field
to bring all the news. Luxton settles over his bat once more. Overton and Jacks at first and second slip. Ryan Patel's in the gully as Worrell's in. Luxton gets forward, bottom hand comes off the bat handle. Just hopped on him a touch. Out it potters towards Dominic Sibley. Yeah, those 2 wickets. Live, I think, was betwixt and between about whether to leave or play, and in the end just sort of hung the bat there and was very annoyed with himself. And then Bean got himself in a right odd angle with a short ball. It was almost as if it just hit the bat involuntarily. Sort of just left it there, did Finley Bean. As Worrell, over the wicket he comes, and Luxton gets one that comes back at him. He's late on this. Little inside edge, down into the leg side. Thought he was through him there. Here, Dan Worrell.
You made it sound like he's going to have a strong, stern word with the bat there. Just left the bat there. You had one job, bat. One job.
Well, it had done his job very, very well up to that point, hadn't it? But it just hit the bat and looped to Jordan Clark. I've noticed that away to our left on one of the buildings there's a roof terrace. People out there watching now as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Luxton. End of the Worrell over. 120 for 2 then Yorkshire, having won the toss, batted first this morning. And James Wharton has 4. Will Luxton's on 9. Lythe gone for 47. Bean gone for 57.
I quite like it. It feels a bit fresher now, doesn't it? But I notice people walking around with their rain jackets on. Still a little concern. There might be a spot or two of rain. And it is a little bit dark around and about. I mean, it's darker way out to our right-hand side. But I don't think, I'm not going to do a Martin Emerson on you, but I don't think it's coming from there.
No, I think it's coming from behind us.
I think it is. So hopefully that's past.
I looked out the back, and it does look a bit brighter.
Oh,
behind us.
Oh, you can come again with wonderfully encouraging news like that. We've got 2 slips in, and we've got Jordan Clark here. Jordan, who comes from the other side, doesn't he, over Cumbria way, really, but has a nice long chat with a couple of people down here. Knew them very well. A nice chat. He's bowling this time, and that's an interesting ball. Perhaps a little bit slower past the off stump, through to the keeper. Lythe made 47, then Bean 57. Those 2 wickets falling within the space of 3 deliveries. And then Dan Worrell over but 1. That's Bean. Worrell's figures now at 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 36. Balls falling, as I say, in the space of 3 balls, and 1 run was added in between as well. Clark in, a little quicker. A very definite leave through to the keeper.
It's a very social event, Scarborough, as well, isn't it? Lots of people meet up here, I think.
They look forward to it, Churchy.
Yes, I can see why.
Yeah. They like that. In an ideal world, they'll be spread out a little bit more over the summer. And also, of course, this is peak holiday time
season.
Anyway.
Peak holiday season.
You used to extend the season a bit when they played in September, but never mind. Those days are gone. Clark in and past the off stump of James Wharton through to the keeper and no run.
Do you remember the first year you came to Scarborough for cricket?
Well, I don't. Was it? I think my first year was the last year of the touring team. Finishing off their tour of England with a visit to the Scarborough Festival. And I think it was the West Indies. Now, was that
88?
No, in the 90s. Yes,
92.
Can't believe you did that. That's past the off stump through to the keeper.
They were here. They were here in 92.
Well, it was later than that.
95 then.
Yeah.
They were here in 95.
1995.
1995 they were here.
But I thought my first season was 90 anyway. And what I remember most vividly about that is Wes Hall, who was then the team manager, getting roundly booed because the West Indies weren't joining into the fun of playing a game to see who might win or lose.
Right.
They were happy just to bat the game out.
Right.
Which you can understand, because who's going to know back elsewhere in the world there was a festival game, for example. Anyway, he took it well. Clark in, and again gets a little bit closer to that off stump through to the keeper.
Yeah, that would have definitely been 1995 then.
But on top of that, I also recall walking from the South Bay, where in those days all the teams stayed in that one hotel down that end. And one Sunday morning, I realised very quickly I was following Brian Lara.
Oh.
Walking from there all the way here. Brian Fine Lara. Nobody batted an eyelid. He just walked on his own. Nobody said anything.
Wow.
Exactly. In bowls. Every time, if it's possible, get any closer to coming back in on that off stump. That's what he did in that over Jordan Clark.
Because that was
120 for 2.
That was prime Lara time.
Prime Lara time.
He'd done the 375 and the 501.
Yeah.
So that was prime B Lara time, BC Lara.
I remember that time, but those festival days were really good because you'd come and you'd camp here basically for 2.5, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Would it be a championship, a Sunday league, and then it'll be the festival, something like that, and then there'll be another championship. In amongst that time, of course, the Yorkshire committee would come all the way to Scarborough to do the looking at who should be kept on and who retained list and all that sort of stuff. Oh, we had some fun in those days, Churchy.
It's amazing. As Dan Worrell continuing, and this is a nice looking shot straight back up the ground by Luxton. He will get a single as there's a little misfield there from Jordan Clark. So Luxton moves on to 10, and that will bring James Wharton back onto strike. Because remember, a few years ago, you very kindly took me to the hotel you used to stay in.
Oh, yes.
And you said, I wonder if...
Still doing... Oh, that lady was there.
Yes.
Same person was there. Denise. Denise was her name.
You said, I wonder if Denise is still here.
Yeah.
And she was.
And she was
remembered you.
Well, that turned out to be not the best thing.
Well, no, she did. She was delighted to see you as Worrell is in, and this one's left alone by Wharton outside his off stump.
They used to do, and it's something that you find up here a little bit. I presume there are places that still do it. I don't know where they are so much now. Massive Yorkshire puddings, and that'd be the main course, and then they'd be in the sort of everything in the middle. And they used to do that there.
Yeah. Somebody was saying to me this morning, apparently if you have jam on Yorkshire pudding, it's lovely.
Well, I've
never heard of that.
That'll be a step too far for me.
As waiting once again is Wharton. As Worrell's into him, he's on driving, good looking shot, but straight up to Jordan Clark. Does the fielding moving round to his left hand side.
Yeah.
No, I enjoyed that, and as you say, as we went, you went, I wonder if Denise is still here, and then there she was.
There she was.
And then she was asking you about lots of people, and
some of them were still alive.
Yes, it was quite an awkward conversation for about 5 minutes.
Yeah. And what about so and so? No, sorry, no.
Sykeshore is being positioned at deep backward square in front of all the benches. We're still yet to see him bowl a ball. Today is Worrell. Over the wicket he comes, and this is turned off the hip by Wharton into the leg side. He'll get a couple here as Sykeshore comes round to do the fielding. So 2 more to the total, 123 for 2. I was saying, I've never been, I must have been very fortunate, I haven't been to a championship game where we've had to come off for rain.
Here?
Yeah.
Right.
So I have, we didn't come off, but the sea missed in 2018, but the players stayed out there.
Couldn't see a thing.
But no, never have to come off for rain, it seems. As in over the wicket comes Worrell again. Wharton will get a single, just pushes this delivery to the left of Rory Burns, a wideish mid-off. 1 more to Wharton. He moves on to 7, 124 for 2.
I'm not able to stay here this week at night time. Otherwise, of course, there would be the annual check on whether you can still find a pinball machine in Scarborough. Found it, was it 2 years ago? It was last year. I found one 2 years ago. I wonder if they still got one on the go somewhere. Will you have a look for me?
Of course I will. Yeah, absolutely. I'll make it my mission.
Thank you.
As Luxton, shot, drives this on the up, away through the covers. There's a great elegance to Will Luxton's batting.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Just leans on that. And Rory Burns has to go almost into the marquee there. to retrieve the ball.
Well, let's hope he's not tempted by the regional cheeses, which no doubt will be on offer to everyone in there at the moment. They will have got through.
I like a regional cheese.
Yes, yes. Always something
Well, I like cheese, but a regional cheese is something a bit different.
Well, you know, from the farms there on the North York moors and round and about. Anyway, perhaps they finished because he came straight back out, didn't he? Wasn't tempted to stay in for.
They're definitely in there, aren't they, having their lunch? Because all the chairs and deck chairs are empty.
They used to do a media table, a press table. In there. Well, the only trouble with that, Mark, is you'd go in at 1 o'clock and it'd be in the media, and that would be fair enough. As we see, Clark turns round, runs away from us. 2 slips go down. Oh, a lovely lifting delivery. We need to concentrate on Clark here, because that over previous from him, he was just getting a little bit closer to that off stump. There he's just surprised him with a little extra bounce as well.
Yeah, he bowled from the Trafalgar Road end before lunch. They switched him round to the Peasholm Park end, and he looks a bit happier from this end.
He's bowling to James Wharton at the moment with those 2 slips of gully. Backward point. Covers mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg next to that marquee we're talking about. As he's in again, a little straighter this time, and bat on it from Wharton into the outside. So the press would get in there at 1 o'clock. They wouldn't get served, no problem, until about 1:30. The only trouble is the play restarted at 1:40. Started at 1:40. By the time you got through your regional cheeses, it was probably 3:10. Press would come back out. 8 wickets had fallen, and nobody had an idea of what anything. Anyway, somehow managed to get it in the paper the following day as to what happened. Good festival times those were. Oh, another lifting delivery, short delivery as well. That's his high over Wharton through to the keeper. So, he's the man you reckon can make things happen here, Mr. Clark. It's going to have his work cut out. How many overs are we in now?
38. 38.
Yeah. So this is where it might be getting difficult. He's certainly having to put his back into it, isn't he?
Well, as always, he's giving it absolutely everything.
Turns again. Runs away from us. And bowls now. Full and defended. I suppose he's going to try and vary it a little here, but at the moment he's asking a question of the batter nearly every time, isn't he? And even on those leaves, I mean, they're close calls for the leaves.
Yeah, and what he's doing is he bowled that short ball in this over, but he's just hitting a good length for Scarborough. As we heard Jonathan Doidge saying, you can leave on length here.
And he turns again past the umpire into Wharton, and again bat on that, nice and solid. Test of patience as well here. Resilience. For these two are still fairly fresh at the crease. Score of 128 for 2 for Yorkshire. Everybody having a look around. Was it something behind us? Yeah. Maybe a menacing black cloud. Let's hope that it isn't, but something over the back of us that gather their attention out there in the middle. Clark will come pounding in again. A bowl now, and another shorter one. Keeper's doing a good job. He's stretching him. Josh Blake, high stretch to get to that one, but he does so. 128 for 2 is the score. James Wharton is on 7, and Will Luxton is on 14. You keep on waving at people down there.
It's one of the great cricket writers, Mr. Paul Edwards. I didn't realise he was here.
Right.
But I've just seen him wandering around down below us.
Just update a score from Taunton.
Yes, of course.
Because Durham is still 7 down, 90 for 7. Craig Overton 6 for 23 from 10 overs. That's his situation there. Don't forget Sports Extra 3 for Division 2 cricket today, and that's Derbyshire, Leicestershire. Leicestershire 0 for 2 at one point. And then Ahmed with a 108. I tell you what, he is showing himself with a bat now, Rian Ahmed, isn't he?
Yeah, he could turn out to be a batter that bowls fairly steady leg spin, I think.
151 for 2, the latest from Derby.
Right, Jamie Overton is into the attack from the Trafalgar Road end, which is where he did his damage here in 2022. And it's a single, the first ball of the over, just tucked away by Luxton, out towards Sycamore.
I wonder if he's aware of what twin Craig has been up to today?
I doubt he is at the moment.
Not at the moment.
He may have had a look at lunchtime, I suppose.
Did it happen during lunch? I think they got back on just a little bit before we came back on, I think.
Back on to strike is James Wharton. The frightening figure of Jamie Overton coming down the slope, looks for the Yorker, dug out by Wharton, rolls up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Of course, Johnny Bairstow due in next. And, well, due being the right word, because his wife is due to have their baby any second, I think.
Any second?
Well, I don't know about that, but he could be out there batting when he gets the message, I suppose. Oh, what would you do if you're on 99?
I'm telling you what you'd have to do, Church. You get yourself off.
Yeah. You get your 100 first. As this is a short ball that Wharton rides the bounce, plays it down into the gully, and there is no run. Oh, you get your
21st century, Church. Get a grip, man. Come on now.
Got a bit of time.
You've got a bit of time. Got a bit of time. Got all that work to get to 99.
You are going to get yourself into so much bother here. All that work. I think there's somebody else who's doing a bit more work at the time, Church. So sort out your priorities.
The bowler has in over the wicket once again, comes Overton. And this is tucked away into the leg side by Wharton. They'll pick up a single. One more to the total. Luxton will come back on to strike. I like, on a serious point, I like it now when players sort of on overseas tours as well come home and with the family. I think it's the way it should be. It'd be a bit of a dilemma though if you were on 99.
Church, you almost saved yourself there for a minute.
I'm just saying it would be a bit of a dilemma. As over the wicket comes Overton. Luxton drives elegantly again out there towards cover. And there is no run.
Get your 100, then have a bit of a dash.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. DT, you were the last person I'd call for advice on this issue.
I was hoping you weren't going to say anything there, Dave Townsend, because the microphone is quite near to you, even though you're not on air. Now, I think Jamie Overton wants a
now, who should I call? What should I call on this one?
Well, you're going to get Ryan Patel with the helmet in there at short leg, I think. Or no, I think he'll go short extra. Oh no, he's going to go short leg. It's just the way that Luxton drives. He could go uppish, but he's going to get a bit of short stuff now, perhaps, because Ryan Patel in there at short leg as Jamie Overton is over the wicket to him, and he's tucking this off his hip. Will get a single into the leg side. One more to the total. 131 for two then. Luxton on 16, Wharton on 8. Those 2 wickets in 3 balls for Dan Worrell after lunch. Lyth for 47 and Bean on 57.
Still problems with the rain between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. Notts 20 for 1. They've only had 9 overs there. Durham 8 down, Churchy. 8 down now, Durham. And it's... Hold on, Church. It says 8 down, but they've not updated. They've updated some of the scorecard. Come back to you on that one later.
Yes, but they are 8 down.
Well, I think that's what it says here.
They're not.
Clark bowls, and behind that into the offside is Will Luxton defensively. So right now, having made a very good and strong and solid start, Yorkshire then lost 2 wickets in that 1 over 2 and 3 balls not long after coming back on after lunch, and Worrell picking up the wickets of the 2 openers. They're doing okay here, Yorkshire. Of course they're doing okay. They've not lost any wickets, but it's been a hard work for them. They wouldn't expect anything less, I guess, but also lots of thinking going on here from Surrey's captain and his bowler at the moment, Burns and Clark. I feel that it was a little bit deeper there. Extra cover comes in closer in the covers as Clark comes in full and pushed on the onside of straight to mid-on.
I can confirm that Durham are 102 for 8.
Any more detail? Well, I can confirm.
Josh Davey
Oh, he's taken the wicket.
has taken a wicket.
Right.
That of Ben Ray,
Okay.
caught behind for 42.
I'm no longer so interested because to get 10 would have been fantastic for Craig. To get 9 would have been quite good. I mean, to get 8 would be pretty special.
It's going to be 7 now, isn't it? Maximum for him.
Maximum. Still, the best one was Graham Onions. He took 9 and was involved with the run out for the 10th.
Yes, that's very impressive.
Clark bowls and defended into the offside no run. For all your talk about what you do on 99 and everything. It's a proper genuine question of Graham Onions at the time, wasn't it? When you were about to throw that ball for the run out, did you ever stop and think, hold on, this is going to stop me from getting my 10?
Well, we were having that chat about Alex Tudor being left on 99 not out.
That's true. Yeah.
And he was the late, great Graham Thorpe at the other end. And people often say to Tudor, oh, you must have been disappointed. And he always says, I got 99 in a test match. And you tend to remember it more because he was left on 99.
This is Jordan Clark in and bowling now full onto the onside. They'll go through for 1. And throw at the stumps. And you reckon, is that Cam Steele who's on at 12?
Yes, Cam Steele is out there at the moment.
4.
I'm just doing the looking around for that.
Right.
Is Jay Clark out there? No. Oh, no, he's bowling.
He's bowling.
He's bowling, that's true. I can never do this quickly.
No, don't rush yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna work it out.
We could be here for a few days, so you'll be fine.
Thanks.
Jordan Clark in bowls and defended. 2 mid on and a no run. Somebody's on the phone. Who's that? It's not me. We are very close to members of the public here, aren't we?
I think it's Dee Sibley.
Yes.
I think it's Dee Sibley who's not on the field of play.
And that's because he's down here.
Oh, there he is. Yes, he's just come out the pavilion.
That's right.
Yes.
But you hadn't seen that.
I hadn't seen that.
So very well.
Thank you very
good
much.
work from you.
Thank you.
Jordan Clark bowls again and defended square on the offside for no run. So Cam's going to come off now. I bet he's still buzzing through his turns as... we've got 2 12ths on.
No, Matt Fisher
was looking as if he was going to come running off, and Cam wondered if he needed to stay on. End of the over, 132 for 2 is the score. And he is going to stay. Yeah. Matthew's going to go off for a bit. They're all going off.
Syker Shaw's going off as well.
That's
Everybody's
2
going off.
We need another one to come back on. No.
Hang on. No, Fisher's just going to his fielding position.
Right.
Syker Shaw's nipping back up the steps, having gone off.
Confusion.
To, I think, put his bowling boots on. He's now off again. Maybe he's going to put his others on, because since the 2 wickets we haven't seen him.
It's got a feel of a wicket or 2 here for me.
Well, as I say, this is the opportunity for Surrey. What they've done since those 2 wickets have kept it pretty tight. Jamie Overton then. Over the wicket he comes, and Luxton rides the bounce here, plays it down into the gully region, and there is no run. Yeah, it's been a very interesting day so far. Lithe and Bean playing very nicely, putting on 107 for the first wicket. And then in the space of 3 deliveries, they're both gone off the bowling of Doubt Morrell. Jamie Overton turns again in the distance. He will come charging in once more over the wicket. Short ball whipped off the hip by Luxton down towards Matt Fisher. And they will pick up a single. That'll be 1 more to the total. It'll bring James Wharton on to strike.
Look at that down there.
There's a plate of chips, is it?
With a bit of tomato ketchup
yes.
all over it.
There's some very, very good catering facilities here at Scarborough. And get everything. Burgers, ice creams, chips, pizza.
Cockles?
Oh, I haven't looked for cockles. As over the wicket once more comes Overton. Oh, driving nicely is Wharton away through the covers, and that's away for 4. Solid looking shot that from Wharton.
I was a little bit concerned to start off with. Were you not just a little uppish? I mean, but he certain of the placing. There was a fielder out there and he was well to his right in the end, I guess. But
The placement was excellent.
Yeah.
It's brightening up all the time. I'm not saying the sun's going to come out, but the clouds seem to be a bit higher and brighter. Not those menacing clouds that we had above us for a while. But it did feel like the lights had been switched off. This is a short ball from Overton, turned by Wharton up towards Jordan Clark at mid-on, and there's no run.
Sussex are 6 down, 126 for 6. Porter through the wickets. They've got Porter and Cook in their team. They haven't had that combination enough this season, have they? Cook,
no, well, they do
not
miss
available.
them
Yeah,
a huge amount. As Overton gets the ball back in his right hand once again. Here he comes to Wharton. Wharton plays that really well because it climbed on him. Just dropped the hands. Jamie Overton's having a quiet word about his technique there and the lovely sights of Scarborough.
So kind. Not every bowler does that.
No, it's very nice of Jamie to do that, actually.
Yeah, because he's clearly spotted something and he's thinking, well, I could keep it to myself and be selfish, or maybe share it.
Yeah, just building up a relationship.
Yeah.
As he's just adjusting his boots as well.
He didn't want to come off at 10 to 1, did he?
He really didn't want to come off at 10 to 1. I don't think he could believe that we were coming off at 10 to 1. He's over the wicket once more. Wharton is across his stumps, hits the pads as he's looking to work that into the leg side. I think this will be a leg bye. It will indeed. One more to the total. So 138 for 2 Yorkshire. Luxton has 18. Wharton's on 12. Sai Kishore is back out there. Off goes Cameron Steele. Been lucky enough to have him with us for commentary for a couple of games, Cameron Steele.
You taught him everything, you know.
Well, no, he's
you held a bit back.
He's teaching me lots of things. It's amazing what the professional spot that us mere mortals don't spot.
You're not a mere mortal.
Oh, I think I am.
No. Jordan Clark bowls, got a length and past the off stump through to the keeper. Got a back issue.
Yes, I was just having a little stretch.
Is this ongoing or something that happened in Scarborough last night?
No, I've always had a slightly dodgy back.
Oh, yes.
But just keeping it loose and supple.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Just in case it's required for picking up litter or
Jordan
pick up my
turns
socks.
and bowls and straight, a good length. Oh, he's tucking into that. Look, he's set off down below us with a couple of ice creams.
Yes, he has.
But by the time he gets there, there'll be none of them left. He said, "Well, oh no, he's made it. He's only coming as far as this stand."
Oh, well done,
lovely, beautiful.
Yes,
and she's not messing about either.
No.
She's tucking into it, lads.
Well, why not?
Whew, that's not going to last long. Jordan Clark again turns in past the umpire, bowls and defended, nice and solid. So I'm enjoying this right now, this last 15-20 minutes, because they're off to a really good start. And they are being asked some really good questions from both ends now, aren't they?
Well, Surrey have kept it very tight.
Very tight.
2 wickets.
But credit to the batters as well.
They're getting their heads down. Luxton and Wharton.
Still 2 slips in there. John Clark doesn't have the longest run up. He's in now and bowls. And I think he held that back a little in its length and kept it down well in the end. They're on the offside. So Sai Kishore has been out there just hopefully enjoying himself, just looking on.
I really want to watch him bowl.
There is so much about looking at him. I think everybody likes to see him because he's just got that look of energy about him as well. It's almost sort of, let me have a go, but not as yet. Jordan Clark bowls and driven nicely to Rory Burns, for whom it needs to be a little message sent out to him, say, Rory, we want to see him bowl, give Sai a go, give him a go.
Well, he's got magnificent hair, Sai Kishore, and wears his headband as well. He's a tall man.
That's why he's a striking figure out there, isn't he? He is a striking figure. Away from us, in bowls, good leave, past the off stump through to the keeper at the end of another over. 138 for 2, so he's not our batters. James Wharton and Will Luxon are doing a really good job at the moment here for Yorkshire. Very good job.
They are.
Indeed.
Surrey will be happy where they've got them at the moment.
Can I just say, talking of headbands, lovely idea. I didn't actually see it on Breakfast Teddy last night, but the family of Graham Thorpe were on, and they're talking about what they're going to do. I think it was the second day of the test match.
It's Friday.
And people wearing headbands and whatever. I did have a look at it, because I was going to suggest maybe somebody pop up from Surrey, so that you and I can have a go at the headbands even this week, but I don't think they're quite ready yet.
No.
It's not ready,
No.
but that's a lovely idea, and we wish everybody all the best for that day.
In over the wicket once again comes Jamie Overton. Forward goes Luxon. Well, I'd encourage anybody who's going to the test match at the Kia Oval, when you look at the wall as well, there's an amazing mural of Graham Thorpe.
Is that outside?
Yeah.
You're talking about?
Yeah,
It's stunning.
And he's in the headband there, because he always wore the headband when he batted.
Yeah.
And I think that was from the subcontinent, where the paint, but the mural is amazing.
It is.
It's one of Sam Curran as well now, as this is picked up and whipped
Beautiful.
by Luxton, and away for 4. He's a very elegant player, is Will Luxton. That was just on his pads and beautifully whipped away for 4 runs. He's on to 22 now. Yeah, there's... Who else is there? There's Sophia Dunkley, Jamie Smith, Sam Curran, Alice Capsey, and Graham Thorpe murals on that wall. So if you're going to the test match, do look out for that, because they are fantastic.
But you don't need to go to the test match to support the Graham Thorpe Day, because I think you can get stuff online and everything through the Surrey shop and all that sort of stuff. And it's Mind, isn't it? I think Mind's the main charity.
Absolutely.
So do keep your eyes open for that one.
It's a terrific initiative. Overton is in, and this is crashed off the back foot by Will Luxton, but straight to Dan Lawrence at extra cover. And there is no run. Lots of people on the pavilion balcony watching from up there.
Where?
I think that's where the committee probably go, isn't it?
Where?
Pavilion balcony.
Right on the left-hand side here. Well, yes, they used to. There was in the middle. They used to be in the middle.
Maybe a few are there, but some in the posh tent.
We'll be down in the tent.
Yes.
I think.
As in over the wicket once again comes Jamie Overton, and gets a short one, does Luxton. Ducks underneath it. I told you that when I arrived where we're staying, the first person I bumped into was Sir Geoffrey Boycott, and he didn't have a dongle. So you had to borrow mine to get the door open.
You were carrying yours around with you?
I was carrying. Mine's got an elastic band around it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I don't lose it.
Yes.
But yes, I was very privileged and honoured.
May I borrow your dongle, Mark? He said.
No, he didn't quite. I just said, I've got a dongle.
Would you like my dongle?
As in over the wicket, he's Overton, goes full of length, driven. Back past him. I wonder if that's a caught and bowled chance.
I think it is.
Yeah, I think he's driven that uppish. I thought it was a bump ball, but from the reaction of Overton and the slips, I wonder if this went... Yeah, it did. It went straight back at him, and he's got fingertips to it.
Fingertips, though.
It would have been a terrific catch, because it was well timed. But that was a bump ball, but as it is, that's technically a chance.
Are you going to tell him?
No. Absolutely not. But
Jeremy, just a moment. I think that was a chance.
Yes. That hit his fingers and flew off down to the long off boundary rope for 4. In comes Overton again. That's a beautiful, quick, short delivery, and he's played it pretty well as Luxton. Dropped the hands. I think it hit his forearm and rolled behind him. Oh, do you know who I think we're getting into the attack? I think Saika Shaw's coming into the attack. Hooray, this is going to be great. really been looking forward to
this. Do you think Rory heard us?
I think he's...
Rory, get him on.
Well, I think it makes sense, doesn't it, to get him on. Two right-handers out there. Haven't got away from Surrey since those 2 wickets. They came together with the score on 108. So
now, let's have a look at this dynamic, Chichi. So Rory's never worked with him before, has he? So is he going to let him set his own field? What's he going to do here?
He'll let him set his own field, I'd have thought.
Well, he's doing a bit of pointing, is our Rory. Whereas the bowler's just having a bit of...
I think he would have wandered up and said, "What do you want?"
And this is what I want, and now he's going to give it him. You'll be asking me, Mark, any minute now, is it still 8 down, Kevin, at Taunton?
Is it still 8 down, Kevin, at Taunton?
Well, Mark, yes, it is. It's 125 for 8, Durham against Somerset. Sussex 139 for 6 against Essex. Worcestershire 93 for 1 away to Warwickshire. What's that, Mark? Yes, still raining at Hampshire. You're right. Faulty, still raining. Hampshire versus Notts 20 for 1. Oh, look at that. More ice cream. 2 flakes for me. Oh, look at that. If she's not careful, she can start eating her hand at the moment. She's into that one. Oh, off she goes. It's a good day for ice creams today because not too hot. So it's not going to melt. I have bought some ice creams here. They seriously melt before you've even left the ice cream van. So, in we see for the first time in Surrey colours bowling, Saika Shaw. That first one driven into the offside for no run. So this is a different sort of test now for James Wharton and Will Luxton. Shaw around the wicket, defended, nice and solid. Nice lines, they say.
Yep. And he's got to work out the pace he wants to bowl on here as well.
Hearing yourself and DT talk about, this environment, playing environment for him as he comes in and bowls, and that's into the offside. To a certain extent, it's just a game of cricket to him, isn't it? But I bet this does have a bit of a different feel.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. Sort of walking up this morning, I'm sure, and a ground like this, fantastic.
But he certainly looks up for it. He's round the wicket, got a man in there at silly points and driven to Rory Burns. This one at mid-off. And one thing we like about him, Mark, is the fact that he likes to get through his over as quickly as possible.
And he's always seemingly got a smile on his face.
He'll have a smile if he can get a wicket. They're looking for a 3rd wicket here at Surrey. Bowls. Oh, that's a lovely
there you
delivery.
Go.
Yeah.
That's the pace. That has gone as well.
Yeah.
That has gone.
146 for 2.
Tester here for Josh Blake behind the stumps as well.
And this is James Wharton who's facing at the moment. Kishore to Wharton. Round the wicket, full, driven. Nice shot, actually. Rory Burns will be able to cut that off, but they will go through for 1. And the score moves up to 147 for 2. And Wharton moves his score to 13. Well, as I say, he gets on with a bit. An interesting first over.
Yeah, tidy first over that from Sai Kishore. That one that really did turn a bounce. Dave Townsend's back with us. He's been outside making phone calls and chatting to his fan club.
It's nice when that person turns up.
It is, yes. It's a club of 1. They do all the roles, membership, chair the meetings.
Trustee.
Yes, trustee.
And he's only part-time.
He's only part-time, yeah. Overton, in he comes, and up on his toes goes James Wharton, plays this one out into the offside. So yes, that was an interesting first over from Sai Shaw.
Oh, looking out there, he's going through it in his mind now.
I love left arm spinners.
Flicking the wrists a bit, stretching. Oh, he's out there too. He can't wait to get back out there in the middle.
I've said this a few times, but if I could come back, I'd come back as a left-arm spinner.
Well, I hope you do come back.
Yeah, over the wicket once again comes Jamie Overton, and this is clipped away by Wharton into the leg side. There is Sai Kishore. Oh, he's a little misfield, and they'll come back for 2. So 2 more to the total. And Wharton moves on to Oh, they've given those 2 runs to Luxton on the board.
That's a silly thing to do.
That is the 150 up though. 150 for 2. Yorkshire. So this partnership's worth 42. As Overton's in. This is turned by Wharton into the leg side. Think about 2 again. Oh, they're going to come back for 2. It's good running. Jordan Clark had a way to come round from mid-on. Very good running. It's a warm ripple of applause from the Yorkshire faithful. And the scoreboard's just not moving now. So I think it's gone. Yes, I think it needs. I think the scoreboard needs a reset. Don't we all really at this time of the day?
Speak for yourself.
We always hit sort of a point where you need your reset button pressed. As Overton is into Wharton. Wharton gets a back of a length delivery, gets in behind it, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. There you go, 152 for 2. And Wharton has moved on to 17 now on that scoreboard. I suppose we'll sort of see. It was the great Dave Callaghan who pointed it out to me when at 5 o'clock quite a few people left the ground, and I said, why are they all leaving? And he said, well, they've got the 5:30 seating at their B&B for dinner, and then at 5:30 more people left, and they had the 6 o'clock seating at their B&B for dinner. So we may see that again today. Now Ryan Patel's going in at short leg, so he's under the helmet again at short leg because Overton is in, and a short ball for Wharton, ducks underneath it. It's taken by Josh Blake, moving away to his left-hand side. So, we were in the 45th over now of this innings. Yeah, very interesting day of cricket so far. Still got a bit of a way to go till tea time, when there are 32 overs remaining in the day. Overton's in. This is driven firmly into the offside by Wharton, but a very good half stop there by Dan Lawrence away to his right. End of the over, 151 for 2 then, 26 to Will Luxton. James Wharton's on 17, and we're going to get a bit more Sai Kishore. Rory Burns having a long old chat with umpire Nigel Long about the ball. Not sure how much progress he's making with this conversation.
Oh, but maybe it's that sort of conversation where you started.
Yes, sow the seeds.
Yes.
Sowing the seeds.
Worrell's bowled 13 overs, 2 for 44. Fisher 13 overs, no wicket for 52. Overton no wicket for 36 from 8 overs. Clark 15 runs from 2 overs from Jordan Clark. Sai Shaw went for 1 from his first. This is his second. We're about to see being bowled now, and around the wicket in and bowls and defended back up to the bowler from Will Luxton. Will Luxton, who's on 26 not out with his team at 151 for 2. On a day which is getting brighter, I think the cloud is starting to disperse a little, hopefully with any threat of rain, and this is defended to the offside for no run. He is a tall, striking character, isn't he? Very tall man, and this his home park end and driven. Oh, well, it's found a gap there. How's he threaded that through? I don't know. It's not going to go to the boundary. It'll just be a single. But there were 2 fielders there in the offside and almost bent the ball round in between the 2 of them. Now to Jordan Clark, who's looking after things out there on the rope to the left-hand side. Mark, you had a bit of a tumble there.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just standing up.
Now what happens now when you stand up? Is my
legs are a bit asleep there.
Kicks your bowls, and I shouldn't laugh, it comes to us all. And driven to Rory Burns for no run.
Something on the outfield, I'm not sure what it is.
Pardon?
Away in the distance, just to the left of Jordan Clark. Mm-hmm. He's sweeping up on the cover boundary. There's something on the outfield.
Kishore bowls. think it's your eyes have got as well as your legs, isn't it? Push back up to the bowler.
I'm not sure what it is, but I don't think it's a bird.
Oh,
it's not moving.
Well, it could be.
I tell you what.
Could be a parrot.
Dave Townsend's binoculars.
Oh, lovely turning delivery. He's getting one of those and over, isn't he? And this is going to be good to watch for this afternoon. 152 for 2. Well, Jordan's just passed it by. He doesn't seem particularly bothered. It's just going to be a brown paper bag or something, isn't it? Who's got the binoculars? Well, you've got the binoculars. What can you see? Let's cross now to Mark Church. Mark, an interesting foreign-looking object has arrived on the outfield. Mark, what can you tell us about it?
A lot. It looks like... I'm not sure what that is.
Oh, look, I tell you what it is. It's a dicky bird. That's what it is.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yes, you see it.
He's had his regional cheeses. Looking forward to an afternoon watching.
Jordan Clark is back into the attack from the Trafalgar Road end of the ground. I can't tell what that is, but it looks like a shoe. There's a player out there with one boot on.
Oh, Church, you are hope. No, I've got it.
Jordan Clark is in, and Luxton's driving uppishly, but away through the covers for 4. It's good placement.
Mark, look at it now. Look
it's a bird.
It's a walking shoe.
It's a bird that was asleep.
Exactly.
They're trying to get it off the outfield now.
A shoe.
But it's got legs and everything. And it's running away from the steward.
It's not for flying off.
They see it was something.
So you see the camera there. They tried to give a bit of a clue. So we saw Dickie Bird to give you a clue that it wasn't a shoe.
Very good from the cameras.
Yeah, it was Dickie. It was a bird.
Yeah, sorry, I thought it was a shoe.
It's a gull.
It's a very sleepy gull, isn't it? It's not going anywhere at the moment. I think it's about to sit down again.
I've got a concern.
Hope it's not
for you,
injured.
Mark. Yeah, well, to me it looks if it's. I've watched all the spring watches. It looks to me as though its wing might not be.
Oh no! It's sat down again now.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark is in. Luxton's forward, plays this off a length, and out into the offside it goes. Well, the stewards I think were trying to help it, but it's just sat down again. And my fear is
it
doesn't want the ball flying towards it at a rate of knots.
Because it'll be look away now, children.
Yes, it will, and me as well. Oh, but you can't really. Oh no, it's back on its feet again now. It's back on its feet again. Sorry, Bill Oddie's saying something to my right about this.
Another gull has come to see it.
Well that's handy. Here comes Jordan Clark again to Luxton, who's in behind a short ball. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Do you think it could be a mating ritual?
I hope not. Well, if it is, one of them's very slow. As Jordan Clark goes wandering back to the top of his mark once again.
And do you know what's really nice and reassuring is that umpire Warren generally looks concerned.
Well, I think they may have to.
Stop play.
Well, they might have to, because otherwise the bird will get injured.
Oh, that wing's definitely got something wrong with it.
As Clark is in, Luxton up on his toes and nicely played, cuts it away down through backward point. As I say, he's a very elegant player, is Will Luxton. And that one's whistled off to the boundary rope for 4 more. So 160 for 2 now. So the partnership goes past 50. They've done very well.
Shoe.
I thought it was a shoe. Oh no, it's trying its wings out now.
It's not working properly.
Are you sure they look?
That left wing has got a problem.
Oh dear. Luxton settles once more. Jordan Clark is into him, full length, slower ball. Luxton's forward, plays this one away into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, he can't get off the outfield at the moment. He's trying very hard, bless it. It's sort of going in the right general direction. As you say, maybe it does have an injured wing.
It certainly does, Mark, and
slip in a gully, short extra. Jordan Clark is into Luxton. Luxton's forward, plays this one away into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over. 160 for 2, 35 to Luxton. Wharton's on 17. Still the bird is on the outfield, not able to get off the outfield at the moment.
Syke Shaw is going to continue here. Now, in his first 2 overs, there was 1 ball in each over.
Yeah, he got the pace about right, didn't he? Got a bit of turn and bounce.
So, let's have a look here. This is going to be James Wharton, who is facing. Syke Shaw, brought in by Surrey. Also brought into the attack now. This is his 3rd over. Around the wicket, looking to sweep this round the corner. Get something on it. Paddle round the corner for a couple. So now this is the start of James Wharton thinking to himself, okay, well, we've seen a couple of overs. Now let's see what we can do to throw you off your line a bit. Now he's taken something off there. So it's not his headband, it's his sunglasses, his shades. And he comes again, tall figure in and defended really from Morton. Jamie Overton standing there at slip. Ryan Patel, who's standing there at silly point at the moment. Wicket comes again. Bowls nice and full, goes back to that one. Oh, now there you're in some trouble, because if that just turns a little, just catches a little bit of the edge.
It's the bounce as well. He's a tall man, Syke Shaw, but it's the bounce as well. It's a nice start, isn't it?
Terrific. And around the wicket again. Driven. Oh, that's a stop. Did it carry out there? I mean, it was a sharp chance if it was into the covers.
No, it was all along the floor, but it's a good bit of cricket. Gave that one a little more flight. Firmly struck by Wharton and very well stopped by Dan Lawrence.
163 for 2. Sure again. Silence. People know this is something a bit special here right now. Goes forward. Intriguing part of the game. No is the call as it's driven to Rory Burns at mid-off.
How's my bird doing?
Oh, well, it's fallen asleep again.
It has,
in a very dangerous position, I'm afraid. I fear the ending will not be a good one. Shaw around the wickets, and when he leaves that one through to the keeper. Still another intriguing, wonderfully entertaining over. 163 for 2, and currently on 20 not out is James Wharton, and Will Luxton is on 35. This pair coming together at the fall of the wickets of Lyth to start with 47, and a couple of balls later Bean on 57, both of them to Dan Worrell in that over. And having put on an opening partnership 107, just added one more before the second wicket fell.
Yeah, it's a nice tidy start though from Syke Shaw. Wharton will continue. Slipping a gully in there. Wharton stands with that bat raised as Jordan Clark is into him. He's punching off the back foot out there towards backward point, and there's no run. Paul Steele, the Surrey physiotherapist, and Mr. James Troughton are taking a stroll towards, I would have thought, the posh coffee area, away to our right hand side.
I think there was an entire run done for the team this morning.
Yes, yeah. No, I think people take turns to go and do coffee runs.
Oh no, that was the Yorkies that did that, of course.
Right.
Because Surrey were out in the field. That was the Yorkies.
In over the wicket once again goes Jordan Clark. This one's left alone by Wharton. Outside is off stump. Good partnership. 55 it's worth after those 2 wickets in 3 balls for Dan Worrell. Gentleman there to our left in the crowd's got his binoculars out. Gentleman in a England one-day jumper down there below us is having a march around as well as Wharton settles over his bat once again. Jordan Clark is into him, outside edge. Oh, that bounces horribly in front of Will Jacks. He got something on it, Will Jacks. Hit him in the chest, I think. But pushed at it, outside edge. It bounced a long way in front of Will Jacks and then hit him in the chest. So he did a pretty good job getting something in the way of that, did Will Jacks. As waits again, Will Wharton. Jordan Clark comes down the slope over the wicket to Wharton, and Wharton's forward to a good length delivery. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. What I do love about here in Scarborough as well is, but we haven't got it this year, but they used to have a road. It was like the start of the Grand National down there to our left for the crowd.
So, it used to be operated by a person, and now they've just put the rope up right next to the pavilion, haven't they?
But it used to be very exciting when the rope went down.
Which means people can still walk behind the bowler's
Yes,
arm.
I know. As in over the wicket again comes Clark. This is punched by Wharton. Oh, he's tying this very nicely. Beats the dive of Dominic Sibley. Back goes Ryan Patel. Slides, picks up, gets the throw away, and they will pick up a couple more runs.
Oh, I just realised that.
Yeah, so there isn't a rope to stop people going behind the bowler's arm.
Georgie's been off for the last hour. You thought the least he could have done during that time was gone down there and done it for an hour.
Well, I used to enjoy it. It was like the start of the National. The rope went down and off they went.
Because by that time there'd be about 25, 30 people all gathered up.
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
In over the wicket once again is Jordan Clark. Bangs that one in, and Wharton's off his feet there, tucking that down towards Matt Fisher at long leg. End of the over. 165 for 2, 35 to Luxton, 23 to Wharton. Our Bird is still asleep on the outfield.
I can't get off, Mark. I mean, that's...
I don't suppose it would let you go and pick it up either, would it?
Well, no, you
get
just
frightened.
You just walk it further into trouble.
Yeah, that's true. It has no. It didn't. What an injury, David.
So,
it's not an
Ashore.
intoxicated Bird.
He wants a word with the captain. He's got a cunning plan here, Mark. He's got a cunning plan. What's going to happen now? Rory's going to do something
magical. It's going to be Ryan
magical.
Patel's moving out.
And where does he want him to go? Not too far out. He's
trying to drive here.
So he goes sort of front of square, catching position on the offside, and there's two in the catching position there on that offside, but he goes on the onside. Turned away.
I watched him warming up this morning. He doesn't half give it a rep as well.
James Wharton currently on strike, and this is Kishore. Fine details here. He moves the fielder out there on the boundary a few yards to his right, and he moves him back 3 yards to his left. Kishore again, a little bit shorter with that one, and work behind square leg side, one, and stay at one. And one more run for James Wharton. He moves to 24, takes Yorkshire to 167 for 2. Hasn't it been a really interesting afternoon session?
It really has.
Rory and the Surrey bowlers have tried to throw everything at them. Plenty going on there, but this pair of Wharton and Luxton,
yeah, they've steadied the ship after those 2 wickets in 3 balls, because sort of said it's an opportunity for Surrey.
So now this is Will Luxton, and Patel comes back in under the helmet for him and driven past him out there towards the cover boundary for a single. He moves up to 36 and takes the score to 168 for 2.
That one was a little too full.
And out they go again, so that's the plan. They've got a different plan here for Luxton and Wharton. And this is Wharton who's on strike. Kishore bowls. Oh, good full delivery. And again, just a little bit of turn there.
Just a tempter on that occasion. Wharton not tempted. Warrell's being moved behind square on the leg side, in front of the marquee.
As with all the good spinners, he looks a busy lad as well, doesn't he? Really busy. And he comes again and defended bat and pad together into the offside.
Well, it must be so much fun to be able to do this, I always think. Have the control and also have the skills to bowl left arm spin.
Around the wicket, a little quicker. Ooh, that again wasn't too far away from that off stump. So the variations that he's throwing up there, of the pace and the length of his deliveries, wonderful battle. End of the over, 168 for 2 is the score mark. I'm going to move aside.
Okay, yes. Thank you to Kevin Howes.
Going to come in. Oh, I'm closing his laptop.
Don't close his laptop.
I'm sorry about that.
That'll turn it off.
It will. Okay.
Thank you as well for your spring watch descriptions there of the injured bird. So once Mr. Doidge is on, I will vacate for Mr. Dave Townsend, and I will go and see if I can find out any more information about the bird, because I'm slightly concerned for its well-being.
Yeah, I've had a message from Debbie and Julie, who are sitting on the side there, somewhere near the bird, and say it sounds like it might be distressed or struggling, and there's been an additional fielder throughout the day for the visitors as Will Luxton turns a 2 into the leg side. Kishore is into field. Luxton 38, played some lovely shots during his knock so far. Still a fair way away from the tea break, aren't we? Probably looking at 4 o'clock-ish, something like that, depending upon how many overs our spinner bowls between now and then. Maybe there might be an addition of more spin, who knows. Here's Jordan Clark again. Heavy ball to Luxton, but he's got plenty of time to play it with a bit of a flat bat, really, up to Rory Burns at mid-off, no run. So yeah, it's I've had the binoculars trained on the gull, and it is fairly static down at ground level. You'd think that somebody's going to have to move that at tee.
That? You can't describe him as that. It's him or her. It's got to be moved at tee.
Him, her, or that. Clark is in. Luxton from behind the pad just pokes out a bit of bat and defends into the offside.
The girl is definitely having a difficult day, isn't it? I think we can say that.
Yeah, I've been off around the ground having a chat with people. I understand that our colleagues have been talking about ice creams during the last hour.
And you just still didn't bring us any back.
We still didn't bring any back for them. All right, okay, that was a cue for us to do that, was it? Clark then. Bustling in again. It's a good length ball, and with an open face, that's played out into the offside by Luxton, and there's no run. So just those 2 wickets that fell after a quiet morning session that Yorkshire would have been delighted with. 82 without loss when that threat of rain in a few spots came. Early lunch, back out for the afternoon session early, which is making this into what you would think is going to be a 2.5 hour afternoon session. 32 overs, the mark for tea, as Luxton plays that one down to second slip, where Overton does the fielding, and there is no run. A lovely sort of effortless, loose, wristy type player, isn't he, Will Luxton, when you see him play well. He's obviously had his challenges so far in red ball cricket, when it's been moving around. Less so in white ball, where he's had a good campaign in the T20s. So Clark comes in again. Short ball, attempted pull. Has he got a nick on that? Surrey are all up believing he has, but Nigel Long nor Will Luxton impressed with that appeal, and will stay put. 170 for 2.
There seemed to be a little bit of a noise. I was thinking maybe shoulder. Look at this again. Just slowing it down and... sure.
But he was a little bit slow on it, wasn't he? I think the ball's gone in some senses there, and that was the same case in point for Finlay Bean with his dismissal. Obviously not Jordan Clark bowling, that was Dan Worrell, but I think pace might have been an issue there for Finn.
Peculiar shot, wasn't it? And particularly right after Lythe got out. So Kishore, left arm round, bowls, and back onto his stumps defending. Pushes that one up to mid-wicket. There's James Wharton. worried about him getting on the back foot too much against the spinner, and he's done it again. And to keep it, James Blake. You got to Josh Blake. Sorry, beg his pardon. James Wharton, the batsman. Get on the front foot, lad. Bowles, and he gets on the front foot this time, plays it firmly up to mid-off, sets off for a quick single. That's a little bit cheeky. They're very quick between the stumps, aren't they? Wharton and Luxton.
Yeah, they had a really good partnership in T20 at Headingley recently, where they, it's hard to calculate exactly, but you're sort of thinking they probably took an extra dozen runs, made ones into twos, twos into threes, which all helps, especially in the short, probably more so in the shorter format.
Kishore to Luxton, and again forces him back and plays that to mid wicket. Just the one slip, and then 4 in a row on the offside, saving one. A short extra catching perhaps, and then a man out at deep cover, sweeper. Forward comes Luxton, pushes that up towards mid off. No run. So where's the? I'm a fielder short at the moment. You'll have to help me with this, Dodgy. Kishore bowls and defends to short extra cover. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's in the deep on the onside.
No.
The end of the over, 171 for 2.
I don't know if Matthew Fisher's here in front of us, so I wonder if he was slightly obscured from your viewpoint by the sight screen. Malcolm Palmer, good afternoon to you from a still roasting Alicante. He says, great to see cricket from Scarborough again, brings back great memories of the 50s, a Hutton century, a Lawson a double ton, and a Reg Simpson biggest 6 ever. Will Jacks, here we go with the more spin in inverted commas that I was alluding to a few minutes ago. So Will Jacks is going to try his luck from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Andy Walker says, wonderful to hear everyone this morning. I've got to say that Yorkshire's openers are 2 of the finest drivers of a ball in the whole game. Wonderful shots from Messrs Lythe and Bean. And he's hoping the rain stays away. That is Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch. The Don, that's Dean in Doncaster.
The Don
says, I'll give you more in a moment, because here is Jacks bowling his off spin to Wharton, right-handed of course. James, even I'm getting Warts' first name mixed up here, and that was turned away to mid-wicket first up. Here's Jacks in again. Wharton plays it the same way, just a little dink to short mid-wicket. The Don says, enjoying the comms, the jokes not so much. I do love it when Yorkshire play at Scarborough. Must watch Yorkshire play there one day. As Wharton goes back foot and just drops out into the offside. No run.
Has he not been
says, I'd also love to join you for the Cali Fish and Chips evening. Can you please ask Churchy not to curse Yorkshire's start? And can you ask DT if he still spends his winters in Thailand? Well, winters and got a lot of his summers these days, and his autumns and springs as well. If indeed they have autumn and spring in Thailand. That's wide of off stump and left by James Wharton. No run.
Yeah. Can't believe he's in Doncaster and hasn't been up to Scarborough.
Wharton pushing this one, flicking to Rory Burns in the leg side. Victim Rory of a bobble earlier in the day from the ball, and that one didn't do him any favours either. They got the one they would have got anyway. Lily says that Adam Lythe and Finlay Bean batted well. The cricket's still making me feel normal, says Lily, as Luxton pushes into the offside and will find a single out to the cover sweeper. Being at the cricket's making me feel normal after losing my dad 11 days ago from blood cancer.
Oh, that's sad to hear.
Yeah.
Sad to hear, Lily.
She's down below the comm box, as ever, as the chairwoman of the Matthew Revis fan club. So we can expect things to be waved in the air when Rev goes into bat. I'm not quite sure what, Lily, but I'm sure you do. So that's the address. Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can get in touch on X if you know my X address, which I am no longer allowed to give out. I'm not sure why. particularly when my co-commentators continue to do that with theirs, but I'm observing the rules as Luxton turns a single into the leg side at the start of this over, which is DT's.
So I just wondered why you hadn't been mentioning it today, Dodgy. Here's again bowls Kishore, and that's he's past slip, a thickish edge. Well, I'd maybe give him the benefit of the doubt that he guided it past Overton at slip. Just gets a single there, does James Wharton. Kishore's pushing it through at a good pace, the left arm spinner. Always important to get your pace right for the type of pitch you're bowling on. And again, the arms come over quickly there, and it's driven nicely by Luxton out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more run to him, 41, 176 for 2. Why has the ball beat me to it? As Kishore bowls again, and another drive. Overton's appealed there for LBW, and there's a few chuckles there because he managed to drive it, but I think that probably did hit the pad first. But the bowler and the umpire, bowler and the wicketkeeper weren't interested. The umpire certainly wasn't. Full ball that's driven, diving stop at short extra cover, but they scamper through for a single.
Yeah, we've got this Surrey thing again, haven't we, where they don't have numbers on the back of their woolen sweaters. Now, I'm torn with that one because it's nice for a point of ID when you don't see them play all the time, but also I do love a wool sweater.
Kishore bowls, drags Luxton outside the off stump, beats him, a little bit of drift. Church is demonstrating away to our right of just exactly what had happened there.
You've got to do that one, haven't you? It's just all batters do it as well at some point. A bit like a conductor with an orchestra. I'll give a few shout outs here from X because quite a lot of these messages that have come in earlier in the day that I hadn't seen, well, they've sort of passed their sell by date now, but hello to Steve Morris. I already mentioned Kate, to Bent Nielsen, to Mighty Mariners, to Depressed Sargalout, to Jordan Geldy.
Depressed Sargalout.
To ED, as that is worked up to mid-on by James Wharton, straight to Rory Burns, no run. To James Green as well, or Jim as he prefers me to call him. Shout outs to all of you for being in touch today, as that's pushed into the offside by James Wharton, who's back and across, and as I think you were saying earlier, yeah, you will want to try and get forward. There's the other side of that argument, I guess, with spin as well. If you are one of those players who likes to play it as late as possible, then you'd go back. And James Wharton comes forward to this one all right and smashes it for 6 straight back over the head of Will Jacks. That'll do nicely.
Tracking shot straight down the ground. Is there any shot that gives you more pleasure than a
straight 6?
The straight 6?
No, probably not.
One that comes right out of the meat.
183 for 2 in the 54th, I think it'll be actually. You never know with this board at Scarborough whether it's the over that they're in, the 54, or they've already completed 54. We're seeing another dot. You can soon pick that up from the electronic scoreboards, I guess. It is the 55th, yeah. And that's turned backward of square on the leg side this time by James Wharton, who'll pick up 1 run. So 35 to him, 41 to Will Luxton, who's back on strike. Partnership now worth 76 between this pair for the 3rd wicket. So having lost 2 quickies, they needed to just re-establish themselves out there. The Yorkies, last ball of the over was another dot. 184 for 2 at the end of 55 overs. Still the usual peripheral movement around the ground. Plenty of caps in evidence today. Probably I'd say more so than is the norm. Maybe that was on account of the sun to start things off. maybe on account of the rain at one point, as well as Alistair Lythe walks just by and out of shot. Father of Adam. If there was ever any son that was a spitting image of his father, and that was that.
Kishore from the Peasholm Park end. Left armour slip in a gully, can we say that, to the left arm spinner. That's pushed into the off. Just a sort of little, it's a grey cloud around at the moment and first, well, a big shout for a stumping there, and it's not been given. Kishore was right down the halfway down the pitch celebrating.
Those watching the stream may well get a good view here. Just going to see a replay from side on. Well, you definitely would take that if you're James Wharton, because I'm not 100% sure his foot was grounded behind the line at the point the bail was removed.
Kishore bowls again. There's well, no justice's edge there from Wharton, pass slip, running away down to the boundary.
Chance to have a look at the replay again. Not sure if they're able to pause this bang on the moment or not.
Umpire only gets one look at it in real time.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he's got any doubt, then that's fine. You give the benefit of the doubt to the batter. But there's definitely some doubt, let's put it that way. A lot of doubt, really.
In fact, 100% doubt. 188 for 2, that delivery just pushed into the onside. Next ball is pitched up and pushed to, just a few feet in front of him, really, by Wharton, who's been a lucky boy in this over. He's on to 39. Delivery quicker one, he allows that through to the keeper, and no run to be had there, so maybe got away with the one in that over. So but we always say in club cricket, look in the book. 188 for 2.
Yep. It'd be very interesting to see a freeze frame, but we don't have that, I don't think.
Oh, that's a little bit unfair as well to the umpire there. As I say, it was a very, very close one.
Here's Jacks bowling right across the face of Luxton, who doesn't deal with that particularly well. There's a yelp from the Surrey fielders. Yeah, no, listen, I'm not knocking Nigel Long when I say that at all. It was tight, no doubt about that. And you're right, absolutely. You get one look. That's a lovely sweep shot by Will Luxton. It was in the air for a while, but there's nobody in any danger of catching it. Jordan Clark is out there in the deep, but he was quite a bit squarer than the ball went down to the bottom couple of rows of the wooden seating. So Luxton on to 45. This time just propping forward back to Will Jacks, who has that bowling action that sort of a coach with a young player might say, reach with that front arm. He really there you go, big reach with the back arm, big reach with the front arm. An appeal here for LBW. Not out, but it's just got the feeling with what happened in the last over, there's a little moment in day one here where Surrey are really trying to apply some pressure vocally, and with what they're producing with the ball, Yorkshire, these two relatively young players still, have got to try and weather this. Luxton, in that usual nonchalant, casual manner that he has, just runs that one out into the covers and picks up a single.
And as What happens in these cases, the decisions to be made are all falling on the one umpire, which following him around a bit.
Jacks to Wharton, who goes back foot again and punches back to the bowler. End of the over, 193 for 2. The partnership now into the 80s. And the pair of them, like the first two on the board today, Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean, have got themselves a good start here. Can they go on? Lyth 47, Bean 57. And the way it started, Kookaburra ball, 5 mils of grass, not doing much off the straight, then you get the impression, certainly, DT, if we get a sunny day here at Scarborough, there's going to be some big runs to be had for somebody in this match.
Kishore to continue, number 60 on his back, Peas on Park End. Or just jogs in really. On the money, push to short extra cover. Slip, gully, backward point, sweeper on the boundary, short extra and mid off. That's the offside field as he bowls, and just gave that one a little bit more. Tempting a drive, but just checked by Luxton. Kishore bowls again, and again Luxton defends. Certainly does a fair bit for the over rate, though. This does, having a spinner on it at either end, bustling through the overs. Next delivery is very well fielded, diving to his tumbling to his left there at short extra.
Dan Lawrence is the man.
193 for 2. Just a bit of pressure building these last couple of overs. Buxton defends that. I think it's one of the lessons, isn't it, for younger players that they have to learn, that just to see out these little pressure points in an innings. Next ball from Kishore is again defended, and when that made an over. 46 Luxton, 39 Wharton, 193 for 2.
Yep, so are we going to see a change of ends? Yeah, I think it looks as though Jacks maybe came on to facilitate a change for Sai Kishore. Or is it? No. Just thrown as a dummy by standing alongside Nigel Long, Sai Kishore, and having a chat. Jacks is going to continue.
Not sure about this bowling round the wicket though. To be a defensive move, although he has got 2 attackers.
Yeah, he struck that pretty firmly into the deck there, James Wharton, first ball of the over, and Jacks couldn't hang on to it at the non-striking end. Back with Jacks, who's round the wicket, and Wharton just tucks this away off his legs, back at a square, and will pick up 1. Will Luxton made his debut in first-class cricket against Surrey and was caught, folks, bowled Jacks in his very first-class innings here on the 11th of July 2022 under the tutelage at the time of Otis Gibson. He gave him his first-class chance and didn't get another game in first-class cricket until 2024, as he nearly runs down the middle of the pitch there. That didn't look the most aesthetically pleasing of strokes, did it? He nearly fell over after he played it to mid-wicket to Jordan Clark.
No, he's reaching for it, wasn't he? And he knew where he wanted to hit it, but the ball possibly wasn't there to be struck in that direction. Camera showing our friend the gull there, who's still lying down in a bit of distress.
Yeah, Wharton steps across, turns this one to Lawrence at mid-wicket, no run.
Somebody needs to have a look at him at tea time, I think, or her.
This one fired maybe a little bit quicker across James Wharton, but an easy leave wide of his off stump. Maybe his thoughts might start to turn towards making sure we're still here at tea any time now. 5 overs to go after this ball's bowled, and that was the completion of the over with a single dinked away square on the leg side by James Wharton, who'll keep the strike and move on to 41, 47 to Luxton, 196 for 2. And so 88 runs this third wicket partnership worth at the moment. If you're joining us at more recent times, welcome along. BBC 5 Sports Extra 2 throughout this match from here at North Marine Road, Scarborough. Yorkshire versus Surrey, the champions of course. Yorkshire won the toss, decided to bat first, and they've lost. Adam Lyth caught Overton, bowled Worrell for 47, and Finlay Bean caught Clark 2 balls later off Worrell for 57.
So Kishore, new over, quicker. I do like his variations. He's a bowler. Good. Test this for the 2 young Yorkshire batters. Bowls again and driven nicely, just wide of the. So his skipper, who's at deepish mid-off anyway. Comfortable single. A little sort of post-lunch murmur going around the crowd. Well, just pre-tea murmur, I suppose we've got to now, haven't we? Tossed up this time by Kishore, and that one's patted back to him. How would you rate this crowd, Georgie, today compared with sort of previous years?
In terms of what?
Numbers.
Oh, numbers, right.
Well, I don't know what else we've got.
The lunches they brought, perhaps? The fashion sense?
The next deliveries outside. A little bit more width to that one. Again, played up to Burns, and they had to scamper a little bit for that single, but got it. Got it nevertheless. 42 to Wharton, 48 to Luxton.
Fashion sense, as usual, really, about 3 out of 10.
Are you being kind? Kishore bowls and watchfully forward.
I think there's a lot of clothing being bought at the generic sensible clothing store for this match, don't you?
Yeah. A lot brighter this morning when the sun was out. That one's tossed up, and Burns, he's crafty. He's just crept in a couple of yards there from where he was at the start of the over, wasn't he? And they were taking a single to him comfortably there.
How dare he be crafty? Yorkshire lad's been in touch saying, this is the last time I take any notice at weather apps. Scarborough was going to be under Waterby now and sunny in Great Ousburn. As it is, it's turned out biblical rain in Ousburn and play at Scarbados. So tomorrow I'm going to North Marine Road, come hell or high water.
Well, hopefully not high water.
Well, yeah. I mean, it would certainly douse the flames of hell, wouldn't it? But, yeah, one or the other. Probably neither extreme would be ideal. 198 for 2, and Jacks continues at the Trafalgar Square end, bowling to Luxton, who's struck this firmly. Kishore with a bit of a gaff there in the field. They're thinking about a second here, and they're going to take on the arm of Rory Burns and get through. And that, ladies and gentlemen, takes Will Luxton to a half century. Deserved applause from all around North Marine Road because he has played well. It's a second first-class half-century for him. 59 is his highest score, and his one previous half-century. Just his 16th knock in first-class cricket, so very much a player still trying to find his role in red ball cricket within the team. And that's dropped out into the offside by him the next ball for a single. So 200 up as well for Yorkshire into the bargain, 201 for 2.
He just needs to know how to play red ball, doesn't he? He's got everything.
There's one wide of off stump from Jackson. Wharton leaves.
He needs to just, as you say, understand his place in the side, which is a very good middle order batter.
So far so good this time as Wharton plays to a delivery wide of off stump and pulls it through to Burns at mid-on for 1.
And just learning like he has this afternoon, just batting through those difficult periods when the pressure's on.
Here he is again, and watchful, turning that one square on the leg side. No run. I mentioned that his dad Chris is here, and sitting alongside a couple of people, one of whom is Simon Kellett, former Yorkshire batter, of course. Kell, who coached Will at Bradford Grammar School, so there's a personal interest in how he's performing out there in the middle. That was an appeal for a stumping, by the way, off the last ball there. Tidy piece of work by Blake. Kurt Luxton had his foot firmly behind the line. Those 50 stats, because I was talking, I missed them. 8 fours involved. I can tell you he's faced 70 balls now anyway for his 1. 67, 68 balls, something like that for his half century.
Good strike rate. Kishore. Bowls. Does get a little bit of a arm and shoulder into it, doesn't it? First time I've seen him. Gujarati Titans.
By the way, those screaming at their stream at the moment saying, Doidgy, it's all there on display for you. We don't get any graphics on the screen. We just simply get the pictures, so there's nothing at all in terms of a score or anything on that.
So, driven back to Kishore, and there's no run to be had there. Will Wharton go to his half century before tea? Will he go to his half century at all? 43. Forward, defensively, watchfully. He knows if he just gets stuck in, he can bat another couple of sessions here. He can get a big 100 and put Yorkshire in a strong position in this game. So, no need to do anything rash. It's slightly rash there, trying to just paddles that one round the corner. Outside off stump. Picks up a couple of runs.
DT's phone's going off.
I should have had it on silent, I think, but there you go. Something's gone wrong with the technology again.
Ever the professional.
Kishore. Back to him. And that over is really shot up Doidgy, because I don't think we're going to be late for tea, are we?
Not going to be far off, no.
5 minutes after this one to go to the regulation tea at 3:40. That's very rarely met these days. Again on the stumps, again plugging away, again nothing there for him. And that's the end of another pretty rapid over.
Paul Dyson has emailed in and said, earlier today Adam Lyth took part in his 27th first wicket partnership for Yorkshire, and this takes him into 9th place on the list, behind Sutcliffe 98, Holmes 80, Boycott 69, Hutton 56, Moxon 46, Lowson 44, Lum 37 and Taylor 29, as Luxton turns one off his legs. First ball of Will Jack's latest over, and we'll pick up a single down to Matthew Fisher as a result.
How many's Lyth got?
27, and his 27 stands have been with 6 different partners, 10 of them with Alex Lees, 8 with Finlay Bean, 5 with Joe Sayers, 2 with Jacques Rudolph, 1 with Will Frayne and 1 with Joe Root, as Wharton has launched this one over the top of Kishore, who's at mid-on, and will pick up 4. That one racing away in the process and takes JW to another first-class half-century. heading on towards 2,000 runs in first-class cricket now, James Wharton. And, of course, with that massive highest of 285 that he got at Headingley against Northants at the end of last season, that is a 12th first-class century to go with, half-century to go with 2 centuries.
Scoreboard's a little bit behind, or you're a little bit premature, Doidge?
Oh, scoreboard's a little bit behind, or I'm premature. Probably me, the latter then. My apologies, James. I don't want to put the jinx on you. But it appeared to be taking him from 49 to 53. They must have put that on as soon as he struck the shot.
Certainly before it was over the boundary, that's for sure.
He's still there anyway, 49. One got caught in the pads there, and he's gone back foot here, and that will be the half-century. Number 12 to go with those couple of tons that I was mentioning. Well played. And Yorkshire also now past a second century partnership in the match, 107 for the first wicket, and that single, that 2 in fact, that James has just knocked through mid-wicket takes this partnership for the 3rd wicket to 103. It all helps just get you into the game. The last thing you want to do here at Scarborough, well, any game really, but certainly here, is be on the back foot from sometime during that first session on the first day and up against it. The last ball, the over there just played out into the offside. There was no run. So 211 for 2 is a good start. It's a start.
Yeah, it's a platform.
11 deliveries, including 3 fours and 1 6.
There you go, 111 balls, a 6 and 3 fours for James Wharton.
Batted very, very well, haven't they? They're stylish young players. Some of Luxton's shots are just aesthetically, well, very, very pleasing. So Kishore to bowl what should be the last over before, will be the last over before tea. Field just settling down, 3 men either side of the wicket, saving 1, slip in a gully. In fact, as Jordan Clark now coming in from his sweeper position to a deepish cover. Kishore bowls to Luxton, who pushes forward, defends, no run.
Kate Holdsworth, if you'd had a scorer, you'd know that Luxton's 50 was off 68 balls and 8 fours. If she could have been bothered to turn up on day 1, we'd have known that, wouldn't we?
This next delivery is pushed up to mid-off. Be good to see her tomorrow, wouldn't it?
Swanning in from, what's it called again? Holland, is it? Is it Kate?
Netherlands, is it? I don't know.
I'll wait for this one.
Does she not?
She'll bite on that.
Oh,
Holland.
She doesn't go for Holland.
Oh, do what? Have you not been? It's like being lectured on your beers.
Oh, right.
When she gets going about that.
Sure. Bowls. 3rd catcher has come in now for Luxton at bat pad.
Kevin Howells is moving into position alongside, which probably means that there's some really exciting information to disseminate to our audience here.
211 for 2.
The goal has moved, by the way, hasn't it? Have you noticed?
Yeah, he seems to be better. Well, he or she seems to be a little bit better. He's been wandering around.
They.
Yeah.
He, she, or they.
He's appears to be. I think he just had a bit of a heavy lunch and was sleeping it off, and it was the goal. Certainly moving a lot better. Next delivery pushed into one of the. Well, he's very, very short, isn't he? There, that extra cover bat pad is. We never really sort of settled on a name for that position over the years. I mean, bat pad on the offside. Well, he's moving now anyway, so gone to short leg on the forward short leg. That's a straightforward place.
Those with us on Sports Extra 2, tea is imminent. We will take a break and be back with you straight after the tea break.
So Shaw now trying his luck over the wicket with the short leg in position that is pushed out on the onside. Successfully negotiated over by Will Luxton. Fine afternoon's cricket, couple of wickets falling. Century partnership between Adam Lythe and Finley Bean ended with both of them going in the space of 3 balls, and then we've had excellent partnership by these 2 half-centurions, 2 very fine young batters, James Wharton and Will Luxton. 211 for 2 at tea, 52 to Luxton, 51 to Wharton.
Thanks, DT. Okay, yeah, as I mentioned, we shall be back at the other side of the tea breaks, and warm applause for the Yorkshire pair as they make their way off following that century partnership. And Yorkshire 211 for 2. We'll be back after tea. out, and thus far only Adam Lyther's not quite managed to make it to the half-century mark. 47 to him. The 2 wickets to have fallen so far, both going the way of Dan Worrell in the same over. Scores on 107 and 108 respectively at the time. And amazing, we're almost to time after 2 sessions, only a couple of minutes behind the scheduled 340 or 32 overs remaining. And to start us off with the first of those 32 remaining overs on day 1, my colleague Mark Church.
Well, it'll be Jamie Overton to get us started after tea. We had Jax and Sai Kishore before tea, but it's Jamie Overton after tea to get us started. Wharton is on strike. First ball after tea, and Wharton, now it's hit his thigh guard, and Wharton lost it for a second. Then I thought he was going to kick it, then he decided not to. And I thought Jamie Overton was going to kick it, he decided not to.
Then I thought he was going to tackle James Wharton.
Yeah.
A bit of a nudge.
Well, Wharton did the right thing. He got in the way, so he was going to kick it. Then Jamie Overton just sort of ran into him, and the ball just stayed exactly where it was. It's a good pitch, this. It's a good toss for Yorkshire to have won. I think when you look down the 47, 57, 51, 52, it says it's a good wicket to bat on, as this one's down the leg side. Not quite sure whether that brushed the thigh guard or not. We'll have a look at umpire long. Yeah, I think this is leg byes, and the first runs after tea, a couple of leg byes. Wharton and Luxon did a very good job though, because the door was open for Surrey with Lyth and Bean both going in the space of 3 balls, but they played it very sensibly. Just want to kick on from here till stumps tonight. Will Yorkshire putting themselves in a good position as over the wicket goes Overton, and this is driven by Wharton up the ground, and Jordan Clark tumbling stop by him up there at mid-on. Weather's improved a bit, the clouds have lifted.
Yeah, it's just started to feel just a little bit warmer. I've got the jumper on, I've had it on for the last session, but that's just improved. Gareth Batty just down to our left has been having a chat with Ralph Middlebrook, father of James, 2 proper cricket Yorkies there.
It's a slip, a deepish gully, a backward point, sweeper on the cover rope, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, as up on his toes goes Wharton, just pushes this one away out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That is Dan Worrell. Of course, Surrey can take a new ball at the end of this over in 15 overs time, so that could be an important period in the day when that new ball comes around the corner, because as we've seen with the jolly old Kookaburra, it's really got to do some damage with it, and it's fresh and new, because not a lot happens after that. I think that was such a surprise when Lyth and Bean went, as this one's just pushed away his first ball after tea by Luxton down towards backward point.
Yeah, they were not the greatest of strokes, were they? Either of them. Well, Adam Lyth a little push at one wide of off stump, and Finlay Bean, I think, just he goes to try and play the shot, and then he goes to try and pull out of the shot, and it was just a bit too quick onto him, wasn't it?
He's a really good player, Bean, but he looks almost a compulsive hooker to me. If it's short, he's going to go after it. As in comes Overton. This is clipped away by Luxton for a single down towards long leg. They'll pick up a single, 1 more to the total, but on that occasion he sort of pulled out the shot and it just hit his bat and looped to Jordan Clark. He took a tumbling catch at mid-on. I like the look of Luxton, very elegant player.
Yeah,
makes
nice
it all look very simple.
He got a few at your place last year in the one day, didn't he? 60 odd down there. I think I'm right in saying.
Looks a very, very good player.
He's on strike here, and it's going to be Sai Kishore to start the evening session from the Pease Home Park end of the ground, as 1 or 2 stragglers from having nipped out to get a coffee are coming back around the periphery. Decent crowd in without being massive today. A lot of grumbles and mumbles about the price hike here at Scarborough. Hoping that our usual chat with Bill Mustoe during the week, and he might be able to explain one or two things as well, as that's pushed into the offside. Dan Lawrence does the fielding at extra cover. There is no run. So, slip in place, backward point, square at cover point. Luxton plays forward to this one, back to the bowler, no run. There's short extra cover, there's a sweeper as well at extra cover.
Yeah,
Jordan Clark.
He's not going for runs, Kishore.
No.
20 off 11.
Mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and backward square legs on the one as well. And he's kept things very, very tight. Luxton dropping that out to the offside. So that will test. That'll be a test more, I think, for Will Luxton, from the Will Luxton we've seen of him in his senior cricket so far, than maybe it will be for James Wharton, who is a patient player. Luxton strokes this one into extra cover, and there's no run. And I'm not saying that Luxie isn't, but when you see his innings and the way he tends to play that style, up, young lad runs straight behind the bowler's arm.
Oh, wait for it. Yeah, it's gentleman now, about to emerge from behind the sight screen, but I think he'll be all right.
Shaw in and bowls, and Luxton plays in again to Lawrence, no run. But yeah, James Luxton clearly has shown his patience. At a 185 last year and a 285, he can play the long game. And Will, if he gets tied down, feels more likely to be the player who might play a shot that he might regret, as that is pushed out square on the offside. And there is no run. 215 for 2. Will Luxton 53 and James Wharton 52. And I think they've given up on that this year. I don't know if that's cutbacks or what. Again, it might be that might be a microcosm of Scarborough Cricket Club at the minute, but there was always the man on the rope there and stopping people from going through beyond the screen when an over was being bowled from this end, and that has gone. And it's interesting that it's not stopped play, because people have walked past, not loads, but there have been quite a few during the day who have done that.
Just looking, he's only had one boundary struck off him. So here is Jamie Overton, and this is pushed away by Wharton off the back foot. We'll pick up a single out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So, and out of 72 deliveries, 57 dot balls from Sai Kishore, so very tight. Got a couple of absolute pearlers as well that have drifted in and spun away. And a big shout for a stumping. So yeah, it's been lovely stuff so far from Sai Kishore without a wicket. Down the slope comes Jamie Overton. Cluxton's driving up towards mid-off. Round goes Rory Burns to do the fielding, and there's no run. But that's part of the job of the spinner. If not a lot's going on, just shut down one end, which he has done. He has shut down this Pease Home Park end as Sai Kishore, and they played him very well so far. Been very patient against him. Luxton waits again as Overton's into him. Short ball, Luxton shot. Pulls this in front of square. Past mid-on for 4. That's a terrific shot from Luxton.
It is. You know, when you consider the makeup of Jamie Overton, I know he's not the quickest bowler in the side, but he's got plenty of pace about him. When he bangs it in, you know where you are at the other end, if you like. You know that's a heavy ball that's coming your way. So to get into position as early as he did there, it shows that Will Luxton has got some time.
Yeah, very good shot. How does Overton respond with a very short one, which Luxton didn't even duck? It just went straight over the top of him and was taken by Josh Blake off his feet.
What are we talking, Churchy, with the speed gun on Jamie Overton? Are we talking sort of 84?
Yeah, I would say 84 up to about 88, 90. Mm-hmm. I think, again, it shows what a good surface this is, in that Luxton there was pulling him in front of square through the leg side as It's in once more. Luxton's picked this up. Oh, shot. Pick-up shot for 6. Over Syke ashore. And it's just the elegance of the shot as well. Any pick-up shot where the back foot goes up in the air always makes it look a bit better for some strange reason. But that is just a gorgeous cricket shot. It really is. Okay, it was there to be played, but it's the way he's done it. He's on to 63. 226 for 2.
Yeah, dare I say it, but there's something about the sort of the Richards word involved in that. So just the effortless, dismissive way he played it, more than anything, really.
You don't want to compare, but do you know who he reminds me of a bit? Mark Orr. As just the ease of the shots he plays. This one's a little inside edge onto his front pad, and it just rolls away into the leg side, and he'll pick up a single, but it's just the ease with which he plays the shot.
Yeah, it's not a Viv-like shot in terms of how his stance or anything like that. It's just that way that he used to pick up those shots, and they just disappeared, and it was that sort of a feel about it.
It went a long way as well. But no, he looks a really good player. He looks like one of those players that, I don't know, they always talk about players that, but they come out to have a watch. He's a little bit like that. He just looks good. He's just an attractive player to watch.
He's enjoying himself here. 64 on the ground, where of course he made his senior debut in a match against Northampton, the 50 over comp 4 years ago, I think it was. He got 68, funnily enough, the number he carries on his back, as he pushed that out into the offside first ball of Kishore's over, and there's no run. So senior debut here, first class debut here as well against Surrey in that match in 2022. So it's produced a few moments for him already in his career, Will Luxton. He's just stroked one along the deck to mid-on and picks up 1.
How old is he?
Are we going to get bats up in the com box, do you think? He's looking up this way.
No, he'll quite happy just to have a watch, I would have thought. That's a good bit of bowling by Kishore again, just quicker this time.
My apologies, I'm clocking off because I'm trying to. Well, I've got Gareth Batty's attention. He's saying, I don't really fancy it. Don't really fancy it.
He doesn't want to. I sort of understand it. He's happy to have a chat, but he's
like a cat on hot bricks down there at the minute. He's got itchy feet as Kishore's in. That's a nice paddle sweep by James Wharton. There is a man out in the distance down by the marquee who's come round to do the fielding, and they've got 2. The suits were out earlier in the day, but they're diminishing in number in terms of those on view. I think some of them may be indulging under cover of the marquee itself as Kishore is round the wicket, and Wharton pushes this one firmly at silly mid-off, and that's cracked. Is that Ryan Patel?
It is in there.
He's got the shin protectors on, but he still felt that, so it was hit with a bit of power. You could hear the audible crack off the middle of the bat from up here. 55 to Wharton, 230 for 2. Kishore in again, this time straighter. Wharton goes back and across and pushes that one back down the pitch to the bowler, and that will complete the over then at 230 for 2 with Luxton 64, Wharton 55. 68 overs of the scheduled 96 complete on day 1.
I'm sure if you're Yorkshire, you've sort of been saying to yourselves, with this sort of start and with the way they've been playing, you want 450, 500 minimum. Won the toss, batted first. I think Surrey would have done the same thing, would have had a bat. But that's what you're aiming for. It's just looking to bat once in this game now, Yorkshire. Jamie Overton to continue from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. So now the field's spread. Slip, and there's a deepish backward point. Luxton on strike as Overton's into him, and Luxton just plays this late, guides it down towards Ryan Patel, who comes round to his left in that deepish gully position. They'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to the total. On to 66 goes Luxton. Back onto strike comes Wharton. Good combination, these two. And it's very solid. Luxton's got that bit of flair about him. Of his coach, actually, the way he bats. Wharton. Over the wicket goes Jamie Overton to him. He's punching off the back foot again. They've got the sweeper out there, so that'll just be a single. Be one more to Wharton. 232 for 2.
We're pleased with that, I think. James Wharton. Very good player that Mags was.
Oh, he's a fabulous player. Really was. Gets the ball in his hands again. There's the tall figure of Jamie Overton coming down the slope to Luxton. Short again. Oh, now Luxton's through this early, trying to pull through the leg side. They did have a man in at that short mid-wicket position in Sibley. That's hit the toe end of his bat. He was through that so early that that's hit the toe end of his bat, and that could have gone anywhere. But as it was, it went downwards.
Yeah.
Looking right at the toe end of his bat there, but he was through that so early. Some chalk. This again. I'm glad to say the bird is no longer on the outfield. I think it may have gone off of its own accord during the tea break, as Overton is in, and they think about a quick single as Luxton plays this late down behind him, and Will Jacks comes out from first slip. I think, well, we were worried it was injured. Mr. Dave Townsend said he thought it was intoxicated and it was just having a sleep after a long lunch. I'm wondering if Dave Townsend might have been correct, because it's just made its own way off after tea. I don't think anybody helped it off, so it's gone, the bird. Well, that's what you said. After a long lunch, is in over the wicket once again comes Overton. That's tucked away by Luxton off his hip. Shaw comes round to do the fielding. They'll get back for 2. They've run well, these two, between the wickets. And 234 for 2 now. 68 to Luxton. And what they've done well is, they might not be scoring runs off Kishore, but they've kept it going with the bowlers from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Short one, very short from Jamie Overton, and that bounces once before it gets to Josh Blake. So that shows A, the ball's very, very soft now, and B, that Overton's getting a little bit frustrated with all this, I think. End of the over, 234 for 2, 68 to Luxton, and Wharton is on 56. I think that's the raffle being called across the ground.
Yeah, so the poor chap, I always feel sorry for raffle ticket sellers, because it's one of those thankless jobs, isn't it, where people are trying to find ways to avoid catching your eye and stuff like that.
I like a raffle.
He did come to the foot of this family stand, and I'm ashamed to say, you family stand members, they all, I think every single one of them shunned him. Well, he looked up and he did shout, "Any raffle tickets?"
Do we know what first prize was?
I don't think there was any mention of that, to be fair. It was just people just scratching their heads and looking in the other direction, pretending that people were having a chat with them.
I've never won in a raffle. I've never won anything in a raffle. It's very jealous of people who win a hamper or something like that. Be a nice thing to take home.
Psyche Shaw then to continue at the Peashome Park end of the ground. 20 past 4. It'll be not that long before we get the exodus of those who've got to get back to the guest house, the B&B for the gong. But at the moment, those here watching intently as Luxton gets that back foot right across, and Wharton, I should say, and watches that right onto the bat, pushes back to the bowler, no run. Kishore, I should say, over the wicket. That is very fine. I'm not quite sure James Wharton wanted to play it exactly where it's gone.
Ooh.
But it's run down to the boundary where it's pulled in maybe a couple of feet shy of the rope. And they have got through for 2 with James Wharton down on one knee at the end of that.
For that from Will Jacks. And Dave Townsend is tapping his knee with his leg up, signalling leg by, I think.
Thank you, David. And that one wouldn't have been even that, just thrusting his leg at it. James Wharton to pad off down the leg side. So Kishore, left arm over the wicket to the right-hander. And again now, pitching that one again down the leg side. It's been wided here by umpire Russell Warren. Interesting.
Yeah, I can see why. And actually, Sai Kishore with a grin on his face as he wandered back.
That'll just keep his line in check. And he's in again. This time bowls one that Wharton can play. Through mid-wicket. Dom Sibley with that very stiff-backed run that he has gives chase, and they pick up 2.
Good running again.
So 58 to JW, 239 for 2. As Churchy mentioned, that second new ball can be taken. 10 overs after the end of this, as Wharton plays one to Patel under the helmet at short leg, no run. And I think in terms of targets, that's a very useful one for this pair to aim for, if they can still be around when that happens. And they'll be well in, well, they already are. At this point, Kishore in again, flicked off the hip this time by Wharton. Will Jacks does the fielding, and there's no run to complete that 70th over then at 239 for 2. Surrey in search of wickets. Yorkshire will be pretty happy with their position at this moment in time, but they will also know that they need to maximise every possible run in this first innings here. When you look at the Surrey lineup, and you know the difficulty ratio in taking wickets on a good pitch and with a Kookaburra ball, then they're going to have to score heavily.
I think, as we were saying, I think you're almost saying now we just bat once. As I say, 450, 500 bare minimum, really, for Yorkshire from here. So Will Jacks is into the attack on the live stream. That lady is still doing her crocheting. I'll be fascinated to see what it ends up as. Tea cosy, I'm going to say. As over the wicket then is Will Jacks with his off breaks, replacing Jamie Overton. Forward goes Luxton, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. My granny used to knit a lot of my clothes when I was younger.
Still does, doesn't it?
Well, no, I don't wear much knitted product anymore, but I did have some strange outfits. Looking to drive, here is Luxton. That one was given a little bit more air outside the off stump by Will Jacks. In over the wicket once again goes Jacks, driven by Luxton out into the offside. He'll pick up a single. One more to the total. To Luxton, 240 for 2. She did an all-in-one knitted sort of romper suit once, I saw in a photo, yellow with buttons at the front, as this one's picked up by Wharton and just swung away down the ground, one bounce to the long on boundary rope for 4. Sensibly played by Wharton. And as I say, with Kishore bowling very tightly, they've sort of looked to go after the bowlers coming from the other end. Jacks is over the wicket once more to Wharton. Wharton's pushing into the offside. They'll pick up another single. It's good batting, the boundary and then the single. Luxton comes back on to strike. So yes, an all-in-one yellow knitted romper suit with 3 buttons up the front. I've seen photos of myself in that from Granny's knitting, as this one's pushed into the leg side by Luxton. And there is no run. 245 for 2. I think that's why I didn't make much of an impact at the end of school disco, age 26, in my all-in-one knitted yellow romper suit with 3 buttons at the front. She did very good scarves, though, I remember. Very, very good scarves. So I'll be fascinated to see what that lady comes up with her crocheting. Very relaxing way to spend the afternoon is a bit of crocheting. Scarborough is continuing from the Peasholm Park end of the ground. Left arm spin. And the right-handed Wharton is the man on strike on 63. There's a silly point and a slip in there as Scarborough, left arm around the wicket, up on his toes goes Wharton. Punches this one behind square on the offside. That'll enable him to get back for 2, so it's good placement. And they'll pick up 2 more. 2 more to Wharton, 2 more to the total. 247 for 2, Yorkshire.
Kishore continuing around the wicket then, and Wharton punches firmly to Dan Lawrence. Short cover, and there is no run. Oh dear me, that's not good, JD. Knocking tea and coffee, I should say, all over your notepad. As Kishore is back at his mark once again. And Wharton this time with content with a defensive drop. There is no run. Just to avoid a disaster there in the commentary box. Kishore in once again. Tosses this one up full. Invites James Wharton to have a push at it. And he accepts that invitation. No run. Good afternoon. Jonathan says, Russell Walker, what a joy. Yorkshire playing cricket at Scarborough and 2 young batters playing a mature innings. More power to them in the White Rose. It's a joy, he says. And a nicely played paddle scoop this time by James Wharton. Runs it down to the vacant fine leg area. Overton gives chase. Keeps them to 2.
He's swept well, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
That's Kishore.
Yeah, it's been a strength that we've seen from him in his innings so far. Plays it well in the T20s as well. 249 for 2. Harry Duke comes out with probably is a drink. Something to that effect. And Patel coming out of silly mid off now and going in at leg slip instead. The behest of Kishore, who's in again. Wharton strokes it this time to Rory Burns at mid-off to complete that over at 249 for 2. Wharton 67. Luxton on 69. We'd have a change in the com box because I think the pair of us are probably going to step out. So I'll go first. We'll let you lead Kevin.
So yes, Kevin Houser is going to come in and replace Jonathan Doidge in a moment, and then it will be Dave Townsend. He hasn't got far to go. He's actually sat right next to me. Here's Dave Townsend, so it is just a matter of passing him the headphones. But yeah, I think it's a drink, change of gloves, towel, all the bits and pieces.
Come on, wake up, wake up, give him a nudge, give him a nudge.
No, don't do that, because he won't know where he is.
No,
it's horrible
what do you
when
mean?
that happens. Well, you wake up and you don't know where you are.
Whereabouts in the ground is he? I could go and give him a shove myself. Mate, you're missing some great cricket here. This is what we're seeing on the...
Oh, you've done it.
There we go. Yeah, he could hear me. Oh, look out. Where is he? Oh, he's over the far side. He's on the west stand. He's over there. I've done that, though. I've fallen asleep over there. It's very comfy. Very comfy. Mind you, they've got some new seating there. Oh, talking of somebody you need to give a nudge to wake him up in the afternoon. Hello, DT. This is worked into the offside. There shall be no run. Back with us again.
Yes.
Have you had your afternoon snooze today? No time.
When you move into the elderly gentleman age, you know.
I'm not far off. Round the wicket, Jackson push back to him for no run. A word about this pair out there for their field. So 2 wickets fell, obviously been a good start, and then those 2 wickets fell in that same over. A bit of jeopardy, a bit of, ooh, what's going to happen here? Haven't they done a terrific job around the wicket? And this one is played down towards short third. I mean, it'll be interesting when the new ball comes along, but a word on this pair from you, DT?
Yeah, I think they batted beautifully, haven't they? They're also 2 very nice batters to watch. I think they're very stylish, aren't they? Both
they are. Yeah, that's another good call from me. Worked into the offside, no run. Yeah, we've seen some lovely strokes. Given that opportunity, but this is the Surrey bowling attack, and those opportunities don't come that easily. Again, looking to try and find a bit of width to work with, and that one is played into the offside, and it brings up the 250 for Yorkshire. So they've got a batting point. 250 for 2. This pair of Morton and Luxton past the 50 mark, both of them in the 60s now. I'll come back for 2. This could be trouble. Ooh. That was a bit of a looping throw from out in the deep there. Come through a little lower and flatter. I could have had them in some bother. But anyway, the end of the over, and it's 252 for 2. Now, James Wharton is on 69. Will Luxton's on 70. He's moved to 70. David Townsend.
And they've turned, it seems more, but they've turned at least 8 or 10 singles into 2s since they've been out there, and that adds to the score as well, of course. Very quick between the wickets. Very good pair of fielders, these 2 as well. They're young men full of energy. Kevin, you can remember those days, I'm sure.
Well, like every now and then they still happen, DT.
Little bursts.
Little bursts.
Little bursts. Little memories of your golden years. Golden years is the older years, isn't it? But your best years, shall we say. 252 for 2.
They're still to come. I mean, there'll come a time when I'll wear shorts that colour down there. Have you seen those shorts?
Oh, no.
And when I do that.
Oh. Very
bright.
Very bright orange. So Kishore, left arm over, continues to wheel away. He should probably have had a wicket before. Well, he would have done if we'd have had a replay, but very close stumping that wasn't given. A couple of defensive shots just to start this over off from Luxton. Now, both these young batters, having reached 69 and 70, they just want to keep going. Don't think rash, and he plays back there. Can't beat backward point. There's still plenty of time to go on and make not just the 3 figures, but a big score, a score that's going to be influential in the game. This one's tossed up and driven, and second of the extra covers. We call him extra covers. It's bat pad, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
The 2 of them in a line. Offside. Next ball brings Luxton forward. Now, he's faced 5 dots. So, he'd be thinking, I'm scored this over. And, just if it's another good ball, just block it. Doesn't matter, you're still there.
And I'm backing him to actually be thinking that. I think he's very sensible about it. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Forward defensive, excellent.
They look good, this pair. They look good. They look as if they've got a bit of cricketing brain in them and some exquisite shots. But, I think... look,
it's afternoons like this that actually develop you as a player, bring you on in the sense that you're learning to battle through those slightly difficult periods and score your runs against a very good attack.
Look, we're on the stream again. You put him to sleep again. We just woken him up and he's gone back to sleep. Come on.
He could be doing a crossword.
He's not doing a crossword. He's asleep.
He could be doing.
Anyway, he's going to miss this terrific delivery from Jacks, which is in and taken by the keeper just past the off stump.
Could be doing Wordle or something.
230.
Deep in concentration. We're only looking at him from behind. We don't know.
He's snoozing. Jacks isn't snoozing. Defended nicely by James Wharton.
He could have something of huge interest in his lap.
I want him to wake up shortly because we're going to go run through some scores as well. Sports Extra 2, we haven't been able to do that for a little while, and that one goes through again. Nice safe leave from James Wharton. Still got a slip in. And Jamie Overton. Jacks around the wickets, goes back and defends. And they're getting through their overs. I don't think there'll be too much overtime here tonight.
Oh, he looked up for a minute there and he's gone.
Is he gone again? Where is he? See, so they're trying to back up your theory on the camera work there that he's actually doing something. He's asleep, okay? Jacks around the wicket. Punched away there on the onside, and they'll go through for one. Jacks needs to be a little bit careful because he went running across as if to try and stop the ball with his right boot, and looks as if he's pulled something. Nothing serious, but he felt something back at the top of his leg, and he's making his way rather gingerly back to his mark. The score moves to 253 for 2, and both these batters now are on to 70, Wharton and Luxton. And this is Luxton. Gets down low to that, pushes it back up to Jacks for no run. 253 for 2. Let's like to run through the scores if I can here, David. Nottinghamshire, they've had quite a few rain delays and lengthy ones there at Hampshire, but Nottinghamshire away to Hampshire 115 for 3. Some crazy cricket at Taunton because Durham were all out for 145. In the end, Craig Overton, I think, picked up 6-7 wickets. What was it? I just need to double check. I think it was 6 for 23 from 10 overs. And then Somerset so quickly out of the traps, but they've just lost 2 quick wickets themselves. 98 for 2 after 15 overs in reply to Durham's 145 all out, and they were all out just over 30 overs in. I'll let you carry on with this over, and I'll just pop in every now and then with some scores.
Okay. So it's Kishore's from Peaceholm Park End. Jogs in, bowls, and tries to turn that on the onside Wharton, and I think got a little bit of bat on that.
Sussex are also all out for 204 against Essex. Essex 42 for no wicket in reply.
Kishore again. Leg slipper and a slip, waiting for a tickle as that ball's floated up and pushed to short extra, no run.
Jamie Porter picked up 4 wickets in that Sussex innings for Essex, 4 for 30, a couple of wickets for Almeida and Thane. Cook, 13 overs, 1 for 59. Sam Cook returning to Essex.
Kishore again, a little quicker through the air that time, and again pushed to short extra.
Worcestershire 175 for 4, 66 overs into their innings away to Warwickshire.
Did love you describing that as the Bears against the Bears. I hadn't worked that one out before. 253 for 2, Kishore bowls outside the off stump, no run.
D'Oliveira's not had a great time, but he's 57 not out. They're doing a good job in Birmingham for Worcestershire. They are bottom of the table.
Did very well to stay up last year, didn't they? Kishore bowls, defends. That's a perfect over. This is turning into for you reading out the scores, isn't it?
Pearl 1, net 1, Pearl 1.
That's crochet.
Is that not what you do?
You don't
pearl on the crochet?
No, I don't think so. Next delivery is pushed square of the wicket. There's going to be a run there. So
she's doing a nice blanket for you in the winter. That's a beautiful
something
thing.
I don't need in the winter. Yeah. 71 to Wharton. He's nicked the strike at the end of that over. Carry on.
Leicestershire 269 for 3. Rayan Ahmed made 115. Lewis Hill's on 94. Peter Hanscom 57. He's done a terrific job, Hanscom, there at Leicestershire. At Middlesex for 2 or 3 years or so, and didn't really work out so well there, but he's had a terrific impact there at Leicestershire, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a good player.
Will Jacks 2.54 for 2 here at Scarborough, Yorkshire, and this is Jacks of Surrey in and bowling. Real flourish, and whip the ball up there to long on for a single. Yorkshire to 2.55 for 2. Let's go through the scores. Glamorgan 22 for 1. Kent ruled out for 155. Tim van der Gooten was causing all sorts of havoc there at one point. Will Jacks bowls, and again full and driven to long on, this time off the bat of Will Luxton. So Will Luxton will move to 72. They're both on 72. That board ticked over. Maybe Luxton's still there on 71. 2.56 for 2 the score. Jacks around the wicket again. Had to watch that ball very carefully before he punched it onto the offside. James Wharton for a single. So they're picking up a few runs off this over. And it's is that board stuck? I'm going to turn away from the board for the time being and just look in a moment or two again. Lancashire 175 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Middlesex, what a day for them so far. And that's defended, really. Nothing more from Will Luxton, because they are 277 for 1. Max Holden 120. Kane Williamson 65. Robson was out for 57 earlier. Now the wicket goes deep and worked away to Rory Burns, fielding at mid-wicket. Max Holden, so much prospect and hope for Holden as a player, and he seems as if he's having a pretty decent summer, one way or another, round the wicket, down. Oh, he's bowled him! Lost his balance. And the breakthrough. And he's on his way, and it's 3 down at 257 now for 3. That one surprised me, but Luxton is out. And Luxton departs for 71.
He got just too far over, didn't he? Exposed his leg stump. And that was supposed to be the lull before the storm. Jack's getting through a few overs before the new ball, and he's taken the wicket.
And the batters will know this. Look at this again, Dave. Comes across, looks to sweep it. There's some turn there, wasn't there? Back now?
Nothing.
He went across and
nothing.
Jack back onto that leg stump.
Maybe he just got a little bit of glove or something on it when he hit it. Here comes Johnny Bairstow.
Or was it the pace of the delivery? Maybe the ball was pushed through a little quicker. Something about it really did for him. Was it just he just got a wrong line on it?
I think it just came off. It just flicked off the pad as it went through. But it would have been LBW if it hadn't have hit the stumps.
Oh, that's a blow for the fact that it was deserving of probably going on to get a century there. I think both of them batted so well. 257 for 3. And it's Will Luxton who departs. He's on his way. Middlesex 279 for 1 then, reigning there. Has that one been played at Merchant Taylors, David? I think so.
They are playing at Merchant Taylors, yeah. So, are we expecting great things of Johnny Bairstow here in this final hour or so?
We could be here all week.
Kishore bowls and driven, but straight up to mid-off, who's just crept in a couple of yards to stop them taking that cheeky single. And of course it's Bairstow out there now, so it's not Will Luxton scampering through for the run at the other end. Kishore bowls, and that's just played square of the wicket.
All the time. Sorry, David, all the time people will be joining us. The thing that surrounding Johnny Bairstow is the fact that he's playing in this game. His partner is expecting to go into labour, give birth at some point. And still, some of my colleagues are more concerned about how many runs he's going to score before the big event. But of course, what my supposedly men of the world are failing to acknowledge is the fact that it could be still days before the big event happens. But whenever it is, that is far more important than the game of cricket in front of us.
Yes.
And Johnny will be on his way as soon as that call comes through.
But those things do. The point Churchy and I were making earlier was those things don't happen immediately, do they? It's not as though you've got to be there in the next half hour.
No, but once you get the call, is your mind really going to be on anything else?
Well, if you're on 99, it is.
Oh, Unbelievable.
Not if he's 35 not out or something, that's different. I think the example was 99. Start of new over from Kishore. That's pushed by. He's not a new over. He's in Johnny Bairstow. He's bowling to for the first time. Bairstow back across his stumps, and oh dear, that one nearly crept through.
I missed the last 2 weeks of the season because of the matches I needed to be at were both at the other end of the country, and my boy arrived on October the 10th.
Well, I don't know, the ECB, that could have been near the end of the season, couldn't it, the way they do the fixtures?
It was only by the week or so, but yeah.
He was a little bit late, was he?
Yeah.
Bowls, and Bairstow's off the mark, but he's gone for the drive there, and he's got an edge, and it's run away up towards the tea room for 4. It's got a boundary, so I think the far more relevant thing is his head going to be fully on this? You know,
every ball it will be. He'll concentrate every ball, and in between,
in the concentration.
And you know what he's like. The more distractions he has, the better he plays.
Kishore bowls, and Bairstow forward pushed again into that little ring of fielders on the offside. Doesn't get a run there, but it is
he doesn't
a game
like it
where you do have to have the concentration.
Yeah,
and often if things are just not going, a little bit of distraction off the field.
Let's be honest, and this is none of our business, but let's just round this up by saying, until his partner goes into labour, there's not a lot he can do. So he might as well be here playing cricket.
Well, not a lot he can do when she does go into
Oh, there's so much, David. There is so much she could do.
He obviously turns up and
holds a hand and says, does all the things you need to do. Yeah. Anyway, let's go back to the cricket. Will Jacks around the wicket, in and bowls and driven. So it was extra cover and no run. So it's 262 for 3. Bairstow's moved on to 4, and on 74 at the moment is James Wharton, who defends that one. That one's a little bit quicker and full. So yeah, this is approaching the new ball time, second new ball. So generally these would be considered any bonus wickets. A bonus wicket has been picked up in that last over, and again on the off stump this time of Wharton, and defended for no run. The sound of the gulls who swoop around in larger number at this time of the day, hoping to have a few pickings. Things that maybe have fallen out of lunch boxes and maybe chip packets. This one is pushed down towards Sibley, who's fielding at short third. A big van over there on the bank as well. I want to give them a mention, which has nothing to do with food or anything like that, as Jacks is in and defends towards St Catherine's Hospice, which I think is Scarborough based. They've got a stall and a van up there as well. So hopefully lots of people calling by and looking at the work and the brilliant work that hospices do everywhere around the country, and St Catherine's in this particular instance. That's just past the off stump and taken well by the keeper, who is Josh Blake here for Surrey, and the completion of the over at 262 for 3. And I think leaves us with just one over before the new ball's available. But on 74 not out is James Wharton, and on 4 not out is Johnny Bairstow.
Definitely a bonus wicket in that previous over from Will Jacks, because the third wicket pair were looking very, very solid. It's unexpected, wasn't it? It was just, it's bowled him.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look again on the stream of the replay. Well, it took me by surprise. They just look so settled. Everything looks settled, so settled about it,
He'll be kicking himself in the pavilion. Poor shot selection, got to 71, should have gone on. Kishore starts the last over before the new ball is available. Jason Gillespie is very big on that, saying it's available. It's not due, it's available, as you pointed out as well.
Oh, I think I said due. Sometimes I say due, sometimes I say
you said
expected.
available. I actually listened. I thought.
You actually listened to me on that occasion? Oh. Do you mean I got something accidentally correct?
Kishore bowls and push back to him. And this for the last 10 overs really has been just sort of basically saying, right, let's just bustle through these overs, let's get to that new ball, and real bonus. Again, Bairstow forward defending. He's bowled well without taking a wicket. He knows, probably now having been off for tea and been told, that he actually should have had Wharton stumped, as was pushed through the gap in the offside by Bairstow for a single. Wharton's still there. It was a very, very tight one, and the umpire has to give the benefit to the batter. 263 for 3. Few clouds coming over, looking a bit. Ooh, looks a bit grey. Away to our right.
I think that's fine over there today. I think that's missed us over there today. Yeah.
Kishore to Wharton, and that ends the over. 80 overs have been bowled. New ball is available.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think new ball's due about now, isn't it? I'd say
it's been the old ball has been is now being used for practice by Worrell out.
Well, we're seeing increasingly when a new ball is taken, there's usually at the start of an over, there's one over with the one delivery with the old one, and then the remaining 5 are taken with the new. Whether we'll see that today or whether Dan Worrell's just a bit too long in the tooth and all for look out, he's going to take it straight away. It's Dan Worrell coming in.
You think to yourself, well, why just one delivery?
Because they're going through the actions, making sure they've just got the radar right. They might not have bowled for 15-20 overs of the match yet. And Worrell's down, he's doing something with the ball on the ground there, giving it a bit extra shine. He must have picking up a little of whatever from the ground itself. So this is a new challenge again. Sometimes it works, sometimes it makes not a jot of difference. And it's Worrell coming into bowl to Johnny Bairstow with this second new ball. And that's pushed by Bairstow to mid-on. No run. 263 for 3. Glorious to have some cricket here at Scarborough on Sports Extra 2. As we always say, please don't leave us. If you're watching on the stream or online or on Sports Extra 2, but over on Sports Extra 3, we have Derbyshire versus Leicestershire. Very important, of course, Division 2 cricket, and you can get that on BBC Sounds app. And over on Sports Extra, there's the Women's ODI, and although I've not been obviously watching any of that, Interior India looked to have got a very big total there, as you see Worrell in bowling width, carved away, an attempt at, and that was a really good attempt at a one-handed diving catch out there in the covers, which he doesn't grab hold of, and they'll go through for 1.
It was Dan Lawrence, was it?
I mean, it was a really good attempt. That was flying at some speed, David, for me. What are your thoughts?
Yes, wide, and Bairstow's got it right off the bottom of the bat. And we have a look at the side-on view. It's taken off. Oh, he's done very well to get a hand on that. Very well to get a hand on it. Arguably say that he's saved 3 runs.
I'd say so. But interesting. I mean, Bairstow's moved to 6, 264 for 3 is the score. And interesting as Worrell to approach again. And that is past the off stump with a little bit of width. Doesn't tempt on this occasion Wharton to go after that. Correctly identified as Daniel Lawrence. The man who, as we say, really needs to be applauded for a fine piece of fielding. 264 for 3 then.
He himself will think, having got over there, I should have held that.
Well, he might do, or he might be thinking, I bet on the commentary box here, and I bet they thought I did well there.
I don't know very much.
I don't know. Worrell bowls and pass the off stump, take a low down. He'll be thinking to himself, I wonder if DT's on commentary right now, and if DT's happy with my efforts, that'll do for me today. The one thing about the spectators at the ground here on an opening day, colleagues have talked about the fact around about this time they all start dashing off because dinner time.
Is that still a thing?
Yes, it is to a certain extent in bed and breakfast. I don't think it is as much of a thing, I'll give you that much. But I also noticed that a lot of them still got their cases with them. They come straight from the train, straight to the ground today. And that one is carved away. Oh, and again, another attempt at a very good attempt. That's going to race away to the boundary. On the way on our right-hand side, down there at third. I think we might have got an injury here, though, because, and then again, an outstretched hand, this time from Sibley. Is it his hand or his shoulder, maybe, that's jarred into the ground? Yeah. Again, width, and they're carving this ball away on height. It's a very, very sharp chance. Take a look at it again. I mean, put plenty behind it again. I mean, they're throwing themselves around here. Surrey. 268 for 3. Next ball, and that's a delivery which is just a little bit of movement away through to the keeper to finish off that over. So 268 for 3. The not-out batters, James Wharton on 78, Johnny Bairstow on 6, but a second new ball taken, and
2 chances.
Quite an eventful.
Half chances.
Yeah, eventful though, definitely eventful.
The second one, in a way, in one sense, was easier of the two. They're both very hard. But he got over to it and got a hand to it, and perhaps it was travelling faster than the earlier Bairstow one that he did get a bit on the bottom of the bat.
I didn't give that total that India women scored. 318 for 5. That's a lot of runs for England to chase down there at Chester Street. 50 overs. I mean, I'm not saying it's not doable, but it's still a big total for them to chase.
I think it'll be a record, won't it, if England do get it?
It's that big, is it?
It's a record chase.
Right, okay. I thought you were looking at me saying, oh, they'll get those. I thought you were giving me one of my doubting looks.
So Matt Fisher coming in from the Peasholm Park end with the new ball, and that is just allowed to pass through by Johnny Bairstow.
See, Churchy's got himself a coffee.
Yeah, just the one.
Sorry? Sorry. Oh, no, it's okay, Mark. No, I'm okay, thanks. Yeah.
You have my lunch.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. No worries. You enjoy it.
Lovely. Very nice.
Fisher bowls and Bairstow. Wasn't quite sure where that one was.
Oh, this is good, isn't it? This is good.
Wasn't quite sure where that one was. Got a thickish inside edge out towards mid-wicket, but appeared not to pick that up straight away, did he? There was nothing positive about that shot.
People have been talking to me recently, and this has mainly been about Samit Patel, going back to Nottinghamshire with Derbyshire, and really laying it on when everybody takes wickets, any Nottinghamshire wickets. Come back to it in a second on that.
Fisher bowls, and that's a driven crash through the offside for 4 runs. Fabulous shot.
I hate it when it rolls on that rope and there are kiddies immediately behind. I don't want to call them kiddies, young people, because so often they'll hit the rope and bounce up into their faces. I have to look away, Dave. I have to look away. But actually, there was some really sharp fielding from the young lad in the orange shirt out there.
Learning curve, one of life's lessons.
Oh, no, there are so many ways to learn lessons without having a ball smash into your face and your teeth, DT. Come on.
Fisher bowls to Bairstow, and he's got an edge there, and that one's raced away for 4. So he's got 3 boundaries in his 14 runs, and 2 of them have been edged away down towards the tee ring.
No, it's the idea. So obviously Fisher here against his former team, and he just moved down to Surrey. In football, if footballers score goals against teams maybe they've been long associated with, or doesn't have to be that long, former teams, they tend not to celebrate too much. Oh, yes. Hello. He's got dressed up.
Or celebrate at all.
Even But your bowler in this situation, they celebrate like they've won the World Cup still. There's none of that going on.
Fisher bowls to Bairstow, and there's no one. You never know the sort of personal politics going on, do you?
Well, you can well imagine they've really miffed they were allowed to go, or they weren't going to be paid as much money. But that applies. Oh, who is that? Oh, I mean,
He's just lurking.
but lurking. That's a bit harsh. It might be his living room. He's allowed to lurk.
Quite possibly.
Oh, I can see where he is. I mean, he's got a prime view. If the bowling was from the other end, he's really behind the bowler's arm. The Trafalgar Square end.
We're discussing pictures on the stream. Next delivery through outside the off stump, and there's no runner, but a very well dressed gentleman framed in the window at the far end, at the Trafalgar Square end,
I hope.
and looking at the cricket.
Yeah.
There he is again on the stream. He's got his tie on.
Look! He's got a bit. He's got a bit of a, dare I say, a bit of a ghostly look about him. Do you think it's the well-known ghost cricket watcher of Trafalgar Square that they've talked about over many years? He is dressed as if it was 1977.
He's got a great view though. I've got
and he's right behind Worrell here. Worrell comes in to bowl and defended behind the square in the offside. Yeah.
You'd think he'd pull a chair up or something, wouldn't you?
Perhaps he can't afford one. You come here with all your southern ways.
Still.
He's moving more towards the winner now.
Johnny, actually, I mean, many fine things about Johnny, but one of them, he can get so easily distracted behind the bowler's arm. I hope he doesn't catch his eye. It's not Johnny at the moment who's facing. And it is Worrell who bowls and defended, almost sneaks through the defences of James Wharton. This is good cricket again. Churchy predicts that it's going to rain. He's saying that because of a big black cloud, which that big black cloud, Churchy, that's missing us. That's fine. Away to our right-hand side. You see, it's coming further back. Is it? You've done your research. Sorry, Mark. Forgive me. Well, that's a shame because I think we're in for a good last few overs of the day today. Surprising, entertaining, competitive cricket. Oh, it gets an edge. Yes, out, gone, caught by the keeper. And that is the end of Wharton. He's gone for 78 and Worrell strikes. Second new ball is doing things here for Surrey. And Yorkshire have had a good day, but they've got their work cut out here. If the rain does stay away over these remaining overs towards the close on this opening day, this is going to be tough, hard work. And again, another innings that was deserving of a century, and it is deserving of the applause that he's about to receive as he makes his way to the pavilion, away to our left-hand side. 78 for James Wharton. Matthew Revis will replace him. Raises the bat. Your thoughts on that dismissal, David Townsend?
Yeah. Again, he was just feeling for a little bit outside the off stump, wasn't he? And the light is not quite what it was. It's not bad light though, is it? It will be bad light shortly with those clouds coming over. The weather forecast says there's a 40% chance of rain. I think Churchy's put that up to about 80%. And it's very dark. And of course, obviously, no lights here. So, I say obviously, but there are no lights. So we might...
So Worrell,
it was an intriguing last hour if we could stay out there.
I reckon. Worrell took a couple of wickets immediately after the lunch break, and now he's taking wickets and causing real trouble again with his second new ball. This is Revis. Revis taking guard. That's the cue for a few people to leave for their dinners. I'd say you're going to miss some intriguing, interesting cricket here. Let's see. So Worrell into Revis, and Revis into the offside, no run. I have to say that the Yorkie lads that passed me by this morning walking up the bank from their car park up to the ground, they've got some big lads in their ranks these days. Big, strong lads, the Yorkie boys. And Revis is certainly one of those. He towers a bit over even Johnny, who's at the other end at the moment. Bairstow on 14. So we've got 2 slips, a gully and a backward point. As we see Worrell in bowls down the leg side. Very unfortunate. Are you in the camp that say that those leg side catches and those glances when batters are out, they're unfortunate and unlucky?
Yes.
Sometimes I wonder. I'm not so sure myself. You do?
Of course.
I mean, it's not the best. It's not the best ball in the world, but still, it doesn't. If it's not the best ball in the world, don't get out to it.
You always have to have a little flick at them down there, don't you? You just get a little feather on it. Yes, it's unlucky.
Worrell in and defended back up to Worrell to complete that over, of which he has taken the wicket of James Wharton. 276 for 4 with Revis just going out to join Bairstow, who is on 14.
Long hop caught on the boundary. Well, that's got to be lucky as well, isn't it? Well, you're not bowling for it.
Does that make it unlucky?
Well, he's not trying to get him out down there, is it?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes you're tempting the ego to do exactly so the bowler does know exactly.
That's different. Like we saw earlier today, with them targeting Finlay Bean with the leg gully, and had he got out either caught behind or caught in the leg gully, then that wouldn't have been unlucky. You just let one go down the leg side, and Fisher bowls and defended back to him by Bairstow. No run, and the batsman just has a little flick at it. Keeper takes it. No, lucky.
And sometimes you need to give credit to the keeper for taking those catches, because sometimes they do cover a lot of ground and take some good catches. Yeah.
Nearly every time.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't have to move quite so far, but sometimes it's just outstanding work from the keeper to get across.
Fisher, 15 on his back. Bowls, and that has Bairstow pushing up to mid-on. No run. Church's clouds are getting closer.
They're moving away. They're getting closer. They're moving away.
Well, it's the ones.
I mean, the ones behind, I'll take his word, I can't see those, but those you're looking at have missed us. That's different. That is the ones he's looking at have passed us.
Well, I'm assuming that they're part of the same bank of clouds, if you know what I mean.
I do. I always know what you mean, David, and it worries me greatly that I do.
The light is going to be a question, even if the precipitation doesn't materialise. Fisher again then. He'd love to get Bairstow, I'm sure. And my
very
word.
nearly did.
Beat him outside the off stump again. He's not much foot movement there, was there? He's just feeling for that one a bit. Let's have a look here. He could take a leaf out of Adam Lythe's book, couldn't he? And play that nice Lythe leave, to a ball like that.
It does look rather stormy behind us. Church has just showed a photograph.
And that might be why people are leaving as well. May well be. Fisher again. That's wider outside the off stump, and Bairstow let someone go through. No run. That was the Lythe leave.
That's not easy to say.
No, it's not. I think the umpires might have a chat shortly about the light.
With an umpire. It's an entertainment industry. Keep them out there. Come on. I'm enjoying this.
It's not an entertainment industry. It's a sport.
Entertainment.
Balls to Bairstow again, and Bairstow again gets a thickish edge. He's going to get more runs down there. Has it gone all the way? It has gone all the way. So that's 3 boundaries in almost identical direction down towards the tea rooms.
The Trafalgar Square ghost has disappeared from the window, I'm pleased to say. No longer there.
Nelson.
Nelson's Trafalgar Square. Nelson in a suit and a tie.
He came out with one arm pinned up, it would be.
Well, you say that.
Fisher bowls, and Bairstow leaves that alone and looks rather Looks rather sort of dismissively at Fisher, as if to say, I'm not going to have a go at that. Now, down the pitch to have a chat to Matthew Revis. He is a big lad, Revis. Very good cricketer. He's one of my favourites.
But you have so many.
But well, you do. You have your, obviously you have your great top players as favourite players, but you also have some of the lower ones that might come through. Another one that I'm a big fan of is Luke Holman of Middlesex, who's probably never advanced beyond county cricket.
This is Worrell to Revis. Into the pads, LBW appeal. Not out, says umpire Nigel Long. Churchy says it's tight. I hope Nigel realises it was tight.
I think he might have said height. Did you say height or tide?
Tight, he said. Yeah.
He's given nothing, has he, at that end?
Oh, not an inkling. He just kept his arms folded in Nigel. I think perhaps he's feeling a little cooler out there now. It's, and he's probably see the big storm clouds coming. He'll be thinking, I don't want to get wet. Worrell having none of it. He keeps pounding into Revis. Oh, big exaggerated lead from the big man.
W did look a good shout.
Oh.
Looked on the replay.
And if you were to put your mind in the mind of the umpire to say, well, what possibly could he have been thinking wasn't good about that? You can't come up with anything really from
what the umpire would be thinking.
Yeah.
Height, maybe. We've seen quite a few go over the top, haven't we?
Well, the bounce actually has been really good today, hasn't it? Yeah. So Worrell again bowls Fuller this time. Again, he's just happy to leave it through Revis, through to the keeper, Josh Blake. Oh, England women have not made the sort of start they were looking for, David. Needing 319, which you were telling me would be a record break.
Yes.
Yes, you would. England women are 13 for 2 in the fourth over.
Well, they can take inspiration from Leicestershire, can't they? Who I think were 0 for 2 at one stage today.
Yes, but they weren't playing a one-day game. They're now 303 for 3, but it's taken them 79.5 overs. That one is left again. Through to the keeper there. Leicestershire were 0 for 2 this morning. And then Rian Ahmed scored 115. Lewis Hill scored 111 not out. Peter Hanscom 72 not out. 303 for 3.
That is some recovery.
And bearing in mind that I think their lead was something 20, there was more than 24 points. Was it 31 points even, I think, this morning? So another win for them, and we are in round 10 of the competition. I mean, not necessarily the title, but promotion is all but, isn't it? Really. Team is tightly packed behind them. Worrell bowls and pushed into the offside square for no run. Was I supposed to have moved out? On the commentary road. I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing.
Fletcher won't be happy.
Who?
I said Fletcher won't be happy.
Oh no, down at Derby. No, he won't be. Do I finish off this over, boss? Yeah, okay, and then I'm going to move aside. 280 for 4. David, I can tell you now exclusively to my eyes, the lights on that board are now looking very bright.
Yes.
I don't know what you were talking about, you two, earlier. It's been threatening for quite some time. Worrell in, and that's defended into the offside. Completes another over. 280 for 4. 18 to Bairstow. Yet to move off the mark is Matthew Revis. What are you pointing at? It's route to point.
Umpires are having a natter.
Oh, they would. Okay, well, I'm going to leave you.
It is dark.
It's been a pleasure.
It is dark. It's always a pleasure, Mr. Howells. Always a pleasure. And they're going to take a reading. Whether that means... Are they? No, they're not. No, they're going to go on. I thought for a minute they were moving towards the stumps and getting their equipment out. But not happened. 280 for 4. Did you have a look at that LBW? Doidge is not got himself sorted out yet. Fisher. He's on park end to Bairstow bowls, and Bairstow pushes that one into the offside, sets off for a ridiculous single, and the shy misses the stumps, and Revis might have been in, I don't know. It was certainly an ambitious run. Well, they've completed it. The score moves to 281 for 4.
Yeah. Just been accused of top skiving by Josh Wilmer, the Yorkshire media executive, who's standing doing apparently nothing on the balcony away to our left by the ticket office. As I walk past, just talking to Martin Bean, father of Finlay. Said it's not the words that you broadcast when you're at Scarborough, it's the things you find out from your conversations at the side of the field.
Interesting.
He didn't have an answer to that.
Fisher to Revis. Through to the keeper. No run. These two would have played a fair bit of cricket together. There'll be bragging rights at stake here. What did you make of the LBW in the last over? Were you?
I was walking around the back, so I heard a shout and didn't actually see it at all.
An appeal. Did look adjacent. Fisher bowls and edge there, thickish edge, drops just short of the fine gully. No run. So you've got a couple of slips. Slip or fine gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. Down in front of the hospitality tents. Fisher bowls, Revis blocks that into the offside. No run.
Andrew Moxon in a chilly Queensbury says, hello Jonathan, there was a lot of chatter about the number of runs scored in the previous 2 championship games using the Kookaburra ball. Looks like it's done our batsmen some good and helped them find some form. Good to see Will Luxton in the first team. Hopefully he can get a good run in the side. What he will do when he's scoring 70s.
Fisher to Revis, and Revis plays that 2 mid-wicket, no run.
Personal best, of course, that for Will Luxton, topping his previous best of 59.
A lot out there today as well, I think. He's getting those runs against a top bowling attack. They were at him, throughout the afternoon, weren't they? And then getting out when he did, he'll go in there and he'll be muttering away to himself all evening.
Probably won't, actually.
Well, he ought to be. Bairstow this time calls for a short single. I think it'll be a leg by that ball. Yeah, just struck Revis on the pad, and Bairstow was charging down the far end.
Yep, Edward Harland sent in a still of the stream from the earlier appeal on James Wharton. He's obviously been and gone now anyway, but he was on 39 at the time, finished with 78. And as we said, we thought he was lucky to stay at the crease, but the umpire does have just the one look at it, and the umpires have had another look at themselves at the skies and are now taking the players off the field 19 minutes after 5 o'clock. So we're going to have a break. Not sure it's raining, can't see umbrellas going up, but that has prompted a mass exodus from the ground for the moment at least. Doesn't mean it'll be the last play we see all day. If it is raining, it's less likely to see any more play. A bad light, well, there is a bit of a breeze out there, so things could blow over if that's what they've been taken off the field for. But covers are being brought on. There's some warm applause for both sets of players as they leave the field then. A chance to catch up on a little bit more correspondence while I've got a moment or two, as you've been kind enough to send it in. Tim Furness says, hi everyone, enjoying the comms. I was the graphic designer at Scarborough Council for many years and was responsible for the terrifying "Don't Feed the Seagulls" sign referenced this morning. The picture was genuine and the herring gulls in both Scarborough and Whitby are awful and will attack you if you are eating in certain areas of Sandside, etc. Too many land-based tourists feed them, which makes the situation worse, and hence the campaign we did. I also designed the information panel for the Bathing Bell, one of many paid installed by the fantastic Scarborough Civic Society. The art trailer is a good one too. A series of paintings of Scarborough and a nice walk around the town by well-known national and local artists from 18 and 1900 places, and places to correspond approximately where the artist was stood when he or she did the painting. Yep, thanks Tim. Dennis Healy says, sorry to have missed your Scarborough listening to your smashing commentary. At home in Ackworth, West Yorkshire. Last time I listened to Paul the Weatherman on Look North, it was rubbish. Presumably that meant you were coming but didn't. And John Wilson of Beverley. As the rain does now come down here, I'll just take some evasive action while sliding the window across. John, good to hear from you. Travelled down from Beverley this morning, listening for the first hour or so with grandson Freddie for a week's holiday in Dorset. Thinking of what Johnny Bairstow is facing reminds me of when my wife was expecting our first child way back in 1986. I went to watch Hull City away at Blackburn the day the baby was due. No mobile phones in those days. Rang up from home from a phone box at a service station after the game to find out she was still at home. Our first son, Christopher, was born a few days later and turned out to be a better batter than me. The football score was 2-2. And he's hoping to be back for the Sussex match next week. John down in a dry and sunny Dorset. Up to date with your correspondence, and the up-to-date situation as far as what's going on out there is concerned is that there's a spectator exodus. It did come over very dark when I was out there on my lap at the pitch. And that rain has come to some extent. It's not raining heavily, but there is some rain in the air. The covers have been brought on. The light is dim, and I think many will give this up for the day, even though there's still quite a lot of play remaining. And interestingly, the scoreboard has been turned off as well, when I reckon there's still 10 overs that remain in the day's play. So the umpires have stayed out there for a minute or two. They're now strolling off the field of play. There's been no announcement to say that play has been abandoned for the day, and why would they just yet? I'll wait for that time to expire, you would imagine. While we wait for any further news, we'll take a breather as well. Hopefully we'll have a bit more cricket for you before the end of the day, but it's not looking great right at this moment in time, and given the forecasts that we had pre-day, that would we've appeared to have been luckier than the forecast suggested we might be. But yeah, we'll give it up for now, and we'll be back if there's any further play.
Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends